Peace and salute. Let's get it. 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 Wiki wiki.
What's the status, Stream?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Yee. Alright, I'm gonna play this song by Diabolic. Should I play that song? I always have an intro song. I'll play this song by Prodigy. Or should I play that song by Diabolic? Yeah, we'll play Diabolic.
Yes. Today begins a new order. Your lands, your possessions, your very lives will gladly be given in tribute to me. In return for your obedience, you will enjoy my generous protection. In other words, you will be allowed to live.
Yeah. Freedom's been overthrown by skull and bone scrolling key lunatics, upside down crucifix on they rosary. It's the home of the brave land of the supposed free and trilateral commission expeditions overseas. Opposing me's a socially accepted secret known to me. The Jason group mistakes the truth as its golden fleece. Am I supposed to believe Masons who have a mixture of Satan and Catholic scripture trading some gas to Hitler? Should I believe when your forefathers Jack the Ripper and you worship statues in the forest and practice Wicca? I've seen it unfold. Summer season, reading a scroll, translating Mason, speaking in code at Bohemian Grove. Prince Bernard of the Netherlands left some evidence, and the Bilderberg shows our presidents ever since. Veteran Illuminati invaded the Scottish Rite, denounced God and Christ, worship man and forgot the light. So I gotta fight, cause I don't care how it sounds. The CIA planted C4 to bring the towers down. Planes hit, a weapons born, tracking us with echelon. When video exists of a missile hitting the Pentagon. What a masterpiece, the past repeats, it's never gone. In daddy's footsteps, Junior reenacts Desert Storm like let's get it on. Act righteous, cause a fast crisis, double gas prices, and blame the fact we tax hiked it. But observant optics can see through a vermin's logic to just turn a profit and fatten Halliburton's pockets, making Satan's fire lakes out a higher place. So this time I break, there's only so much I can take. Here's the truth, we the people have been seeing your attempts and realize we the ones you declared war against. Here's the truth, I refuse to have you controlling me with my faith in a bunch of snakes, I just don't believe. Here's the truth, we the people have been seeing your attempts and realize we the ones you declared war against. Here's the truth, I refuse to have you controlling me with my faith in a bunch of snakes, I just don't believe. The Holy Roman crown is sacred, and it seems the house of David left black nobility and Jesus somehow related. Black don't refer to the color of these cowards' faces. Their powder-pasted skin makes them the proudest racists. Illuminated lineage of lonely chromosomes, known for seeking the return of the Holy Roman throne. Committee of 300 calling shots close to home, tapping in your mobile phones, matching up your vocal tones. It's your darkest beliefs started with Harvard's elite and Yale's fraternal orders marketing the market of beasts, deceiving as a demon playing the part of a priest. Habsburgs causing famine while we starve in the streets. Old school psychology basing fate on numerology, the newest colony and Lucifer's future prophecy. An aristocracy with souls in the devil's hands, an architecture plan, city streets designed as pentagrams, hidden cams on every inch of this blessed land, a very chip GPS attached to your genetic strands. But I'll be damned if I allow some coward to drown me in the powers he proudly learned from Aleister Crowley. Cause out of my county on the turnpike, word life, there's Nazi propaganda promoting Bush's Third Reich. Turn right at the left wing and find these cult leaders and expose FEMA before you take the fall like cold fevers. No Geneva Convention, peace treaty, you'll be safe when the elite make a one world government police state. I know y'all relate and even I hope I'm wrong, but I know I'm not, cause I know what the fuck is going on. Here's the truth, we the people have been seeing your attempts and realize we the ones you declared war against. Here's the truth, I refuse to have you controlling me with my faith in a bunch of snakes I just don't believe. Here's the truth, we the people have been seeing your attempts and realize we the ones you declared war against. Here's the truth, I refuse to have you controlling me with my faith in a bunch of snakes I just don't believe.
Aye, aye, aye. Now that was what you call lyricism.
That was a great song. You know me, I don't know rap very well.
His name's Diabolic. I heard of him, but something made me put that song. I seen it called The Truth Part 2. So there's a 3-part series to that, and that was part 2. And I played it, and I said, "Oh my, I think he outdoes me on my truth music." That was just, even the chorus, you know, talking about they're declaring war against the people. I've been saying that for a long time. That was an amazing track. He said, "I hope that I'm wrong, but I know I'm not, because I know what the fuck is going on." Peace, Marcel. Faceplant. Marcel again. No. High Priestess. Mindful Exposures. Dominic. And Kimba. Kimba Slice. What's good
Forgive
with
me for
everybody?
a little bit of, forgive me for the noise in the background, Charles. I'm making coffee at home for the first time in a long time. And then I made a big mess. But I'm ready. I was ready. I had my timer set on my coffee, my alarm on. It'll take a couple minutes for my brain to warm up. It's 5:32 a.m. here on the Pacific, in the Pacific Standard Time Zone.
Yeah, it's early. The sun's up yet or no?
No, it's dark here. It's dark here.
Man, I would love to get like a like sort of a drone and somehow like set it to move at the speed of the sun, and just like, as a matter of fact, I have some footage of that's what I was trying to upload on for all these people that say they see the curvature from planes. But anyway, that would be dope, man, to fly a drone right when the sun's coming up and just have it go at the speed and follow that line of darkness and light. Let me see.
Have you seen the footage of a place up in Alaska near, what are those islands called? The Dianides Islands? Anyways, up in Alaska somewhere, and I'm sure it's more than one place, you can be in the boat and you can actually look on the one side and it's like light, and you turn around on the other side, it's dark. Quite a bit more, you know, the discrepancy in the sky.
About.
Yeah. Discrepancy in the sky during the sunrise or sunset is
yeah,
quite the contrast.
I've seen a photo. The guy was standing and it had like a some sort of a mountain in front of him in the ocean, like a little island, but it was like a triangle-ish mound, and you could see the line. The left side was dark and the right side was light. I was like, wow, that's beautiful. Like this footage right here, it's only a minute long, but check this out.
still on the screen.
Boo. But yeah, it was over. It was only two seconds left for it, I think, or 3.
Cool.
But yeah, that's a spy plane for the government, and it had a camera in the window. And I mean, the word horizon says it all, man. Like, no matter how high you're rising, it's horizontal. And you know, people will argue with it and say, I see curvature on an airplane window. It's like, no, you don't. Well, there was 9 people in here.
Well,
6
I think
left.
it's yeah, and I think some of it too, Charles, is from the people were leaving comments last night because we scheduled it.
Yeah.
So it may very well be that some of the people that we've said hello to aren't back here yet. You know?
That's fine. We'll have a dope
yeah,
build
fine.
with or without people.
Exactly. You know?
Yolanda, Peace Yolanda, and Native, Michigan, Ojibwe.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta
Good to
send you
see.
that pic, Native, of the Ojibwe tribe in 1880. Sorry, Bex.
Mm-mm. Not
I
at all.
can't get enough of these old pictures. I found so much beautiful architecture in Cuba. I was looking in Jamaica. Peace or drop. I'm gonna send you that verse today for sure. I wrote it to that beat you put out this morning. I don't know if you have something set to that beat, but I like it, and that's the type of beat I F with. So I'm just gonna record my voice, like you said, and I'll send it. And if you could break it down and put it to the beat, you know, I'm sure you'll do a great job. So, and I'm trying to get Frenchie Kush. I don't know if you remember him, Drop, but he used to go to Bro Sanchez a lot, and I'm in contact with him. So I want maybe to do a track with you and him on it, or separate tracks with you. But either way, we'll talk. You got the same number, right? I'll probably send you the verse, text it to you or something. But anyway, the architecture, I've been finding so much because I'm tired of looking at like the old world Germany. Even though it's beautiful, I've looked at so much of it, like Dresden and all that. So I was like, let me start looking on these little islands. And I was in Cuba, Bahamas. I mean, the same architecture. And you mean to tell me people with horses and carriages built this stuff? No way. How did they get granite bricks across the ocean? That's my first thought, you know, because they had big steel boats. That's why. You know, these granite bricks, the buildings are made of granite, you know. I think they use frequency to move bricks. That's my theory.
Frequency?
Yeah. Sir Drop says, what's up, Bex? Oh, you seen that? Okay.
Yeah, I did see, but that's cool.
Buildings
Morning,
are in
CR.
Mexico. Yeah, that's my next spot, Yolanda, is Mexico. I know there's a lot of stuff down here too. And for sure.
When I lived in Mexico, the closer to the States you got, it seemed, the more. Well, when I was there in 1991, I was in Ciudad Victoria in Mexico, as well as, well, I traveled between two cities to visit my friend from where I was. And then I also was down in, well, that was the next time. Anyways, Ciudad Victoria, oh yeah, and Mexico City. They were covered in mud, okay? Like, honestly, I remember sliding away everywhere we went to get to our hotels. You know, like, you want to talk about mud, you know, and buried, you know, up in Ciudad Victoria, which is closer to the north. And that's how it's said in Spanish, Victoria, with a soft B. B chica, B grande. A V and a B are pronounced the same. Like, they called me Vicky. And Anyways, in Mexico City, even where we stayed near the pyramids, again, the hotel was, I just remember we were always slipping in clay, and there was, what am I trying to say? Sorry, my brain's still waking up. There was also like really weird restrictions on the water. So the
You need
hotel
some
would be on.
coffee.
I've got coffee. I'm sipping.
Transmission fluid.
Exactly. But I just remember really weird, it just felt really ancient, and like even the city that I lived in said there was 160,000 people that lived there on the sign, and I always assumed it was because the income distribution in Mexico is so different. There's no middle class. So, and of course I was there on an exchange program, so I wasn't being brought there by a low class, like by a group with no money. What I'm trying to say is the Rotary Club had money to bring me there to participate in the exchange and put me through private school. So my point is that the place was fucking empty. Like the population they told me of the town was about 40,000, and the sign said 160,000. So I always figured that they were just talking classist, right? They didn't even count the other people that were there. But it's almost like the signs were post devastation. Like when I look back in 1991, it's almost like they were, if you could just pick a date, anytime, any place, and imagine it's like that's where the reset's still occurring. The more, I don't know how it works, but I know that even up here on the island I live in now, it seems to me like even as close as 1986, there was a town full of people that isn't there anymore.
Well, look at, like, you know what amazes me? Not so much amazing, but more or less like how it was done. Like, think about all these pyramids under these mounds, right? These people didn't cover these pyramids and make mounds with freaking shovels and buckets. How the heck did they cover all these in China, Mexico? Could it have been the huge flood that put dirt around them? And then when it receded, it just left the shape. And all peace to Orphan Annie and Maggot. And so that's my question. Like, how did they cover these mounds? They had to have machinery, unless it was a big flood, and when the water receded, that's what left the shape. But other than that, you know, what's under these mounds? You know, they're supposed to be thousands of years old, allegedly, and you're not. They'll dig up everything else in grave raid, but they won't dig these mounds up. Something that has me thinking. Why the Indians were in teepees? Yeah, reset refugees. That's a good one, Yolanda. She said, why were the Indians living? You know, and that's a good one because they were out in the prairies or whatever you want to call them, the flatlands. Like even here in Connecticut, there's stories of in the summer they would migrate down south, and then in the summer here they would come back up. But you know, because there's stuff that grew up here that didn't grow down there, and they would just go up and down through season. China has mounds. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Native. They got tons of mounds that are covered. Whatever's under them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I started before any of this, my discovering like-minded people on YouTube. I remember walking around Victoria. Now we're talking about Canadian city, Victoria, that I live in. It's a very buried Star Fort city. Like it felt like there was infrastructure below us. We're a port city. We're a harbor city. There were raves that happened underground. There's people that talk about so there's a little bit of a literal underground scene downtown that I never participated in, but everyone was like, oh yeah, we party downtown underground. And then there's definite tunnels under the streets that the adults here remember using and getting ice cream at, even when there used to be trains and stuff like that traveled allegedly up and down just from here to the rural areas. That's how people used to get around. So there's lots of dead train tracks on top of the ground. I have theories that those trains were just for memory's sake, just to sort of blend. I don't know how it works, but those I think there's underground tunnel systems still used to this day in most cities that are still building high rises. I think
You
the
know,
high rise. Yeah, go ahead.
oh no, I thought you were about to end it there. Go.
No, it's good. I've been learning. My new motto is not everything's a monologue. So.
It made me think because Yolanda mentioned reset survivors, and you know, a lot of Tartarian people. First off, Tartaria was not this whole realm. It was an area near Russian China, or as the old Russian China. And they had a queen too, and I showed pictures of the queens, and it's the same. It aligns with the Star Wars queen and stuff. I'll show it again next time. I can't. But it makes me think about my great grandparents in the 1890s. They left Germany and came here. Now, about 25, 30 years later, they're freaking annihilating Dresden and all them places over there. I mean, entire cities of beautiful architecture were bombarded, leveled, destroyed. So all these European slave ships that came here, was it like, because even now and what's going on over, I don't want to say no countries' names, but people know, they evacuate cities before anything. And if you look at what's going on, a lot of the older structures are being bombed. So is this part of their, you know, instead of saying, oh, we're evacuating people out of there and we're just going to use our artillery and level all the buildings and build smart cities, they'll say, they'll create a PP war, right? It might not even be real, and just level everything and then build it back up and use that war as an agenda or a way to do what they want. So it makes me think, because all the wars that happened with cities that had old architecture. Even Vietnam, if you look, they destroyed so many old temples, and thousands of years of kung fu history was lost in knowledge.
Yeah, the location of Tartaria on the maps versus architecture being similar over the world would be a great topic to have, or you know, to talk about the idea that the architect is all similar and it wasn't one huge community. Would be something worth talking about, because I have a feeling that that infrastructure was set up a long time ago, and that the realm, you know, the realm is sort of self. I don't know. I have theories, but if I just grab out a part of it, I don't know that I'm going to articulate it properly. But that's why I thought that that tunnel map would be really interesting to pull up again at some point, is just to sort of show how interconnected they wanted to make the realm, if it's hypothetical. And if it isn't hypothetical, then what if this infrastructure is ancient and the buildings are ancient and the memories of potentially being a unified system is like way back in our Akashic record? And that most of the stories and stuff told are sort of getting us back to that state of being. Like if there was some sort of creation and then recreation, because we are seemingly in a reproduction, they do call our organs reproductive organs. Then there's just something to that. And I feel like if the bird was originally created with its nest and the babies and its understanding of being a bird, it didn't have to like learn to make a nest out of diamonds and then crush its eggs while it sat on them and cut its butt up, right? Like some sort of bird version of the Three Little Pigs. then why wouldn't humans also have had all their amenities and all their understanding somehow built into either what the human is or what the recreated human is? So I just feel like if it's not original, then it's part of whatever this is that we're in, you know, this recreation or this dreamlike state or a nightmare-like state, you know. There's something so, like, why are we so disconnected? Because we're in some sort of reproduction. And I think yeah, I think those buildings and the links between those buildings and the similarities to them has more to do with us understanding where we all came from than where the borders were drawn and who spoke what language and what color they looked like. That's all Babylon talk, in my opinion. And I don't mean to pull in religious lore like it's a big part of my philosophy, even though a lot of that stuff is actually, it's more, those are all stories of like, there's just so much depth to that that isn't religious, right? That actually is something that we're supposed to draw from. We don't have to, but if it's forced on you, there is wisdom in there if you don't get caught up in the indoctrination, is my theory. So I don't know. I just think there's, you know, anytime you throw out any bit of knowledge because you think you know something about it and that the rest of it is a lie, I think we do ourselves a disservice. Even God Give Lamps Day uses NASA footage to to show where they slip up, for instance. So even NASA, if they're lying, even at last NASA, if they're lying, has truth in what it shows us and in what there's truth there that people are avoiding by not even looking at anything to do with NASA, thinking it's all just a production. My theories. You there, Charles?
Yeah. I'm looking
Okay,
at
cool.
pictures too of Mexico. Yolanda is right. There's a lot of stuff. But also, what you were saying, I don't know. I don't trust NASA, number one. But I'm not saying they don't take the truth and twist it. But they do lie so much, and they lie way too much. They get caught too, over and over and over. What the hell?
I guess
My
what I
bad.
would say is that I was kind of drawing the analogy because I mentioned biblical stuff, and I don't want people to think that that's my main philosophy in any way. But that if people throw out all mythological lore, because one man's religion is another man's, one man's myth is another man's religion. So basically, yeah, someone's religion is someone else's mythology, right? So what I'm trying to say is the hint is in God Give Lamps Day, using even just one shot of the camera angle that they didn't mean to put up there. And I think that we have been taught to believe that they have to contract out to us. That somehow I've heard that people think that we're in some sort of contract partial truth world, right? Where they have to show us part of the truth in order for us
I
to
don't
agree
believe
with
that.
it. No, I don't either. I think it has more to do
They don't
with,
have to do nothing.
no, but we couldn't be fooled. We couldn't be fooled into their lie if there wasn't truth in it. That's my philosophy, right? That
I
how
agree.
could they fool us so well? You know, it's built right into the coding of whoever and whatever we are. Through our ancestors, through our Akashic record, through our own DNA. I think it's built in there that we can reach back somehow. And if it was a full-on bullshit, we wouldn't take any of it. We wouldn't, like, remember being a kid and your parents telling you something and you're like, nah. But see, that's why they get you with Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy and stuff like that, right? You've got these imaginary fictitious
And
creatures that bring you
Jesus.
things. Yeah.
Don't forget
And
Jesus.
probably exactly how they build that all up is by saying, you know, oh, look at this, some imaginary thing left you eggs or gifts or money, right? And then you're like so excited about the reward, it trips your logic system into being able to believe in imaginary things. That's a totally
No,
great analogy.
I don't. I joke when I say Jesus. You know, he could have been a real person. And yes, I know his stories teach you right and wrong, but um, a lot of people say, you know, that he was a real person, but he wasn't named Jesus and all that. I don't really want to get into all that, but I'm just saying, for those who have love and respect for Jesus, you know, I try to be respectful and not disrespect anyone,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just how I see things. Stop giving the NASA meatballs money and make them really earn their money. Hold on. Like building something to make ocean water to drinking water or something. I'm pretty sure that's been done already. And I agree, Native. And also, since that's brought up, and we brought up NASA, everyone should know that NASA started by exploring the ocean. Now, my question is, what made them stop and have everyone looking up? And considering, for the most part, people know there's cities under this ocean, and there's a lot of maps that show different land. So before all this ocean water, when the huge titan trees, my theory is when they cut these trees down, that could have maybe been a reason why it flooded, because the roots weren't sucking up water. And that's even if these trees needed water. I don't know what material they were, but what's under these oceans? And you mean to tell me they you know, if it takes, just look how long it takes to get on a boat and travel somewhere. Even with these big boats that go pretty quick, they don't need the wind. You mean to tell me they explored everything under these oceans and now they got everyone looking up? I want to look down and underneath the ground. Forget looking up. You mean they haven't made it anywhere and they can't go back to the moon? So why are you building rockets? You know, it's all the okey doke. We need to start looking under the ocean and underground. My opinion. What do you think?
I do. I agree. I think the key there is in the Gaelic Sea. The Gaelic Sea. In Irish, it's the same as the galaxy. And then there's the idea of boats, the boats that kind of float in the air. There's an artist that does all that. I'm not saying boats can float in the air, but what if there was a point in time that the ocean, we know that the sky and the sky above us is definitely related to the ground below it. So what if the ocean, what if it's, and see, I always thought outer space was potentially the atmosphere held at a different barometric pressure, and it was just like water, but like, so like the air here is the waters above and the water on the ground is the waters below, because there is H2O in the air. And what if the further you get away from the gravitational source, the water molecules get spread really far apart? We don't even know they're water, but they're always looking for water everywhere. So I don't know. I just think that there's some link between traveling by the stars, the fact that we call the sky the galaxy, and that there was the galaxy. So I think that if there was an infinite plane, for instance, it's more likely an infinite ocean, and that maybe we're in a big freeze right now, and we're waiting for the great thaw. So I think that we may not be able to travel much further than the known lands we know right now because of either some sort of force field that keeps that separation between the even further waters above and where we are. And by above, it means a lot different depending on the shape debate. Now, you know me, I was a crater earther for a long time, I don't know if you know that about me, Charles, but I was a part of a big crater earth community that fringed out from God Give Lamps Day.
Yeah, I agree with the creator thing, but I just don't agree with people have theories on a lot of that stuff, and they just don't present it as theories, and that's the problem.
Exactly.
Because none of us truly know. Well, let me not say none of us, because there is people out there that are near the tip of the pyramid scheme that probably know, but I think everyone looking up, we got to start looking down. And I guarantee, I could almost guarantee, I found that map by accident that has all these underground trains, and I found two different ones. One of them was from the 80s, and one of them was from now. Peace, Jack's Dreaming. Who else came in? That's it. And yeah, I would love to find, even though I know it's probably heavily guarded, and all these like cameras and whatever. It'd probably be almost impossible to get down there without being caught. But why not? I want to know what's down there. And
Well, I think these buildings, like buildings around the realm, are key to it. My theory is the capital buildings travel. They're big. They're big. There's at least a big train station underneath that travel from capital to capital buildings. And then once you got, say, to the domed building in the region, then you'd walk to what looks like a Catholic church or a mosque, and those things would travel within a smaller region. And then like Masonic halls or something like that might be what get you from town to town. So I've always, and this is something I've been thinking of. My first research into the idea of current tunnels still being used goes back into 2003. Took me to a Walmart. I think Walmarts even are used to get around. Maybe since they bricked up all the other trains at one point. I just, my sense of the buried, the ground below us, living in a port town where people use it, I think still use it and have been, if not creating it while we're above, then clearing it out, or in some places because maybe it was flooded. I just know that the infrastructure here, they're building penthouses. Those penthouses, I'm sure, have their own elevators down to the basement. Every time you go into a parkade, there's a bottom floor you can't get to, and you think that's where they park the Beamers, But it's just, to me, it's a rich man's game. And it's smart, actually. It's smart to make people think that there's the trucks move everything about above ground. You wouldn't have anyone looking for the main supply route being underground and in mountains and
right,
stuff like that, right?
they're magicians.
So, yeah, it's
They
very smart
distract you
war
with
tactic.
one, they distract you with the left and use the right.
Yeah, exactly. That God Give Lamb Stays, that's interesting. Jack said she was just watching a new video of his on Rumble.
Cool.
Sometimes I wonder, I don't want to say anything about like him getting kicked off, for instance, like with him particularly, but sometimes I wonder if there's some sort of further social study being done by who goes to Rumble and who won't. Who will follow someone away from YouTube and who won't. I wonder if that's part of the greater social experiment being done with these social apps, social networking apps. Because I know I don't leave. I've never left YouTube to follow anyone. Well, not never. There's a couple content creators I went and found on BitChute a couple of years ago. But I don't really go over there to see them much. And they were some of my faves. So I don't know. I just wonder if that's another part of the dynamic of what they're studying, what they're doing while they observe us.
It's a strong possibility.
Mm-hmm.
They've always been studying us and watching. Cameras might not even be as new as we think, not even close. Like I always say, if we think this stuff up, why wouldn't the ancestors? Screw that alien bullshit. Oh, aliens came and they gave us the knowledge, right? Like, whoa, is that a religion or what? Alien religion. They came and put a telephone pole up my wazoo and probed me. Like, come on.
What the common narrative?
Story. Yeah.
Exactly.
They pay people to say that stuff. A lot of it's propaganda. Man, there's some beautiful stuff. Thanks, Yolanda, about Mexico City. I'm looking at some of this. I wish I could share it, but I'm collecting stuff to show. When I have my hotspot back next week, I'm collecting a bunch of pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I love bridges. I don't know what it is about some of these old bridges, but man,
Yeah,
the
last
Thames
week
River.
you and Marcel were looking at one that was like all twisted like a double helix.
Yeah, that's in Germany. I was in Dresden. That's one of my favorite bridges. I mean, the old German Dresden and some of the other towns and cities before that war, man, had some beautiful stuff. It's almost like whoever lived before, man, it just makes me think like maybe a lot of this stuff was destroyed because we didn't build it, and they just wanted that stuff out of the way to hide the people that built it and to hide certain technologies too. That's just my opinion.
Exactly. Yep.
I mean, even this Brooklyn Bridge picture, you know, like the bridges, it looks like you go under the arches, the bridges have like, it's like a roller coaster, and it's like a stretched out U with the wires, and it goes to those things, and every so many feet it has like, I'll show in the pictures, but this one is it's the Tower Bridge. Let me see. I want to find out what city. Of course, it's the El Tower Bridge in Mexico, but the part that holds the bridge together looks like a damn apartment building.
Say that again, Charles.
Oh, you couldn't hear me?
No, I was just typing a quick message in the chat. You said a bridge looked like an apartment building?
Yeah. Maybe I'll show the picture. I'll try to.
Yeah.
I wish I could share. When I don't have, I got to figure out this hotspot stuff, because it just don't make sense to me that I have unlimited everything but hotspot. What's the difference if I use my hotspot on my own laptop and use up the gigabytes, right? What's the difference? It just don't make sense, man. They just want you to spend more money. That's what I'm thinking. But whatever.
Yeah. Well, I know people are used to you starting out the show with looking through pictures. You yourself might be so used to it that we've got, I've sat with you so much that you just talk about these images and I can pull up one that we've seen together. But if we don't have a computer this morning, that's fine too.
Yeah. I don't have hotspot, and it sucks because I'm used to it. And I like being able to share. Peace, Michigander and Voy. Who else came in? Miss anyone? No.
Well, it's really nice to see everyone. It's nice to be back here, Charles. I really appreciate you inviting me over. I know I may not be at my 100% speed. I had to do a lot of I had a lot of administrative stuff to do yesterday that kept me up a little bit later than I wanted. And I apologize if it's put me a tiny bit behind the 8 ball.
It's no problem.
Yeah, I know.
You're always welcome here.
I know. I appreciate it. I really do. I was trying to think of a topic that we could move towards if we got chatting and we didn't have a computer. And I don't know why last night as I was falling asleep, I was thinking I was interested in anything you knew about, in all the readings you've done with the mythologies and stuff. Have you done any reading on demonology? And I don't mean like, and it can be the King James book of demonology or something, but do you find in any of the mythologies or any of the studies you've done, is there any talk of demonology?
Not really. I mean, they talk about it a little bit in the Manly P. Hall, but they compare it to the human body. A lot of them stories that are told were really, or let me say, not really alleged to the human body. Just like the pit of hell had to do with something in the stomach and all that stuff. Damn it. Damn headphones.
You okay?
Yeah, I stepped on the cord when I went to get up and he yanked my headphones off.
That sucks.
Yeah, it pisses me off when that happens because it happens too often.
I was going to say though, I find that really interesting. I was really thinking about demonology a lot last night because I've been talking about it a bit in my monologuing on my channel, especially in Spanish.
Well, one thing that I used to think is, people don't conjure up, right, these alleged spirits and all that, but I don't know if they do thinking and think, if I have the power to conjure up a spirit, who's more powerful, you or the spirit? You. So why would you need to conjure up something lesser than you? If you have the power to bring that energy, right, you are more
100%.
powerful. So what are people doing, conjuring up spirits and being tricked by the biggest trickster, this alleged devil, right, that's in everyone's mind? I like that concept of the demon on the left side of your shoulder and the little angel on the right side, or you could put Satan and Jesus, or the good and evil duality concept, because everyone has it in them. That's why I say I am God and the devil, because
Exactly, Charles. I was in my very boring book that I read regularly from. And once you get the feeling of this, it's a book of essays written by Lewis Thomas called The Medusa and the Snail, and it's philosophy and medicine. And the main feel of the book is that as medicine evolved, they had to find out what a germ is and a bacteria is and all those things, that they used to treat everything as a demon, right? That up until then they did cupping and leeching and bleeding to try and get rid of quote unquote demons in people. So basically viruses used to be called demons. This is not medical advice. And so I got to thinking with what you just said, that this idea of being possessed may very well be a manifestation of someone's own Akashic record of someone's own misunderstanding and confusion of information.
Parasite.
Yeah, I'm not talking the most extreme case, you know, of demon possession, perhaps, like what, you know, The Exorcist makes it look like something else outside of you has entered into you, and like they can take that out of you. But what if it was a part of yourself and you could take that, they could help you take that out of you, ignoring the Exorcist movie itself, right? They have this book also talks about something like, I don't want to get the name wrong because I don't know which paper it's in, but electrosurgery of some sort. And so
Shock.
psychoelectrosurgery, yeah, exactly. You're right, shock. So when I see, you know, we've in this little T truther community, as I call it, you know, because we have our sense of things, and I've been guilty of knocking someone down for intuiting something. And to correct that, I know I myself, I was, at that time when I did that, I was upset with myself because I had been so far down these paths myself that I saw that this information that we've been given that we think is the little T truth, there is more truth in it than the lies that we were taught. That's why we're so convinced by it. But there's something we need to come back, right, of, you know, back to center somewhere on it, because no truth would ever be this disharmonious, right? That no truth would take this many people, you know, to be running around screaming demons and not knowing what to do with it. Because that's really what I see us doing in this little T truther community, whether we're pointing out at the elite or whether we're looking at it like some spiritual thing we don't understand, you know. So, you know, demonstrate, money, moon, they all tie into fertility, and almost like eggs were the first currency. I know I'm making a bunch of leaps there, but I don't have a slide presentation. It's just in the language. And so right back to what you said, this demons that people get possessed with, I'm pretty sure is their own confusion, at least at this low level. And I'm not trying to point fingers out at any more than I've got 3 pointing in, you know, the, that inside, that dissonance that happens inside at the same time that resonance happens, you know, or at, like, in terms of something being so unholy, it turns you to something holy. And then again, people turn to a religion outside of themselves, thinking they've figured something out. And I think there's something really for us to look at in that if we're running around still sharing pieces of a puzzle from 2 years ago, because we're kind of stuck. We're stuck spiritually with information that causes dissonance amongst us in different at different resonances. And we've got some people out here like really, really stuck on, say, QAnon, and you can tell. So, and I'm not trying to discredit where their research has taken them, but how could the truth be something that has your brain split like that? You know, I just would like us to start moving towards understanding that, at least my theory is, we're addicted to each other as a community. We have a good chunk of partial truths that's better than the lies we were told. And if we can all just breathe and care about each other, regardless of the game of YouTube, we're here in this community because we made all the same, we read papers, we made clicks, and even whether you hit likes or not, we read things, we've been places, we did research, and it goes back beyond this app. They've always been connected, all of these, the whole internet is connected, you know. So especially when they started giving us social networking apps and ways to share papers and stuff, I think every click we ever made brought us here. And doesn't matter what we don't resonate with each other, that's all just high school games making us distracted from the fact that we have way more in common than we don't. All of us, even the people in complete wars right now.
I agree. And
Yep.
I don't know why people, I guess we were pretty much, the system has created for people to always look at the negative and everything, you know. And sometimes you have to look at the negative to make it positive, to fix the problem. But a lot of this bickering and arguing stuff. But anyway, what the hell were we talking about in the beginning of this? It's going to the demon possession. If you look up demon possession and what parasites do to you, they align a lot of it. And I've had pictures of Jesus or a priest pulling demons out of the mouth, and it made me think about these parasites and stuff. That you ever see like doctors in these videos pulling them out of they'll cut them open or even out of the colon and stuff. Oh my God, it's like, that's crazy stuff. And it says this is all for educational purposes only. I don't ever give medical advice. This is just stuff I read. That a parasite it reminds me of the movie Venom. You know how Venom latches on and controls that dude in a way. People say, nah, man, parasites don't control you. Oh, they don't? Then why do they tell you what to eat? All that sugary stuff you be craving and stuff. The parasites telling you, feed me, and I need this. And it makes sense. And parasites can also have you be delusional and shit. Like, you won't be yourself. Look it up. Read into it. Dig.
Yeah.
Not you, I'm saying, everybody.
Yeah. Well, that's what I would say, though. We get back to this idea that whether we're talking about a parasite, a virus, a germ, a bacteria, like, let's just trust that there's an ailment causing something, right? Like something foreign. Well, but if here's what I'm trying to say. Is what if those things are have been suggested to us too, and that illness that manifests in us that they can claim is something microscopic that they don't give us the microscopes to investigate ourselves. I see what you're saying. Sorry. Anyways, my point was that what if those are things that are actually we're manifesting inside of ourselves? Now, I know with parasites, we can actually see those come out of our body in a parasitic cleanse, as traumatizing as that can be. So I'm trying to figure out the relationship between illness and these things. If there's something that inside us they feed off outside the diet. Right? So what if those things are actually feeding off some sort of dissonance that exists in us more so than food, like we see worms in the soil? These, we already know that in our system,
wow,
we have electricity, right? We have some form of bioelectricness to our beings. And then what if these little things actually feed off that?
And I seen a worm the other day. I just had, because you said worms, and it was the biggest worm I ever seen in my life. It was right after it rained in the early morning. It looked like a snake, but anyway, that's how big it was. A mini snake.
Wow. I've seen those
a
too.
worm.
The ones they pull out of the ground and stuff.
Yeah, it was like a night crawler. It's huge. I thought it was a baby snake. I'm like, man.
Well, if you think about how the seed turns to a plant with the soil, like, I know there's biology and chemistry to it, but we never talk about the alchemy. There has to be some sort of electric force. We know that these plants have the same sort of bioelectricity. What if it's the worms turn, like I'm just saying there's more, I think there's something to this. There's something to this. There's something to the electrical charge of things having something to do with the growth of other things. So I know like death begets death and life eats life here, you know, but there's also the idea that that energy is also, I don't know, I just think there's something energetic going on that is in a cycle of something we don't understand, and we've made it all be biology and chemistry, and that energetic transfer is imperative, is an imperative and an integral part of our misunderstanding, part of our lack of knowing. Not No says, pulling the spirit from us that they have initially planted, harvesting them for profit.
Huh.
Not No. Some worms are old friends.
Like, even when they describe hell and all this stuff underground, there's nothing. When you die, we all go to hell. All our bodies rot into the ground. There's nothing heavenly about your body getting eaten up by bugs and worms and deteriorating back into the soil, or not back, but into the soil, and your energy allegedly going upward. Like when I read a lot of Manly P. Hall, it just opened up new doors for me, and it allowed me to see things differently and for what they are. It took the spookism out of it, you know. It took the fear they plant into you in church and all this stuff, and it kind of elevated my mind state. You know, religion and all these ideologies will anchor you down and not allow you to elevate and see things differently. They plant that fear inside of you and control you. They steer you with it.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, definitely a big part of this system is designed to retard us. It's retardation. It slows us down. It stunts us.
The indoctrination of a nation. The masses are so blind they can't see what they're facing. They've lowered our vibration. We've lost concentration. They poison our body through food and medications. Let me chill.
Original Beats by Charles. I guess that's the bars, sorry. You guys know, one thing I always talk about on my channel, Charles, is I'm a bad DJ. I've definitely never been someone who's up on any kind of musical trends or anything. I've been listening to the same CDs for God knows how long. And I'm always enjoying being exposed to music by other people, but I am basically, I wouldn't say musically illiterate because I can play the piano, but I am, I don't know the language. I wouldn't be able to tell you what classification a lot of music is. I can get jazz mixed up with classical, like, not so much that bad. Jazz is usually one of the ones that I can tell right off the bat. It's not my cup of tea. It's very avant-garde most of the time. But I am the kind of person that I like the people around me to be happy. So if the group enjoys the music, I enjoy the music.
Like,
and I get I get exposed to a lot of music over here on your channel, and it's that rap has taught me a lot. Interestingly enough, stand-up comedians, amateur stand-up comedians on the island here, they were all into rap battles. Wordsmithing crosses over, storytelling, comedy, giving talks like TED Talks or Toastmasters, rap. I know it sounds like it doesn't relate, but definitely anyone who loves language can really learn to love rap if they never got into it. It's beautiful. It's a craft.
Yolanda said, that's where I am with it, Charles. I'm taking the fantasy out of my information and the logic part of these mythos. That's how I came to understand the zodiac references. And I want to say, I forgot what I was going to say. There's something I wanted to quote on that. It'll come back to me about this. No, I stopped looking at pictures. It was distracting me, but because there was so much good architecture they were shown inside the buildings, and I was just blown away by the wood. The old wood architecture is insane. It's way better than today's bland, boring borders and staircases. They got a staircase with a chandelier built into the. I'll show these pictures. It's gonna blow your mind, but you know they meaning the churches and all that. That's how it's like manipulation of the mind, psychological war to the fullest to get money out of you too. Not only to control you and fear, they use the fear to get money out of you. And when you start to see things and realize that you are God and the devil, that's the concepts of good and evil. You're able to realize you're the power. You know, you're in control of everything. You know, people try to manipulate you and get you to do things, but always remember you said yes or no. You know, and I've went over this before about the finger pointing. It always starts with you. Because regardless of the situation, you could be mad someone manipulated you, but you still chose to do it. So, and a lot of people can't own up to their fuck ups. Now, I've realized in life through my own mistakes, anyone could lie and stick with a lie, but in the end, when you're lying, at least for me, it eats me away that I gotta lie, and it's even harder to accept you fucked up and to move on with it, and you know, that's gangster to me. That's more of being a man, and stepping up to the plate and saying I fucked up. And when it comes, you know, people say, you know, don't snitch and this and that. I agree with that, and that's why when I did stupid shit, I did it by myself. So therefore, if I got caught, you know, don't. It's all my fault, and I ain't got to worry about no one telling on me. So,
yep, it's a perfect. That's a perfect, you know, real verse. A perfect real verse example that ties down into the metaverse here. You know, it's in the community that we socialize in. There's a lot of entertaining drama. There's a lot of people that know each other. There's always going to be human mistakes. I know I myself can be influenced, obviously. I also am, though, a human who can take information in and correct myself. I'm one of the most, at least I felt like I'm very accountable out here. I apologize to people. I get in touch with people. I run into them again. We have the conversations. But, you know, in the drama end of things, you know, everyone's sort of always looking for those mistakes to jump on to make the next sort of stage of the drama interesting. But that's where the influence happens the most, actually. You know, we're so addicted to each other that we want that personal, that's my theory is anyway, we want that personal juice, that personal, you know, like, oh, something to distract us or something. So it's interesting to see that not only the influence that the choices I've made in the last few months are like rapid fire. And even my own rapid fire spinning on a dime, spinning on a dime, spinning on a dime, you know, to some people has looked calculated, to others it looks scattered. Just those two diagnoses alone, though, calculated or scattered. But point being, it seems to be the metaversal hugest mistakes that everybody focuses on and wants to share it, not just about me in any way, shape, or form, in about any character, any person out here. People look for those slip ups and they point them out. And it's almost like people are running around asking everybody else to be accountable for, like, it's like snitching. I'm not calling it snitching because we're in YouTube and it's safe in here. It's safe in here to run around with that kind of energy and distraction because we love drama. But there's something in that is a lower vibration than us celebrating each other, in my opinion. But I've been that way out in the real verse, you know, not in the metaverse, out in the real verse. You know, I went to grab some stuff late last night from the car and I walked past the neighbor's doorway that had 2 bags of garbage outside, and they're a young couple with their second baby. And we live in such an autonomous society that I just picked up the garbage bags, big garbage bags, and carried them out. You know, it was late at night. And I'm not doing that to brag about my own charity. I'm just saying that's the kind of person that I am. You know, I pick up garbage. I help people. I'm kind to people. I uplift people. You know, I see someone out in the real verse upset, I sit down on the bench with them. I'm that kind of person here in YouTube too. Getting caught up in some of the lore and playing along is like taken so seriously. It's hilarious that even when I get caught up in my feelings, feeling the lack of humanity here in it all and learning how unreal it all is, there's a real aspect to it that is happens to our spirits if we're downtroddening each other more than we're uplifting each other. And it's an unfortunate byproduct of the desire for that sort of Jerry Springerness. We all did it. We all got into it with whatever got us away from the television. The newspapers do it to us. Like, it's not like we're devolving in here. It's a byproduct of the media we'd already consumed. And it's just, my nature is to see the best in people. My nature is to understand that there's lore and that there's jokes. And even though I'm a human who can get caught up in it as I learn and evolve as a YouTube avatar, you know, I'm still a human behind it, and we all are. And we'll all, you know, I think you get back to that idea, form opinions down here based on some of us focusing on people's worst moments. And then we form bonds, you know, with the people that can laugh at that. But it's the same as laughing at the drama. So I just think there's something to this social experiment that allows us to act out things that we didn't do in the real verse and couldn't do in the real verse. But I think people get into character pretty serious down here. I know I myself have, but I spin on a dime and I self-correct. And I enjoy that. I enjoy that aspect of me. I enjoy that aspect of the Bex factor.
15 minutes later. No, I'm joking.
We don't have my soundbite anymore. So, but yeah, it's just something that I think that I ponder a lot based on the different optics that I've been in, and the different responses to those optics, and the times where I've been in, I'm influenced by the optics to agree with and help people understand why that optics is there. But just like I was running around thinking too much, using my brain too much to extrapolate and justify. I was using it to extrapolate and think about anything. I think about anything. I think that exercise in general influenced me to be able to justify anything I'm sitting beside as well. I mean, you're there and the optics are high. So I've definitely said things that I don't mean. But that being said, I've come up with some amazing theories and philosophies based on my own behavior, my own being influenced, the friends I've made, the responses, you know, the supporters, the haters, like it all teaches me something. So these YouTube screets actually have done a lot of healing for me. And I just think there's something to it. I'll always argue for a community that uplifts each other more than we push each other down. And so long as there's a balance where we're leaving each other better off in the end, and that's the goal. And that, you know, no one of us, there's no reason why any one of us should be outcast in terms of like some sort of weird, and I'm not saying this for a plea for myself. I'm not talking about me. Bex is fine. I'm saying it's more just in general. There's a trend amongst us that can get so caught up in it. Like, is it real or is it not real? Sort of the thing. And if it's not real, then, you know, can we look past? Yeah.
All the energy that's spent into tearing down and arguing and all that. Imagine if it was reversed and all the energy was put into uplifting each other and holding each other down, coming up with solutions and ideas on how to better each other and working with each other. I love that. Forgot the saying exactly, but they divide us up for a reason. And it's harder to conquer a unit of people than one at a time. You could get so much more working as a unit than, you know, as self. Like I always say,
100%.
if you get 6 people or however many to put in a G each, the amount of land you can buy, and you know, I don't know all the, like I've heard if you build a structure and there's no bathroom in it and you build an outhouse, there's so many loopholes into making it so you're not paying super taxes on everything. My main reason why I want land is to grow my own food, and I want to become self-sufficient, to where I don't have to depend on the system for mostly nothing, you know, even though that would be super hard, but it's possible. That's one solution, but nowadays it's hard to get people to see that and to come together for anything nowadays. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's hard.
Well, we lived pretty autonomously even prior to being isolated in 2020. I mean, they were amping up for that for a long time. In North America, we live in, at least where I come from, my family, some of the most, like, I don't know, the sense of autonomy that we're raised to have. Like, everybody needs their own fucking frying pan. Everybody needs to make their own meals 3 times a day. And if you don't get a mate, you don't buy in, you know, you're doing it all by yourself forever and you're supposed to be proud, like totally fucking a total slave to the system, you know?
Peace, sorry.
No,
I didn't
that's
say
fine.
peace to not know. Hey, I found out, I just want to interrupt real quick. I went into my I figured out how to do the not know thing. I did save it to my clipboard, but it's gone. But I know how to go do it again, where I could put the line through the letter no. You could put a line through your whole sentence. I figured it out. But yeah, anyway.
Oh, you figured out how to do the strike through.
Yeah.
Cool.
And you know, this thing on electricity, I don't know why. I just thought about, I was looking at my avatar, and just the word electricity, we've talked about this before. I think there's so much more to everything than we're taught. And the whole word of being taught, you know, I like to learn on my own. You know, I know people got to teach for some things like trades and all that. I get it, but even then, I like to learn on my own. Someone only got to show me once, and then I'm going to try to master it through trial and error. In electricity, I'm just so consumed by electricity right now. It's very interesting, and I think there's more to it. Like, you ever think about the body has no electricity? It's like a car, it's not going anywhere. There's no consciousness without electricity. So is electricity the consciousness? Does anyone ever think this stuff? Is electricity alive? Because they use electricity to bring you back to life. When they jolt you and they shock that power right back into you, you rise up. Boop, I'm alive. I understand the brain's like a memory card, but what's consciousness? You know, is it the energy? If there's no brain, is there memory? You know what I'm saying? Does anyone follow what I'm talking about here? I guess not.
Sorry, Charles, I had it muted. Which is good. I've been monologuing for 15 minutes. I was just kidding. I was going to say that, yeah, if there's no, you said that no memory without brain. Yeah, that's the thing I have. That's one of the theories I have about people, is that everyone's been taught to revere their spirit so much. Like, the spirit was so great before we got this body. And oh my God, it's going to be so great to go back to spirit, or whatever the next spirit in the body is, you know, when in fact, it's like the body is the conduit of the spirit. The spirit has no body has no power without the body. And in my theory, at least in right now, for sure, I can't assume, I'm not going to assume something about the idea of something when I have a body and a spirit in it right now. Why would I ever revere my body over my spirit? It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. The only thing that makes us revere spirit over body is our fucking fear of death. And our inability to reconcile what we inherently feel in our spirit or in our bones, and what we have looming in front of us, and what we've seen with all the devastation and people that pass that we know and we love. So it's some sort of inability. It's our amnesia. Our amnesia doesn't help us cognate that. There is no answer. And I know some people have connections to their grandparents. They claim they have connections and they see the spirits of their loved ones, you know, but that could be a trick of this system. That could very easily be a trick of the entire system. So I can't take what someone else is saying to be real in their mind. I can support it. I can say, I understand you talk to people, and even maybe through your own Akashic record, that's who you're talking to, but I can't take that as valid for myself. It doesn't happen to me that way, but I can support that for someone else. So I just think you're totally right there. Without the brain, there's no memory. There's no ability to remember. There would just be a spirit floating in eternity, and probably in bliss. Probably in bliss.
The flesh is like jumping in the car and driving. Your soul is jumping into the car of flesh to go to exist in this realm, in the physical. As far like these ghost videos people make where they have that thing that goes and it's going through channels and they hear voices and all, that could be picking up radio signals, TV stations, who knows? But as far as what movie was that when they captured this guy? They put him in a chamber and he passed away. And they had a chamber where it captured the man's soul. And he walked up to the window after the flesh is laying on a table. And he walked up to the window. He was stuck in the chamber because they figured out how to capture the soul or the spirit, whatever you want to call it. That's interesting because I think they have ways to capture us or trap us here. And like I said before about graves, 6 feet deep, 6 feet wide, and whatever. But why are you putting people in a airtight casket? Even though I've heard of organs turn to crystals and all that, but that's through mud fossiling. But I've heard the eyes turn to crystal because the eyes are prisms. That's why it takes in the light and all that stuff. That's very interesting on the eyes turning into crystals. But why are they putting us in airtight caskets and then with inside a sealed cement casket at that? A casket within a casket, and then you're buried. It's like, that feels a little like a prison to me. Let me be free.
Yep. Well, and there's a big channel I used to watch that that used to show a lot of pictures like you do. It probably still does. But they also shows that the old cemeteries had like cast iron little fences around graves and stuff, and that could very easily have held a charge, for instance, to keep some sort of electric around it, like, electric charge around the graves. That being said, since you just said that, what if there's no memory without the brain, and we know that there's some sort of electrical grid here that they're using to manipulate us? What if that's exactly what's causing the lack of memory? Is the frequency of the grid that we live on. They're altering the frequency of the grid that we live on, right? And that if we and the thing is people are like, yeah, well, that's why I said I just got to go into the forest, Bex, duh. Right? But I'll bet you sorry, I just got distracted by Maggot saying it's called grave fencing. They're just little low fences. But, the thing about getting far enough off the grid in order to get away from that electrical manipulation, they've definitely mastered it so that most of us couldn't or wouldn't walk that far. And it's only, you hear places of like India where people walk for 2-3 days to get home or something. It's strange to me that I wouldn't be surprised if you couldn't walk 3 or 4 days to get out of it. You'd have to go really, really far out. And I think people need the resources that we don't have anymore. We don't have horses.
Like people say, I was just thinking of the ether and the boat that the Egyptians sail on in that picture. Even though we know the aurora borealis, they say, is the souls, right? And the aurora borealis is green, so is the heart chakra, and it comes from the heart of the realm, the center, which is interesting. But we know that's electromagnetic energy. But it would be dope to do some experiments somehow and see, like, when have you ever been in a funeral home, how quiet it is? It's just a different atmosphere. The smell, it's always the same, no matter what funeral home I've been to. It's just eerily quiet for some reason. It's this thick air inside of these places. Maybe when they cut us open and drain us and all that, they're doing some sort of witchcraft on us. Who knows what they do down there where people ain't allowed, when they're chopping you up and pulling stuff out of you. I don't like that. That's weird to me. Leave people alone. What are you doing that for? And the explanations they give, like taking your blood out and stuff. Blood is also the Holy Grail. What's his name? I was reading in the book. Manly P. Hall said the blood is the Holy Grail, and no one has the same DNA, and DNA holds the memory of everything. So blood is the Holy Grail. It kind of makes sense of why they drain all our blood. But what if they took people's blood and made veins in these robots and used the blood to operate robots? And, you know, there's just so much we're not being told, and I
Well,
question
and
everything.
that's the part that, you know, I use it as an analogy, and the analogy I use for the way I see the electricity that runs in our blood is like if you put electricity, high electricity through the cables, some of the electrical cables that run around, you know, that run in the ground or pole to pole, I'd imagine that charge is such that metal becomes a little bit plasmatic, you know, like verges on a form of plasma as the charge flows through it. So in our blood, in the middle, I see it more like in the middle of our blood is a teeny tiny thin thread of the electricity that is our spirit, that is us. And so when they drain the humor from the body, and they drain all the humors, that's what they're called. And humor animates us, you know, gives us life in terms of, and I don't just mean, yeah, it's humor as in comedy, but also humors are more than that. Like philosophically, my father was taught as a doctor that all the fluids of the body are humors. So they take all those fluids. They're obsessed with all the fluids. But definitely I'm with you on that. If our blood is capable of carrying a charge that is the spirit of, you know, for me, of Bex, then isn't there the capability of even electrically charging that blood with not our spirit potentially and doing exactly what you say? Like, to me, it's plausible.
It's
You know,
a
animating a
possibility.
robot. Yeah. Animating a robot with some sort of specific coded charge that allows that blood to work like, yeah, to work in something. I don't know. Just to me, it's definitely our blood is way more complicated a system than they've presented it even in biology. Yolanda's asking, in the black goo that they find in some of those lead caskets, WTF is it? Well, I think that's exactly I even think that's where they're not lying about oil and stuff. Like, I think we do we do reduce to an organic substance that is the opposite of inorganic. It's the most lucrative, useful death goo on the planet, whether it's en masse and in reservoirs in the ground below us, or whether it's on a micro scale, one body in a casket. I'll bet you that stuff is liquid gold, Yolanda, as gross as that sounds. Just my thoughts. Maggot says, God is coming back to save me and no one else. Just going to be me and him in heaven. Oh, that was after he said, I'm going to eat a grenade. Oh, my friend, you're so funny. The reanimating, exactly. Let me just remember, I get lost in the 1828 dictionary quite often. Sorry, I call the dictionary my Bible. And trans animation was exactly what they called the animating something with the spirit of someone else. The idea of
Well,
being able to take a spirit and put it into something else.
were you here yesterday when I was reading about, I left off, I was reading about the dome and how, I was reading about all the tribes in Australia, all the Aboriginal tribes, the Sky World and all that. And I left off on the underworld, which would be perfect for the last chapter, which isn't long. I had read this stuff before. I erased it anyway because got pissed off yesterday. But some seem to disagree about being able to climb. They use these trees as a highway, and the realm that's above, or was above, maybe it fell. And they talk about the land of the dead and the souls and stuff. And they seem to think the Aboriginals of Australia, how I don't know how true this stuff is, but they seem to think the souls of the babe, before the souls go into the baby, it comes from the underworld, not above, which is different. It's reversed. Let me see. The land of the dead. I thought maybe this is the wrong one. I thought I left off the underworld. I did. Is this the same one? Fall of the Sky Dome. I don't know if you were here for that. No.
I wasn't. I'm sorry I missed it.
It's alright.
I was.
I don't
I
even
did pop
think
in.
this is it. I don't think this is the correct one. Stars in a terrestrial landscape. But anyway, I thought it was interesting how they said the souls come from under.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm reading right now, the land of the dead. The spirits of the dead went to and resided in the sky world with the ancestral heroes, but as frequently, there was a specially designated earthly place of sojourn for the dead, always located well away from that of the living. Sometimes it was located at the eastern or western edge of the sky, or on faraway islands. It could be located behind one or more of the fixed stars, as in Arnhem Land, where it was held to be in a cave on an island behind Barnumber, excuse me, the Morning Star. They call it Bar, it's spelled Barnumber. Let me see if I could put this in the chat. What's that noise? Somebody's cutting up herbs. The Morning Star, it says, on the island is believed that the spirits dance on this island, sending out morning stars to different parts of Arnhem Land, because the spirits send out their stars attached to strings, which they pull in again at dawn. The humans imitate these actions in their morning rituals. They represent the morning star using a large pole with feathered strings and balls. And it says in central and northern Arnhem Land, mortuary or morning star ceremonies known as Sari business are performed to ensure that safe passages and transition of the deceased souls to the land of the dead. The ceremonies are associated with an ancestral being known as Wulu Mumu, who it was believed hunted stingrays and gathered yams at Gakulu on Elko Island. With the vines from the yams, Wulu Mumu made the feather-covered strings that they then attached to the morning star. Now you see a lot of people use this morning star, even in religions. Barnumber, Barnumber, whatever. A deceased person's spirit could also return to a particular place where he or she originated. Among the Yarralin, for example, one aspect of a person is identified with his or her breath or wind. And when a person dies, life leaves with the wind. If the person dies far away from home, the breath or wind can be seen as a shooting star returning to its own country. If the person dies in his own country, the wind or breath may be associated with a particular star as it passes over to another body to be born again. These people also have a sky country where the spirits of the dead are people transferred with the aid of ceremonial morning rituals. The long streaks of light from the setting sun are roads or strings on which the dead travel, escorted by custodians of the dead. Interesting, no?
Very interesting. I mean, I know it's because I'm so used to being able to rewind backwards and listen to something again. I almost want you to read it again. It's fucking gold.
What, that paragraph?
Yeah, it's just fantastic. I mean, you don't have to, but you feel free to. I mean,
it says, a deceased person's spirit could also return to a particular place where he or she originated. Amongst the Yarralin, for example, one aspect of a person is identified with his or her breath or wind. And when a person dies, life leaves with the wind. If the person dies far away from home, the breath or wind can be seen as a shooting star returning to its own country. If the person dies in his own country, the wind or breath may be associated with a particular star as it passes over to another body to be born again. These people also have a sky country where the spirits of the dead are people transferred with the aid of a ceremonial morning ritual. The long streaks of light from the setting sun are roads or strings on which the dead travel, escorted by custodians of the dead. A shooting star also signals death amongst the Quadji people of eastern Cape York. The people follow the passage of the shooting star across the sky, and if, as most often happens, the star merely crosses the sky, they say someone from another area has died. But if a report is heard in conjunction with the shooting star, the people know someone from their own area is dead. Amongst the Karawjuri in the northwestern Australia, too, shooting stars also indicate death, usually the death of an important man. The direction the shooting star takes indicating where the death had occurred. Amongst the Gundungurra of the Blue Mountains area in New South Wales, the place of the dead was at the end of the sky towards the sea. On arrival at the other side, the spirits of the dead find a large bridge which they cross, and then dive down through a tunnel, at the end of which is a fiery mountain. They pass over this and then meet their friends. And then it says the nature of stars, and it'll go into that. But yeah.
that is so cool, Charles. I want that book. It actually
Yeah, it's not the original though one I had. Like I kind of like this one because it has stuff. Because I remember the other one I read, I can't find it. It's not in my documents, the PDF, but I cannot find the original. It's called The Star People. I can't find that freaking PDF the original one had. It was so much better than this. Because, you know, I don't know. Me personally, it bothers me when people are telling someone else's story, even though I'm not saying they can't do it right. It's almost like a German man teaching Africans their history, right? That never lived there or know nothing about it. They're just, you know, to me, history should be told by the people. You know, I'm not saying that this wasn't notes taken and then it's correct. I'm just, they sometimes put stuff in their own way, and it's just not, you know, history. I seen something where this woman was like, when she was in school, she went to a private school, and she had a problem with the so-called white man teaching African American history, right? And I get it, because my opinion is the only history you should be taught is through your mother, your father, and your grandparents. The real history of you. School, just, come on. That's the only history I think that should matter to you, is your families. Now, I'm not saying you can't be interested in other cultures and learn, but that's why I used to ask people that were in their culture questions instead of reading books. But you know, I've read a lot now. I used to never read years and years ago, but you know, because everyone has opinions on stuff. But yeah, I think it's very interesting. I'm pretty sure a lot of this stuff is true, and some people think it's bullshit I've talked to, and I personally think they did climb these trees to an upper land of some sort. I don't think space is vast, and it's endless, right? I think there's some firmament, and that could be the ground to an upper realm. Who knows? I can't answer that. I've never been up there, but it's very interesting. We know there's an underworld.
Yep.
It just sucks that life's so consumed with slavery, and it keeps people so consumed with getting money, paying bills, and working their freaking life away, and we can't explore for the most part. You know, life would be so much more amazing. I always wanted to be an explorer, and I felt like that child in that movie by what movie was that, when the lady told the child sorry because he said I want to be like Magellan, if I'm not quoting this wrong, and she pulled the map down and said sorry, the whole world's been explored already, or some shit like that, man. And the kid was broken, man. That what she said destroyed. I think that was the movie what's his name? Jim Carrey was in, you know, at the end of the movie when his boat hit the wall and he went up the stairs, and I always forget that damn movie. When his whole life was on TV.
Truman Show?
Yeah, the Truman Show. I think that's where it was him as a child. He wanted to explore like Magellan. Anyone remember that? And the Truman Show, and the lady pulled the map down and says sorry, you know, like that's another thing about the globe, that I just think there's way more to this place. Like even as a child, I could never picture these titans, right, that go up into the cloud eaters running around on a little ball. There'd be no room for all these titans. It would have to be an infinite plane of some sort. So let's see. Not know says maybe it's the resonance or tuning of it, not designed for a woman to play. Oh, I don't think that has anything to do with it. I would like to know how we ended up with evil ruling over us. Me too. I thought about that, Orphan Annie. Like maybe, like if you look at the old world, I like to call it, it almost looks like all across this realm, everyone was on the same page. The architecture, it's all over. And you know, if you look at the statues, it's women. Now, I think there was queens that was running the show. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Man or woman could run the show as long as they're doing it right. Peace, Nagajini. And I think evil and greed created like a band of people that wanted to overthrow. This realm was probably on the same page, and there was no someone wanted it for themselves or a group of people. There was no starvation, there was no homelessness, no drugs, probably like there is now. Maybe there was drugs, but not like now. You know, everyone is living in peace and happiness. No one was homeless. They all had land and they were growing their own food. And somebody just wanted to rule everything, man, and just overthrew. That's why I think another reason why they knocked down the old world stuff. And you know, I just look at the old world and want to live there in it. Like, if people do research, I've mentioned this before, they have underground tunnels that connect the Hindu temples all the way to South America, the Aztec, or Mexico, the Aztec temples that they used to take, I think it said 6 months of travel or 3 months. They used to walk these tunnels and they called them their brothers. And they would, I was reading that in the, I think it was the Aztec or Inca or one of them. And no, it was the Hindu, sorry, PDF I had downloaded about the temples, and they spoke about the travels. Who knows? It's a good question of how evil. And we've been duped into just sitting back because we're told one day they'll burn in hell, right? They'll pay for theirs. No, they need to pay now and be held accountable. You know, this Jesus guy and all these sky daddies haven't done shit to better this place. So when are people going to get their head out of the ground and start holding these people accountable so we can better this place? I don't buy when people say, oh, this is hell and there's nothing we can do. No, I'm not buying none of that.
I agree, Charles. And I think it really does come back to understanding the power that exists inside each and every one of us, and the amplification that we have as a group when we're resonating on the same frequency. I think personally, this app shows me that. This app actually shows me that I can be resonating with people on the same frequency that are so far from me. I have to study why we're together, you know, because we are on a similar frequency. We're here, you know, millions of, you know, all, like I said before, all the clicks, all the things we read brought us to where we are. So, you know, that's why I think there's this spectrum, right? You know, you look at the most pious judging the most deviant, and the most deviant judging the most pious. And I'm not talking about myself here, you know, but I can talk about myself on some fronts on that scale where not only has being able to see someone so far down the spectrum from me helped me get more in touch with my, how can I say it, but where my own, you know, you can only sit in judgment long enough till you understand what you would do or how you would behave, say in retaliation or something like that. And you can just see this escalate, you know, it exists inside yourself to behave the same way. And I'm never here to tell someone else what to do. But if you do something really far off from something I would ever do, then I am only going to pull back into this less, even further deviant from that. So just like the most deviant person can look at the most pious and be like, you're a fucking goody two shoes, and I think you're missing out on life, and, you know, don't yuck my yum, you know, like there's just this there is that yin and yang, that if you couldn't see each other, you wouldn't be evolving into what you are on the other end of the spectrum. And I know from one side, you know, from the religious point of view, a pious person looking at someone on a debaucherous scale would say, oh my gosh, you're devolving, I'm evolving. I'm not a religious person. You know, I can look at that person on the other end of the deviant spectrum and think, wow, your behavior allows me to choose my behavior, and I can choose something different than an equal and greater reaction. I'm not fucking Einstein here, you know, like,
Peace,
so.
peace, Maybach.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that. Sorry, Bex.
I saw that. No problem at all. No problem at all. I was done. It was perfect timing. So I just think there's something to that yin and yang, something to that that dependency on a spectrum of some sort, that if you're not sitting in judgment, like, I mean, yes, you can sit in judgment of someone, I get dramatic about that word. I like to say, I'm here because I'm with you on the fact that I believe that we're gods and we've lost connection from our source, or we've suffered some sort of mass devastation and caused us amnesia, and we're just here doing a system defrag. At least that's how I thought I saw it. Are we trapped here? Now, if we're trapped here, are we trapped here by like evil doers, or is the evil that exists in people something that's because it's greater than the good in all of us? Is that what traps us here? And there's actually nobody in charge? They say the love of money is the root of all evil.
We might be bamboozled to believe these people are rulers, but they're not. They're just bamboozling us to take our money and all this and to control us. And in reality, we are the gods and the controllers of our own destiny. We've just been fooled to follow these people and do what we're told. That's my whole thing.
Well, yeah, and if they keep us resonating in the collective, if collectively we're resonating at a lower frequency, so that imbalance is greater on the negative. So you've got people at the very top being so wealthy for so many generations, they actually believe they're better and different than everyone else. And then we sit here thinking, well, they must be. And then we've got all this, anyways, I'm just saying that there could very easily be the case that there's a bunch of conditions in our humanity that we perpetuate in a way that even the more information we find out about them, has our frequency increased because of the information we've taken in the last 3 years? Or have we, as a group of rebels and truth seekers, even before the last 3 years, or have we somehow taken in information that's actually having us collectively resonate at a lower frequency for a while? And if we are, is that only so that we can rebound back to an even greater positive frequency, or is it designed to drag us down? And we drag ourselves down with the beliefs that they don't even have to be doing anything to us. We already knew they had all the money. They've always had all the money. They've always had all the land. Nothing's changed in our lifetime to suddenly have us being like, oh my God, they have so much and we don't. It's always been that way. So why suddenly are we full of information such that we're now pointing fingers up, still screaming, fuck you, rich people, And I know it's not just rich people, but the rulers they do have everything, right? So
yeah, but Maggie said it's a jail. He says, we've been sent here. What age you die is how long you got. Well, I've always firmly known it don't have to be a jail. Like I say over and over, if people could put aside all the differences until, it's a lot of excuses and bullshit to divide us up. And if we could clean this place up, which can be done, I'm just not the type that can sit back and better, it's always you always have to better yourself. I get it. It starts with you always. But I want to, people tell me you can't help everyone, and I get it. But if I can start something and have people, start a domino effect, we can clean this place up. It starts with us, is right. Why do people always wait for the government to do something? They have so much hope in these fucking bums that have taken everything, poisoned everything, and do all this crap. If it can't, how many generations have people voted and these people have done nothing, right, to better anything? I think every time a president gets in, it's gotten worse and worse. The only time anything's been decent was Trump got in, and I still don't trust that dude. So it's going to have to start with us. And I just refuse to think we're in a prison. You know, I respect everyone's perspective, but, well, let me rephrase that. We are kind of in a prison, but like I said, man, it's up to us to change this stuff. And I don't give up. I'm not going to accept defeat, you know, and that's even if we die. You know, I thought I was going to die a few times, and I still woke up. So, does death exist? Maybe not. Like Bex always says, death might be another bamboozle.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just something about, I don't even want to talk about that, but when you're born, you know what's done to you. Maybe because there's been children born and they haven't remembered their past life, if that's true or not. But it's pretty interesting. Many hands make light work. Yeah. Yeah, death is birth and birth is death. I know we can change this place, and I know it's happening already. At a slow pace, not as quick as I want, but it's happening, and I'll never give up, and that's all I gotta say.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I see Marcel saying death is just a new beginning, and Naga's saying life and death is two different ends of the same rope. You know, but honestly, death is something that we theorize and hypothesize 100%. Like if we were immortal creatures that actually had some program running on us, you know, we would be, and we lived forever until that program was running. We would all have so many lives to remember, so many wives, so many children, so many different roles, because eternity was so long before we got there. We can't fathom putting our spiritual experiences into one 120-year lifespan. It's just, you can't. So we get presented this 120 year or 82 years or 72 years, you know, and our spirits try and cognate that and try and reconcile our Akashic record into that. And to me, it's something I've been doing since I was a child. I don't believe in death. You know, I just don't. I won't. I see it happen. But for me, until I take my last dying breath in hospice, I just won't believe in it. And I know that sounds like I've got a cognitive dissonance by choice. Yeah, they gave us that shit. They programmed us that shit. You're allowed to hold two beliefs, contradicting beliefs, that incongruency, you know, if they don't cause you dissonance, right? So it's not actually a belief, it's just an acceptance of what is. I'll accept what is, but I won't believe in it, you know, because I've been given enough stuff to show me that beliefs actually seem to have some effect on this realm. Our collective beliefs have some effect on this realm. And so I'm just one little person believing for myself that there's a program running. I don't have past lives. I don't have past life memories, you know? So I find that very convenient. I find that very convenient for my belief system. I don't want outer body travel. And again, I trust that people have that cord connected to their body just fine. My job is stay in the body, pull this whole spirit, pull my higher consciousness, pull every aspect of Bex into Bex so that I can fucking be the God I'm supposed to be, for crying out loud. Even if you believe in that creation story, I can't believe that people would believe that an omnipotent being with no shape could create something in their image. The creation in something's image that whole story says, of someone who didn't even have form. So that image is creation. That spirit is created in the image of a created spirit. So to me, right in the very beginning, it tells us we are the gods, period. Orphan
Annie said, people in prison at least get a warm bed, 3 meals, a shower, and don't have to worry about paying bills month after month, year after year. I kind of disagree with that. If you're not strong in prison and you allow people to step on you, they'll extort you to pay. Whether it's sex or, you know, especially these lifers. When you get up into a level 4, you know, it's not the RAPE. A lot of that in prison, they give it up. But if you're weak, they'll step all over you. You'll pay some way. And then if you're in an organization, you got to pay dues every month. So either way, it's hell in there, and it's probably more dangerous in there than it is in the street. If you're not a warrior, you're gonna get preyed on very quick. You can't even allow someone to fart behind you. If someone coughs on you and you don't assess that situation, that's a sign of weakness. It's another ball game in there, man. I've seen people fight over someone borrowing a magazine and ripping the page out. Stupid shit. Owing the soup. Well, it ain't stupid in there. Actually, your word's everything. But fuck prison. At least this prison is way bigger than that little ass prison in your cell. At least this worldly prison, you could walk around more. But yeah, and Annie says, don't go to hospice, and I agree with that. My mom was in hospice, and it was the people in there. It's devastating to watch people sick like that, and the treatment is terrible. I don't get it. Why are you gonna get a job to help people and do go out of your way to not, just because you have problems at home and then you take it to work on people that are passing away and sick and take it out on them? That's horrible, man. What type of shit is that? And I've seen it. And then let's see. Marcel says, with dead, I mean dying from the inside, because stuff that happens to us in life. After that, we move on with our life. But it's complete different and not, I don't know, stop there. Peace, faceplant, have a good day. Prison isn't Disney World, facts. I'll never forget, the lady in the hospice said, you know, your mom has a nice view, because it was in New London, Connecticut, and you could look out the window and see the ocean. And I'm thinking, so, right? Like, if someone's dying, and it just seemed like, for what my mother went through, you know, she was such a warrior. Just imagine having an operation with a 98% chance that it ain't gonna do anything but spread it faster, and that's what happened. She still stayed strong. She died twice on the table, was in ICU, still came home, lost all her hair with the CHEMO, still stayed strong. You know, I don't know if it was the Oxycontins, but she wasn't in really pain, it seemed. But once she went into that place, Anna, it was done. It seemed like it just sucked her life out of her. It was horrible. And it'll give you nightmares. That's why I tell people, man, I don't care who you are, especially your mother and father, brother and sisters, family. You're gonna sit and think of all the shit you shouldn't have done. You're gonna think life's too short to hold grudges and to not tell your parents or family you love them and help them and be there for them. That's your family. I think America's lost family structure. I speak from experience. If you got problems with your mother and father, get rid of the grudges, man. Life's too short. That's all, you know. I'm speaking from experience. Because when they're gone, you're going to dwell on a lot of shit. And it's been 22 years and I still can't let go of a lot of shit because I don't have the answers I want from my mother, you know what I mean? So it's like in limbo. And it still eats me up to this day. I'm trying to find inner peace to a lot of stuff. And it's difficult. So, you know, grudges, fuck that shit, man. Love your mother, your father, your family. Like I said, life's short. And hospices suck. Just imagine if we put all that energy into uplifting each other. You know how powerful we are as individuals? You know, like I said earlier about people conjure up spirits because I don't know why they do it, but they probably think they're going to have more power and this and that. Fuck the material shit. You as an individual are God. Everything God did in that Bible, we do now as individuals. So we're very powerful physically, mentally, spiritually, you know.
You know, I was just thinking about, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Charles.
Oh, go ahead. I was done.
I was just going to say, you know, I was reading Annie's comment about, let me just see if I can find it right here. Was it Annie?
Would you want anyone to come up? Maybe I forgot to ask you that.
Yeah, sure we can. Sure, we can totally open it up. We've been talking for 2 hours and 10 minutes. We've done a great job. I was going to say that Annie said that God, the creator of this, is a sadistic monster. What if there's no God?
Right.
What if the only thing keeping us here is our own fucking negativity and dragging each other down and not uplifting each other? And that literally, you know, why do we even believe that there is a Lucifer if we don't believe there's a good God? You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not trying to challenge the whole paradigm, but it just came to me where it's like there are people behaving so sadistically in this world in reality. And then, like we were talking about earlier, in this little metaverse place where there's no holds barred, right? It's not real, but we're still dragging each other down, real humans down, instead of uplifting each other, running around, you know, using the avatars that we could actually use to sort of develop different facets of ourselves. And sure, there's a playful aspect to that. There's a way you could call out each other in dramatic senses and still have that kind of like drama in real life and stuff. But I think that maybe there's no fucking creator at all. And the only thing trapping us here is that the negative drags us down. It drags us down so bad that even the most positive people are negative. And that's the trick. So what if there's no sadistic monster here? The sadistic monster is the collective souls of humanity, not fucking whatever, charging the mansions of the rich and saying, give us our fucking rights back, you stupid fucks. You know? Fuck the paperwork. Like, I'm a sovereign being. I'm an agent. You guys want to talk about agents? Yeah, I'm a fucking agent. I'm an agent for myself. You know, I broke my handler. There is, you know, they can't fucking MK Ultra me. Like, I'm just being dramatic, but I'm just saying straight up, like, you know, what if the whole created in the likeness of trapped us into juxtaposing against an evil God? And there is no God outside of us. There isn't a creator of this realm, period. We did it. You know what I mean? I don't know, just a thought. We trap ourselves here. They're the negative ones trapping us here, and we're negative about being trapped here, and boom, they succeed. Just a thought. Maggot, if there's no God, some poor dude got nailed to a hunk of wood for nothing. Oh my gosh. So funny. See, I believe if there is anything to that story, they're telling us the opposite of what's true. And I've said this before, and most of you might have heard it, but in Spanish, when you get drunk and you have a hangover, you wake up in the morning, they say, "Hiciste la cruz?" Did you make the cross? And they put their fingers out like an X. And it means, did you mix your alcohols? Did you drink wine with beer? Did you drink hard alcohol with beer? And that's a mixture, right? That's a crucifixion. So I believe that actually the crucifixion is actually the opposite story, where that's actually full on integration of spirit into body. Boom, enlightenment. No baby was born enlightened with the star up there in the sky. The star appeared in the sky when the dude got enlightened, perhaps. There's no bleeding from the cross story at all. Blasphemy, blasphemy. So just thought so. What you doing there, Charles? Sorry, friends, I had a little bite from my muffin. I didn't mean to talk with a little bit of food in my mouth. It's hard work up here. It's hard work we do up here talking. You gotta squeeze a meal in when you can. That's all I'm saying. Good morning, Esra. Nice to see you. What does this say? What are you saying? Woot! On my phone, so get ready for autocorrect roulette. And Jack says when they say Christ died on the cross, I think of astrology and I don't know why. Interesting you would say that. There's the Manly P. Hall's Occult Anatomy of Man actually ties a lot of that stuff together. And then also I was going to say that Charles and I did a decode. I don't know if it was on this channel or on one of his other two channels, but OTW came flying in one day and Charles and I were looking at pictures and OTW came up and said, go back a couple pictures. And the three of us spent a good hour on one picture. I was exhausted that day. Wasn't my strongest performance, but I'll tell you, that man dialed in it was a picture of the Virgin Mary cloaked in a robe with stars all around it. And he hopped in and said, hey, go back to that picture. Let's decode it. You're going through these things too fast. And it tied in the whole Virgin Mary and the whole sort of understanding of how the sun moves across the realm. And I don't even want to do it disservice by trying to tell you how much he brought to that. Yeah, how much he brought to that, to the stream, that with the three of us put our minds together and wow, one picture. Amazing. So it's all linked. The creation of the system, or the way the system works. There's got to be some creation story in it, in my opinion. In my opinion. Are you still there, Charles? He may have stepped away momentarily, friends. The Southern Cross looks just like a crucifixion cross. What is the Southern Cross? I could just Google it, but I'm up here chatting with you guys.
I'm back. Sorry. Peace,
No problem at all.
mind's eye. I had to use the bathroom. Mindful exposures. Who else jumped in here? That's it as far as I see. Damn it. Hold on. Snowy bear. All right. I had to light a cigarette. We all wear the Southern Cross. It's an outlaw statement, they say. But what about the crossroads? What if the cross represents the cross at the North Pole, the four lands that separates the lands? Or how about the cross represents the woman's reproductive system? The cross actually synchronizes to a lot of stuff. It's a tipped over. Cross tipped over is an X. X marks the spot. The crossroads, that too for the sun. There's just so much in symbolism. I like synchronizing symbolism. I see it everywhere. Like, I watched this new rap video by I forgot this chick's name, or man chick, or what's her name? She had a upside down 5-pointed star right next to her, and I guarantee you 90% of the people just look right by that and don't even realize. I see symbolism everywhere. Now, I think like a lot of these people and these like politicians in Hollywood, because the world's a stage, they like fool people into thinking like maybe some of them don't worship this Satan character, right? And they just they feed off of what people say to keep their name alive. It's all an act, a lot of it probably. And all these symbols, people say symbols create energy and power off them. Like they use symbols when they stand in a circle. They use certain candles and colors. Now, do people think that matters? You know, I've never done stuff like that, but you hear like, oh, they use red candles for this, and oh, they use. Does anyone think that shit matters and works?
I think it's the power of intention that people put behind it. It just you could do all that and amplify your ritual, but you also could just amplify the ritual without. It's about some creating some sort of basis to somebody that makes them feel empowered. So I agree. I don't think it's necessary, but I think because some people believe the power exists outside themselves, they need those rituals to draw the quote unquote power from outside themselves into themselves when they're just using their own power in the first place.
Because everything's infinite, I think, even energy. Because think about from micro to macro, as above, so below, as within, so without, all them sayings. You know, people say, because I use them sayings a lot, people try to say, are you a Mason? Are you this and that? I'm none of that. I don't. Look, they don't own symbols. They don't own the stars. When they name them their names, you can name them your own name. Like I said a million times, this is our experience. Don't let them hand you a reality. Create your own. This is your experience.
Exactly.
And always love yourself. They say that's evil and this and that. Why is that evil, loving yourself? Tell yourself you love you every day. Tell your brain you love it, your lungs, all that. Mind's eye, what's good? Peace.
What's happening, then? Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah.
Okay, top of
Good
the
to
world.
see you.
Yeah. Right back at you. Even though I ain't chewing on your back. Much love, Bex. I'm just chilling. I had to tap in, man, because you speaking on the symbol, so I figured I'd throw my 2 cents in the symbol.
Love it. Love it. What I love about what you do, Mind's Eye, is the fact that, people don't realize that every letter is a sigil. And then collectively, those letters form a sigil that they've told us what that means. And we collectively hold that understanding of the word chair to be a chair. Right? But independent, each one of those letters means something so much greater than than putting 5 of them together to represent the word chair and what we think a chair is. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna look up the symbol Y just for kicks to see, because there's so much more meaning than we call them letters, but like Beck says, they're sigils, they're symbols.
Yeah.
Yeah. Letters,
That's
numbers are all symbols.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then people get this idea that you write those numbers, you put those letters. So I block print out the word chair a block printout the word chair versus cursively writing the word chair, and somebody's convinced out there that because I wrote it in cursive, it's a spell. Fuck that shit. Okay? Fuck that shit. You know, that's just us playing with words and being like, oh my goodness, like I'm just saying, like it's the curse in that is the confusion that is the case. You know what I mean? Like the curse in telling yourself that writing in cursive is some sort of spell casting. The curse is the fuckery that you've just put on your own mind. In my opinion.
It says, what is the U symbol? In math, the symbol U represents the union of two sets. And anyone ever think, like, I didn't think of this till later in life, the double U, right, is the double U's. And, well, in fact, you said in German it's the double V, right?
Yep. In French, the W, and in Spanish, doble U. I think I've got that right. Anyways, yeah, but even in all the languages, some of them call them a double V, W. We know that German uses a double V because they say Volkswagen, right? Volkswagen. So the V at the beginning and the V at the second W, the double V in there is still pronounced as a V, Volkswagen. You know, that's why it's Charles Voss. Charles Voss.
It shows the Vesica Pisces as the U symbol. It says the U is the symbol for the atomic mass unit, and U is the symbol for one enzyme unit. In the International Phonetic Alphabet, the close back rounded vowel is represented by the lowercase u. U also the source of the mathematical symbol U representing a union. But I want to know, I should have put esoteric meaning, not because the symbols, are used in many ways, not just math and letters. Hold on, U, esoteric meaning.
Esoteric sound like so, tear it up. A lot of people don't say they comprehend things in their own way, and that's a take. That's a taking right there.
Lucid's in here? What's up, Lucid?
Yep.
Jay Phillips. Peace, bro.
Peace, Phillips. Much love to everybody in this joint.
Yeah, and nice to see you too, Daniel.
No doubt.
Or Gander. Daniel
Boone.
You know how you could see somebody writing in cursive? You know, instead say they have charisma with it, or it'd be something like spectacular. You know, where you never even seen anybody write till that time, because a lot of people just scribble and scrabble.
Scribble and scrabble.
You know, so it's like once you see that, you could get, say, intrigued, or say something could turn on, you know, inside of you, because it's like once you, I know it happened with me when I was real young, and I've been running around telling everybody that that's my main thing, or the hobby that I love to do, and it's art, you know. And these things, like it's like the artist can shift up, he can shift, or she can shift the way that they present their art, you know, before the next person could even catch on. They beat changed, you know, how they deliver things, or say, you know, a lot of meaning. Like, you would have to let them tell you what they doing, opposed to you just comprehending and thinking you know what they drawing or what they painting. You got to let them tell you, you know. So that's where I say about a take. where you either receive the call or you take it, you know. With interpretation, people will tell your story and they swear to God that they know what they talking about, where you are the one that's, you know, you got to put the left foot in front of the right, you know, in front of all of the people. You got to let, you know, say the audience must let the one performing say exactly what they're trying to say, so it won't be no confusion or, you know, fussing inside the message. And I yield right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like history, you know, it's the same as someone telling somebody else's it's like someone that's not even in your culture or family telling you, you know, who you are, right? Only
Right.
person that knows you and your family is you and your family.
Yeah. And that's what the whole thing could be, Charles. Like, we'll be fighting over the mic, like, hold up, like say the aggressor or the one that's being attacked, like say where you ain't trying to go there with it, you know, say because it becomes like a curse. The cursed people will be fighting, you know, say tug of war happens. It's like, you know, imagine somebody fighting over the phone. We talking about phonetics, you know, phonetics in the English language. And that's all it is. Like, we only fighting over the microphone so we can convey the message without, you know, say total wild war, you know, what you would see on the war floor or wherever it may occur. The battling.
Yep,
Yeah,
I hear you.
I like that.
I appreciate that perspective, Mind's Eye. And you really see it out here. You can really see it. That's the beauty of YouTube, actually. The
Yeah.
the microcosm that it presents as ability to observe, and the tools we have at our hands to run back and hold people accountable for, you know, their worst moments or whatever, instead of, like we said, uplifting the best, when really
Okay.
the desire to share a message, the desire to say something. Sure, some people could, I'm guilty of accusing people of just being up on panels to hear themselves speak. But how many people would say that about me? The people that don't find me interesting, the people that don't resonate with me. You know, some of it's true, right? Sometimes I get on my monologues, right? That being said, I feel like I have something to say. So does Mind's Eye, you know, and that idea that we're all
Respect.
so excited to share the message that we have, thinking that we've got something that other people need, when really it's the frequency with which we're talking that has people come and listen and either resonate with you or or have dissonance with you. But see, the people who have dissonance with you, they listen even more intently, you know. It's
That's
just
right.
interesting. I appreciate what you said. I really appreciate that perspective, Mind's Eye.
Right back to you. We all, you know, we all are reflecting. So that's how I see it. It's like someone could, you know, they could take what you saying and literally turn it into a curse that's a lie. We call them a lie, you know, and that's, you know,
Yep.
that's a shunning kind of sort of, you know,
Well, I like that. A shining, did you say?
shun, but it's the
Oh, a
same difference.
shunning. A shunning.
Yeah,
Yeah, shunning and a shining. You're right.
yeah. Like
Yeah.
a
And that's,
shun,
you know,
a dull your shine. You got it, Bex.
well, I was just thinking too that, you know, for the people, the kind of people that can like really, really amplify that shunning / shining, right? What does it say about them? You know, that they can highlight that about someone else? Like, what do they truly think about themselves? You know, again, I'm just I'm not trying to like be passive aggressive here. Like, I'm trying to understand this, like, because my psychology is different. I'm guilty definitely of hopping on board and very rarely in my life, but you know, I am guilty of participating in sort of groupthink in a way that has me not behaving characteristic of myself. Less in YouTube than in the real world, actually. YouTube, you can have your mask off more for me.
Mm-hmm.
But when I think about that idea of that person who can sort of take that worst moment or not even worst moment, can just take someone and purposely make the optics worse. You know, I just wonder what it says about the person who's doing the shunning / shining. Does it say that they actually revere you? Does it mean they revere you and they're too insecure to tell you that? Is it
Oh,
because
well.
they know you, they know they can draw a crowd with you and they want that different optics, the opposite optics of what the person thinks, like what I think I want? You know what I mean? It's just interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I don't, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like say people's plight. You know, I say the word brother, it can turn into bother, right? You know, and that's, if you ask me, that's kind of tying to, am I my brother's keeper? You know, um, like seeing a curse happen or it's a change. You know what I mean, Bex?
Yep.
It's a
Yeah, it
change.
is.
And
It's
a lot of people
and to
can't
be
see it.
honest, yeah, beautiful change.
Yeah.
You know?
They can't see the change. They can't see the turn. Like say the turn is the curse. Where somebody you know, out the blue, like they'll be pissed off.
Mm.
Or they'll be totally opposite of that.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, like
Yeah.
they be ready to like just brighten up the whole place. They be ready to, you know, say make everybody vibrate high.
So they're
You
just
know,
the yin to your
to the
yang.
yang.
The yin
Let's
to the
get it.
yang.
Yep. Yep.
Blessed
You
be,
can't see the
brother.
change sometimes.
Blessed be the yin
You
to my yang.
you know, that's like, you know how the yin and yang symbol, it turns. It
Yep.
turns like a dial. You
Yeah.
know, say that symbol is an old symbol. It's an ancient symbol that's dialed. You know, and a lot of people
Mm-hmm.
can't see this change that happens positive, be it positive or negative, dealing with the individual or the group. You know,
Good point. Good point. Because sometimes that, especially when you can look at the microcosm of YouTube, these metaversal experiences, right? Like that, the way that
yeah,
the yin and the yang of two content creators can bounce off each other, it has more to do with how the group responds and what their evolution is. And I'm not trying to say one way's right or one way's wrong, right? Each
right.
person is going to resonate with that yin or that yang, you
Yang,
know,
yeah.
and some people are going to bounce in the middle. Some people are going to be the quote unquote fence sitters, you know?
Some people, yep.
But
Some
yeah,
people gonna put a
unaffected
big
and
ass
just,
rock
yeah.
in the pot. You know, like imagine a bowl of soup and somebody come along with a brick that'll fill the whole bowl and push all of the soup out the bowl. Somebody gonna come in and do that kind of like, oh, that's your recipe. A big ass brick in the bowl. Like, no, you know, and that's kind of like David and Goliath, where that child had the rock. And y'all know the story. Y'all know what happened.
Someone got a
Yep.
phone call. It said,
That was
bah, bah, chicka, chicka.
that was me. Somebody text me. Much respect though, wise one. For real, man. Look, y'all got me seeing that the yin yang symbol, like you know how you mix water with say anything, flour,
It
and you
rises.
see it mix.
Oh, that's with heat. My bad.
What you say, Charles? I didn't hear you, my bad.
He was
When
thinking
you
of
mix,
yeast.
yeah, yeast, but you gotta have heat too. So
Okay, yeah,
Um,
everything. It's like where we see that yin yang symbol. That's everything we throwing in.
yeah, exactly. And that's where, see, I've always been the one that was like, I've definitely not lived any kind of pious life, okay, friends, but definitely in terms of like trying to be great and humble at the same time, you know, trying to uplift anyone to be where I'm
Mhm.
feeling when I'm feeling proud of myself, because they say pride is not a feeling of evolution, but that's all that religiosity, right? Like it's excessive pride that is the downfall of people. So if I am proud of myself for doing something, say I paint a painting and it's the best painting I've ever done, and I'm like, oh my God, look what I've done. Like that's the
dope.
best painting I've ever seen, right?
Ain't that
Now,
something?
I'm not here to look at your paintings and be like, mine's better than yours. I might think it is because I painted it, not your paintings. But so long as I can understand that, you know, the paintings you guys make are just as beautiful as mine, even if I can't see it, you know, like I don't see it because I'm proud. I'm just proud of us all for painting. I'm proud of us all for being talented, you know?
Exactly.
And that being said, you know, the whenever I have been proud of myself as a person, you know, I just look at everybody else in the world, you know, it doesn't matter what, you know, the people around me, that guy on the street corner. And I think he has, his gift is there too, right? And he may display it every day to himself or to other people, and we don't know it because he's on the street asking for money, you know? And so I
Mm-hmm.
don't see, humility is not becoming meek like a mouse or like potato sack or whatever the fucking thing is. Being humble is uplifting. Every stage you go and you get better, you uplift everybody with you. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you trust that their purpose is as great as your own.
Mm-hmm.
Their products are as great as your own, despite their YouTube content. You know what I mean? Like, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah,
um,
if their purpose ain't matching yours, that's what we going for to, uplift everybody.
yeah,
Yeah.
how could you better yourself if you didn't see something that you sat in judgment of and thought was bad? You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
and rebound away from it, you know? And so, and that being said, how can, you know, whatever people get from that kind of stuff, you know, who am I to judge, right? Like I said, I can speak and half the crowd can think, wow. And the other half can be like, oh Lord, here she goes again, right? You know, it's
Yeah,
just the way it is. Hey, Gander.
that's how it goes.
Can't we all just
Positive
get
and negative.
along?
Can we?
Good morning, everyone.
Is that Rambo? What's happening, bro?
Yeah, it's a Michigan thing. No.
No doubt. Yeah, man, we just
Rambo was
rumbling.
actually filmed in Hope, in a place
uh,
called Hope,
read
British Columbia.
read what it says on the read what it says on the front though. What it
I
says
don't
on the
know if
front
I
of the picture.
can. I might be able to. My phone is really small. Let's see. It says
Wait, Americans want to be
Americans who
left
want to be left
alone?
alone and the U.S. government.
Yeah, I don't think people realize what happened after the sheriff kept pushing. That was a messed up movie.
Man, that movie, hey, it tell you the truth, don't it?
Yep. It was
Well, it says one. Sorry, go ahead.
Actually, a lot of that stuff ties into MK Ultra. If you go check it out, there's a lot of stuff about to happen and come to light. People are gonna be pretty trippy. It's trippy, dude.
Well,
Man.
and I would say though that the message of one man being able to take on an entire fucking army, you know, if
They're
you,
trying to.
guns down, put the guns down, you know,
Yep.
there's a big message there.
Yeah.
That's just it. It doesn't matter whether you take a gun from somebody or not. Listen, I have no intentions on hurting nobody, or would I, unless you cause me harm. But I'm telling you right now, it doesn't matter what you do to take guns. They can turn anything into a weapon. I mean, I can assault somebody with a booger.
With a
With a booger?
booger. You hear me? Yes.
I love
And
that.
they already said put the mask on for that. So yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. No, listen.
exactly.
Yep.
Listen. I could take my finger, stick it in my nose, put out a big giant booger, and wipe it on you. That's assault.
Yeah. That's like a burl flicking the bullet.
I'm
Or
just saying. And
Oh
so
my
yep.
God.
all the words. Listen, all they're doing is brainwashing people with words. What I'm watching now.
Exactly.
Listen, what I'm watching now is a weird, like, brainwashing control grid. And if you ain't thinking above it, you're a slave to it. And if you're above it, you're all right as long as you're not committing crime. I'm doing it. Am I not
See,
doing it?
hey, look at that. Look. You know, Rambo, he covered himself in all type of stuff, all types of terrain. You know, now you can't wipe a booger on me. Look, you see that? You can't
It ain't
flick a
gonna hurt.
booger on nobody.
Yeah, but
You
I'm
know,
just saying the thing with the Rambo stuff that people don't catch is a lot of that stuff isn't gonna hurt you. It isn't gonna hurt you to get dirty, but scrub your
right,
balls when you're done.
right.
Yeah, scrub your balls when you're done.
Look,
You know, and
look. Take brainwash, right? Where you mentioned the MK Ultra thing, like the whole thing with pigmentation and all that. This what they were saying with the Predator and Rambo. Like he'll blend in with the earth, he'll
yeah,
disappear. You know what I'm
yep.
saying? But if we can keep him where he's clean, then he's like no way that we can lose these people or this person.
I can smell the soaps and shampoos that people are using so
You see?
far off. And the thing is,
Mm-hmm.
I take care of myself. I clean myself with bacterial soap every day. You know what I mean? But the thing
Yeah,
is, when I smell that stuff, the first thing I think to myself is, man, you people just don't get it. I'm just like, what the
don't get it. Don't get it. Like the original
fuck?
scent of your body is more of a repellent than uh what I want to say an attraction.
Yeah. That's just it. You're killing pheromones, all kinds of natural stuff. People just don't. I'm over it. I can't sit there and spend my time guffing about that shit anymore. I like the positive stuff we were just laughing about. But yeah, we're going through a
No
shift
doubt.
and change. Listen, it's conscious. Check out the theory of 100th monkey. That's
Oh
what we're
my
going
goodness,
through.
we about to get it, man. We about to get it, cause man, you
Oh,
talking about right
it's
where
more
I'm at.
intense. Listen, it's more intense than that. You see my picture that I run right now? I know
Right.
how to hunt people down and know what they have done with their life just by the choices they make for taking a picture on. Because
Mm-hmm.
it goes to your inner thought demeanor, like to the core of your
See?
thought.
Wow, bro. It does. It's like if a person can read, like it's boom. Your ass ain't getting away because it's just like they show that wanted poster. You know what I'm saying?
You know?
Yet people don't know. People don't know that they leaving, you know, a trail behind. They leaving a tail behind.
Yes. And
The
I
carbon
don't care what.
footprint.
Listen, there's stuff that's going to come out right now. I don't really think we had much of a choice, but what do you know about super soldiers?
Oh man, I seen and I heard a lot. You know, I got say people in my family and friends, people I've met that's, you know, literally been in that. You know, that's what this world is. So yeah.
I know that's what I'm trying to fucking figure out. I'm kind of ticked, but I'm good with it. I'm trying to help my people because I think that's what
Right.
we're supposed to do. Yeah, I think that's what we're supposed to do right now is stand up and just do the right thing. It's that simple. I'm serious.
Mm-hmm.
Use fucking morals. Use fucking morals and help them around you, even though they might be being a fuckhead. You know, tell them, look, you're being a fuckhead, and then help them a little bit and then tell them fuck off afterwards. I know it sounds rough. I don't like using them words. I'm trying to figure that out, but that's what you got to do. I'm doing it right now, and
Yeah,
it's
keep it
good. I'm
real.
having fun.
Keep it real. Yet, you know, like where it's too friendly, that's where, you know, now the ground is going uneven. You know, it's turning into a slope now. You feel me? Because it's too
Listen,
friendly now.
I
People,
can physically
you know.
show you per YouTube documentation where I decided to turn this place into a veteran rehabilitation kind of for lack of a better term. And the thing is, since
Hmm.
doing so, I'm no longer on foot. I got multiple trucks stacked up, and I'm almost done with my hot rod. Oh, and I got a shop.
Okay, respect. Respect to that.
Yeah, I got a shop. What's that?
I said respect to that.
Yeah, but that's just it. All I did was pretty much kept my mouth shut and put the boots to the ground and kept moving.
Yep, that's it. That's it. It's like, you know, and that's what everybody got to do. You got to do or die. You know, that's how I look at it,
Yep.
man. Even before or say without dealing with the narrative of the world right now, you still got to do or die. It's still real, even if you was in the most seemingly safest place in the world.
Yep.
Well,
You know,
yeah,
everybody
yeah, and
like
that's
this
where.
spiritual journey.
Yeah, and in the spiritual journey, this MK Ultra fucking bullshit. Sorry, I know there's downloads. I know there's negativity. I know the information is all convoluted, but I'll tell you, I broke my handler. Then my handler's in rehab. There's it's a state of understanding. Like if running around thinking we're being fucking mind controlled by something outside of ourselves, is providing any kind of dissonance that can't then the no weapon waged against me. No weapon waged against me is more
Yes.
powerful than me. It's fucking bullshit, you know? So
Yep.
don't get me wrong. If there is something like that running to affect us, that frequency, it's going to hit us. And it's going to come as good downloads. It's going to come as bad downloads. You know, we're going to have good days. We're going to have bad days. But ultimately, all of those things are the yin and the yang of getting to the source of who we are individually and collectively. You know, if I actually integrate my spirit into my body, which is how I see the pursuit of enlightenment to be, if I crucify myself by making this avatar the final avatar, this spirit rests in and owns it as its home, right? There's no, so I got a little sidetracked there. It doesn't matter, right? Like that understanding,
Hmm.
like yourself, Michigander, of getting that fucking government drive-by, right? Traumatizing, crazy, but you know that the gifts that you've understood through yourself from hearing that, even if it still resonates, like has things happening for you that aren't happening for me. We're two different individuals trying to pursue, the spiritual path that we don't even know how it was defined,
Here,
So
here's something that's very important to that drive-by thing. I don't want to come off as a victim about that, but I'm pissed. I was assaulted, and these fuckers have passed judgment on me for a crime I didn't commit. I just want my fucking property back and an apology, but I'm fucking pissed, and it needs to stop. It needs to stop. Just listen, they're
Hmm.
driving people insane to hurt people. Do you understand that? That's
Yeah.
fucked up shit.
Yeah.
That's fucked up shit, and the people doing it need
Yep.
to be fucking incarcerated for life. They
Yep.
they don't need to be around people. They don't deserve to be around people, and that's just a fucking fact.
Because you right.
Come
Because
change my fucking mind. I'll wait.
you right, man. Because you look at it, some people, they don't last as long as say we've lasted. You know, some people don't even get to hear.
My biggest problem with what they did was the fact that I couldn't reach out and grab somebody by the fucking throat to defend myself while they were
Hmm.
violating me. That right there is a bitch ass fucking move. You cannot
Hmm.
justify it. Fuck you. You don't deserve to be here. There's no better way to put it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you right. Respect to that too, man. Because it's like some people that they didn't even see it coming, and it hit them, and it, you know, they ain't even here to speak on it right now. You know what I mean? So I totally resonate what you're saying, because the message, you know, we would make a mess if we could, you know, like really
They give me a
hone in
wide
on the
fucking girth. Listen, they give me a wide fucking
enemy.
girth. They won't even. I was just helping a fella out whose wife died the other day, and the state police fucking troopers couldn't even fucking look at me. They turned their back and handled their fucking business while I walked around talking to all the people because I grew up with them.
Condolences, man.
And they
Wow.
literally turned their back. Yeah, because I
Yeah,
tried to deal with
they
the
ran, basically.
but I tried to deal with the situation, and they know they're going to be past judgment for that. They know they're not getting away with that shit. And I could go about my business right now, and it don't fucking matter. They're going to be in a lot of fucking trouble for that shit.
That's right. Nobody gets away. Like this is the whole thing, you know. Nobody gets away with none of this stuff that we've witnessed. Not even ourselves. So yeah, it's real.
I don't know. All I know is people aren't doing so hot, so I just go around doing what I do, and I make sure to just enjoy it at the same time as working. And my hands are sore, and I drive an old beat up pickup truck with a dog chained in the back. It's fun.
That's right. I had enough
Better.
fun too. So
It's
yeah,
better than
it's
trying to
serious.
go up and down the city streets and fucking while you're sitting at a light, a chick walking up to you, hey, you want to go have fun while you're on your motorcycle trying to go to your uncle's to eat dinner, you know?
No doubt. No doubt, man. This is what it is, though. It's just like that, man. A lot of the
Yep.
people, you know, they don't even get to hear some of the stuff that we've learned dealing with the system, you know, like where it say really it takes time, you know, it takes the life for you to live to obtain the oohs and the ahs, like, oh, you know, where you put it together as you know, live day to day.
Well, I don't want to hijack Charles's stream. I don't know where
Right,
Charles
where you
went.
go?
But check out, hey, do me a favor, check out the 100th monkey experiment. It's called the 100th monkey experiment. Check
Okay,
it out.
okay,
Yeah,
got
go
you,
check
man.
it
I
out.
got to.
Go check it out once, and you'll understand what's happening worldwide right now. I
Yeah.
think, if I'm right, we're going to go into 1,000 years of peace, and these people are in a lot of trouble. Have a good day. I
Well,
gotta
yeah.
get working, folks. I got a Lincoln to go finish.
Okay, respect, man. I'm gonna go off of that real quick, or go on.
Do it.
You know, the ape thing, or the chimp or the monkey mind. You know, I just said it too. The oohs and the eyes. You know.
Yep.
You know, say that's the sounds that the little chimp, the monkey makes. Ooh, and like they, you know, screech.
Yep.
My bad, everyone.
No,
Peace,
that's okay.
Kimba.
Welcome back.
Peace,
Yeah,
Indigo
welcome
Day.
back.
I was trying to peace, Christos, activate this stupid savings card. I ended up calling them, and they said it's already activated. And I said, well, why does it say to activate it when you get it? Don't
Right.
make sense. You know them store saving cards, you get discounts and stuff on food.
Right. No doubt.
But
Man, we was up here just going over things, man. Like a
I'm just
tired
going to leave
dude.
you guys to chat for a minute. I'm going to make myself a cup of tea. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
all right.
I'm sipping on my coffee, so I'm good.
Yeah, I drank too much coffee already. 2 cups. Too much.
Yeah, hey, you remember the film The Kingsman?
The Kingsman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just watched that. Isn't there a couple parts to that? Like 3 parts? 3 different movies?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
watched part 1 and 2. I gotta watch part 3. Or was it part
Yeah.
3? I don't know. But yeah, it's a good movie. I like that.
So it's one solid account, yet it's like a few sequels to it. it was a youngster though, like say he didn't have anything, you know, he didn't have say too much or he lost what he had. I haven't recently seen it, you know. Yet the youngster man, he was without, right? And it was the Kingsman.
Oh, that wasn't that the last one was when they were in England and then their whole thing got blown up, so they went to Texas, I think it was, right? That's the right movie.
Okay.
And they all that was left for an emergency was that liquor bottle, and right away I knew they had to drink it to get the message behind the liquor. It was dark liquor. They had to drink it, and the message was behind the label. And they went to Texas, right? Was that the Kingsman movie?
It probably was, bro. It was a lot of scenes. I can't say exactly.
Well, did it have the scene where they were putting people in cages and stacking them up? And it was a thing spreading around, and then they had all these like drones. I think it was bees or drones or something. Because I was going to use that for a short video to show people predictive programming. Everyone was in a cage, and it was through drugs. People were getting sick through doing cocaine or something in the movie, and that guy that was one of the Kingsmen did something, and his face had those purple lines. Is it that one?
Yeah, I do remember seeing something like that. Yeah, that's it. It was like say high quality, say in delivering where the film was made. You know, it was a lot of fighting and all of that kind of stuff. Yet the storyline it was along, say, big things like you just mentioned, people being, you know, moved mad in cave or whatever, something like that. But yeah, it was huge scale madness going on within the story, you know. So I do believe we talking about the same account.
Yeah, I gotta watch a movie today. I've been trying to like watch a bunch of movies this year. I'm trying to think of the best movies I've seen. I was gonna tell you. I think the new Thor. I like the intro part. It has a lot of meaning to it. And I put a short video for that, and then another movie I wanted to tell you about was let me look at. I write the names down so I could remember. Because I know you like movies and breaking stuff down.
No doubt.
I think it was Nefarious was the name of the movie. And yeah, it was Nefarious. And the people can control you through your mind, like hypnosis.
Yeah, that's what they was doing in Kingsman. Like, dude, Samuel L. Jackson was in it.
Yeah.
Or like he literally had a little remote with a dial. He turned it up, and people was, you know, the higher he turned it, the more violent people got. You know, the whole damn room was fighting. You remember that scene? To say the main character of the film, the Kingsman, one of the dudes with that group, he was fighting like, you know, and he was really, you know, putting motherfuckers down. But other people was just swinging basic punches and, you know, but he was trained to kill. So where the dude Samuel L. Jackson turned it up, he was showing the dude that he didn't have control at that time. And he made one person kill a whole room full of people that was all fighting. You know, you don't remember that? Man, it was crazy. And he
That
had
could,
everybody, like all of them, it was something put in them people where they was literally like radio, remote control.
that could have been part 2, no?
Yeah, but it was probably part 2.
I have to
I know
watch
I
that.
know all of them they was all good. I haven't seen them. Yeah, it was a lot of gadgets and stuff used in, a lot of, say, secret ties or, you know,
It was like a James Bond a little bit, but
exactly 007, where this,
he,
this type of Artemis Fowl, Harry Potter,
yeah.
where you hear about the children and their parents leaving Thor. Shit. You know,
They're coming out with a new James Bond. That actor from Dark Tower is going to be Bond now. The black guy, or the so-called black guy. He's going to be the new
okay.
James Bond. I think that's going to be dope.
See that? Yeah, like all of that shit, man. Like it's like where I don't know. I don't know who got all of the wealth in these type of things like that. But they are showing it being passed down, you know, to the youth. It's that chain. Like I wish I could have like the chain was broken within my family where I could have, say, the material knowledge, say that my grandpa's obtained. Like all of
Mm.
that stuff lost. I don't got nothing. You know
So
what I mean? I don't
that's what
know
I was.
where to go look.
That's what I was talking about the other day with my. I was speaking to a lady from India. I think, yeah, she
Mm-hmm.
owns a store out here, and I was telling her, I respect. They marry a woman. She was saying in America, children have more than one mother or father, and but I was just talking to her about family, you know, lineage and culture being passed down, and that was lost in my family, like the language, the culture,
Mm-hmm.
food, and all that. I always wanted to learn how to cook, uh, like German dishes and stuff like that. But yeah, for the most part, I don't even know where to start to trace my roots in Germany.
Mm. See, yep, we winging it.
Yeah, to trace my roots uh, in America would probably end at the boat. But I'd have to like somehow go overseas to Germany and Poland to find my ancestors over there.
Mm-hmm. Hey, don't wing sound like king?
Yeah, the
Talk
king,
about the Kingsman.
because the crown lays on the head of the king, just like the crown chakra with the wing.
Yeah. Respect. Hey, see, and we still going somewhere with it, because it's just like that. Like, say, a lot of children, or they can't tell that story, you know, or say, like, being in a position of orphan, even though they are in that position, they can't tell you the story where somebody took them under the wing,
Right.
dealing with, say, source wealth, if I can say it like that, or where somebody would pass something down to you, or you receive a blessing seemingly out the blue. But like, say, things is happening where the world was going before you was born, how we was born into it. Like these people say everybody, the world was doing what it do before I came.
That's true.
You know, we be born in the middle of it, and it be
Once
like
it's in
that.
motion, man, everything was in motion when we were born.
Yeah, yeah, bro. We came in here screaming and crying like we already know.
That's because we were crying. We're back in this shit nugget again. Oh,
And look, it's happening right now. You know, everybody. This is why we are talking about it. You know, the experience. If I can say it like
Yep.
that. It ain't no fear mongering or no worry within it, yet it is concern, you know, and attention we pay. That's all. Being aware of, you know, what all of these items are or what this big item is that we are inside of. That's all we talking about. To the best of my ability or our ability up here. You know, it's like we just trying to see where the water hole is. You know, kind of meaning the fountain of youth or whatever we call that source where we know we don't have to worry. That's how I feel like, you know, being able to watch the chalice or what they say, the cup that runneth over, be able to observe it.
if anyone wants to come up and chat, hit the linko.
Hit the lingo.
I didn't know we were gonna put the link out. I was gonna interview Beck.
I think it's perfect, Charles.
I want to do more of those, like I did with Candy. I got to do Renegade 1 and Dean again. Well,
Okay.
Dean again and 1. Maybe I could get my guy to tell his life story, you know, or your
I can
life
speak
journey.
with you. Yep, we can.
And that's everyone.
Yeah, I
That
can
would be
speak
dope.
with you. We can get that
Set
put
one up.
together. I said we can get that put together and, you know, bring it one day. I'm with you.
So you said you had trouble tracing your roots back too, mind guy?
Yeah,
Are you ever
yep.
from a tribe? You from a tribe over here?
Nah, I can't say I'm tied to anything that you know, cause I ain't ancestry.com to none of that. You know.
I don't trust that shit. You know how they
Yeah,
say?
like I know my family, but I ain't did that. You know, I don't even know where to start, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like, and say I only know one side of my family. You know, say my mama's in one state and my dad was in another state. So where my dad's side, they over in that state, and I'm over on my mama's side. And I've always been on my mama's state. I never, damn, bruh, they got caught up in the rap.
Yeah, there's birds over here that probably went to eat them.
Damn,
They have to be. They must have come across
I
some
looked up
poison, no?
they was
Maybe.
fat as a motherfucker, wasn't they?
They got caught up in the rapture.
They got caught up. Yeah, they was gorging on something. They was fat. Yeah, that
Hey,
wasn't.
Kimba. Nice to
Good,
see you.
good morning,
Hi,
my fine fellow friends. Good morning. How you guys doing?
hi.
Hi.
That's
Welcome.
right. Above all, you know.
A lot of bird references here today. A lot of bird references here today. You said take under someone's wing
Yeah,
earlier, Mind's Eye, and now Kimba's saying my fine feathered friends.
Yeah.
that's
Kill
right.
one song.
Good catch, girl.
You know,
Hey,
birds of a feather flock together. I think birds just flock together. Like, I don't
mm-hmm.
even know if it has anything to. Yeah.
I'm scared of
All of
heights.
them.
I'm soar through the air and just coast, just float.
Your
Mm-hmm.
sound your sound's a bit wonky, Charles.
Yeah, because I got them sucky headphones in.
Mm.
Oh, he's
Hold on.
walking. He's
Yeah,
not
he
walking.
moving around too. It ain't that. It ain't the headphones. You walking around. So yeah,
Wouldn't
your
it make more?
signal shifting.
Do you guys think it would make more sense if it's like birds of a similar feather flock together? Because if not, then birds of a feather flock together. What featherless birds exist in the world?
Look,
Obviously,
Right?
all the birds. You know,
all of
Chickens.
them basically they all flock
all of them.
together. They in
Chickens.
one big cage called Earth.
I mean, wings. Oh, do they? Anyway,
Say it
birds of
again,
a feather
Charles. You
flock
was
together.
breaking up.
Hold on.
You sound like you gone with the wind. I can hear the air too. Go
Yeah.
ahead, bro. Go
All
ahead,
right,
bro.
now it should sound better.
That's it.
Um, uh, like birds. Um, I see all types of birds in the tree together. I don't know. Birds with a feather flock together. It kind of sounds like it would have to be the same birds, but I see crows and sparrows or whatever them little birds are chilling with crows. And crows look like they're on steroids nowadays.
Well,
It might be the genetically modified food they're eating out of the dumpster.
Yeah, the motherfuckers just big.
well, and
They
that's why I
big.
was saying good
Crows is
observation,
big.
Charles, because I think birds of a similar feather flock together is what we assume that it means when actually birds of a feather flock together. All the birds have feathers, they all flock together. There was a
Mm-hmm.
crow here one time harassing. I was up on a friend's place up on the 4th floor of my building, and we have huge trees around us, like gigantic Gary oak trees. They're they're taller than the buildings, right? It's beautiful. But there was a crow that was harassing a squirrel, and the squirrel was trying to not run back to its babies or something. Like there was something going on, and this squirrel was in major distress, and the crow was harassing it, right, like taunting it, and in flies a seagull like a fucking cardinal with lipstick on. And it comes in and it sits on the edge of the building, the roof of the building next door, which is about 2 stories high, 2.5 stories high. So I'm on the 4th floor looking down at a crow that's, on a branch, like beaking off at a squirrel that's going nuts. And this fucking seagull flies in, makes a couple little beak offs to the crow. The crow takes off. The squirrel goes to where it's going, and the fucking peacemaker of the seagull, that's what it looked like to me. I can't say how animals communicate, but there's birds of a feather keeping each other in line,
Yeah.
I
Body
wonder if it
language.
means frequency. Wonder if it means like frequency. Birds of a feather flock together. Like the same frequency of feathers. That's what I'm wondering. What if it's
Oh,
like
Mm-hmm.
a
like the flapping
frequency?
of the wings.
A frequency. That I
Yeah.
didn't think about that, but like frequency, you know?
No, well,
Flex.
in symbology, I've often see these snake and bird references as different forms of electricity, actually ground and air. They're both egg layers, so interesting that you got frequency from feather, but without the flapping of the wings. I love that, Kimba.
Yeah, that's interesting. The feathers is,
Yeah, like a That's what I'm thinking. But I always liked that statement too, because I always thought the same thing. Birds of a feather flock. They all got feathers, you know.
Exactly. And then if you think about some of the pictures Charles looks at, I was thinking about ones recently that were sort of radiating out. It's going to come to me. Oh, what were those pictures of? Because they were in them. Anyways, doesn't matter. But there's a lot of pictures out there that if you stand back and look at some of the, I don't know, they use feathers a lot in symbology without the bird. Feathers are in a lot of maps.
Yeah.
I'd have to go find which
It's
ones I'm
like
talking about. We've
feathers.
seen.
They are follicles. That's how people will write with them, things like that. But like say feathers it's basically our hair. All of them, like say feathers get to say a macro follicle opposed to a single hair. But like say a hair is the same thing that grows off a feather. A feather is just like a bone. Y'all know it's hollow. What's up, Wild?
How do I have two? That's weird. I have two things up there. I'm on one phone. That's really weird, man.
Right?
glitched.
Now you're back to one.
It glitched, yep.
Took one out. That's weird. Who's tapping my phone, man?
It cloned you without your permission. Oh no.
Nah. You know how I'm faster than my phone. I'm faster than my phone. Like if I push this and that, like it gotta catch up with me.
Yeah, right. I noticed that too.
Same thing with everything else that's technology. Like I had to slap, like, man, you should see me.
Yeah, burn and peace to Chen before the storm. Or Ken before the storm, or Chen?
Shout out. Man,
Okay,
hey, you should see me, man. I'll be in the middle of the store kicking the ATM. Because technology just retarded. It make us look stupid.
Oh.
It really do.
Yeah.
It make, you ever
speak in your phone, mind's eye, and you can't even get what you're saying correctly? You can't even spell it right.
All of that. I done had so much confusion and frustration dealing with these materialistic apparatuses, it then halfway drove me there. So yeah, getting back to nature, that's a thing, or solace. Like it's a difference between really having a peace of mind and having a peace of mind. Like how people be in the middle of the street wishing they was in the middle of nature, but that change won't happen for you. Them cars will be honking at your ass. It's like that, like really being able to separate the two. That's what I kind of find with YouTube. I can do that with y'all. Much love too.
Yeah,
I hate when people beat the horn, man. Like you don't see them. They'll beep the horn.
Yeah, half the time when I be hitting it, it be on accident. I'll be leaning on the steering wheel and all that, or bumping it. But I don't be blaring my horn at people.
Sophia said she had a cat that did, I guess, what they did to the mice, or what was done to those mice. I had a cat that would bring home a bird. One time, a whole bird. The bird was half the cat's size, and it got it, and then left it I would leave for work, and every morning there's a mouse a freaking bird, something, it would leave for me. This cat I used to have was a real hunter. It's no joke.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
leaving you a present, leaving you a present, a reward. That's how they, yeah.
Hey, and then look, hey, referring to that birds of a feather, y'all. I think it's like when they flock together, it's the birds that fight together, or they flight together, and say all of them go south at a certain time.
Right?
And you know why they going. They know it's about to be cold, or the season about to shift, the diet will change.
Yep. And they got to
You know,
change their environment for them for survival.
yeah, they all like common sense. Like where they talk about biblical accounts and everything, the bugs be flying, everything flying, not just the
Ah,
birds. It's
I
like
was gonna say
everything, huh? Huh,
no.
Kimber?
Sorry, I was gonna say, mines. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was gonna say
You all right?
the irony that birds, bugs, and everything else, right, could fly and go wherever they want, right? But they have us over here confused between: are we on a ball? Is it flat? Can we fly? Can we go anywhere? No, because you got to pay, and then you got to go through this one and this idiot and that. So
Mm-hmm.
the
Yep.
animals even have free roam of, and we don't. No, but the bugs and the birds, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Hey, and think about it. It's just like that where we talk about flying or the falling. The falling is how we fly. And that's where we all flock together. Like imagine Earth being like a giant's big table, you know, and he push everything off. Everything's falling, yet falling is flying. That's how things fly. You know, it's kind of like where we all turn our head at that angle, like the horizontal line is. It's like we turn our head at that angle, but that's how everything falls off the earth. Like I imagine that's how the earth looked to a bird or anything that flies. It looks like a wall and it's falling down it like a waterfall.
Mm, yeah,
And
yeah,
we
I can
call
see
that
that,
flying.
and we
Yeah.
call it that. Yeah, I can see that.
Say that, say that board it warps or it flips like the yin yang symbol. You know what I mean? And how I see everything moving in the circle is the cycle that's the lifetime we experience, and it is going in a circle.
Wait a
It
minute. Wait, mind's eye. What were you just saying? You were saying the yin yang and the board that bent. What do you? I don't get that.
it's
You
kind
said,
of like like say where the earth don't bend and break like a like you could do a ruler,
oh, okay, okay,
but the
yeah.
cycle, that's where you can see the bend, where
Oh,
everything
okay.
keeps cycling, like where everything is in motion, where I can see you bend, like, and that's everything, how we talk, move, motion is bend,
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
and it cycles in a circle, and that's how the world spins. Yet all of it is just like where we get say falling, say that's the part where we don't have control. But once we realize that falling is flying, we'll be more in tune with, that frequency of sinking. Cause that's how it is, the heart dropping, like where, we give ourselves control instead of just welling in the air. You know what I mean? We all flock together, really, instead of falling in a mess you know, it's like a group of skydivers where they all look at each other while they bolt into the earth.
Yeah.
Nobody's in panic mode, like everybody is flying.
Yes, exactly. Because they're kind of comforting each other exactly in the air. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. You would wonder how some of them people are, you know, they won with that. And I know that they've noticed that because I just think about it. They know because they've done it. They do it. They keep jumping out the planes or jumping in, you know, doing stuff that people do on
And
this planet.
that might be the last time they look into someone else's eyes if they potentially die. I was gonna
Yep,
say,
if something may go wrong, yeah.
you know, it's like that last moment. Oh, we're doing something exciting. Or we might
Hmm.
die. But we're, you know, so yeah, it's like that connection. Just like right before someone were to pass away. Let's say you're getting ready to die and you got someone over you. It's like you got that connection, you know,
Yeah,
like you don't want
yeah,
to die alone. You got someone there. Yeah. Same thing.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And even if you crash, land, you know, break and shatter, you gonna wake up somewhere else. It don't take forever to go through that, you know, that part of the world, but that's what everybody is trying to figure out. You know, being able to go through the wall, being able to pass through the glass. You know, that's something that we all must accept. I see. And flying is a part of that. So just, you know, take a breath and make sure you got control over the flock. I really do
I like what you
appreciate you.
land. Oh, sorry. I was
Go
gonna say I
ahead,
like what
King.
you. I was gonna say I like what Sophia said. We are walking each other home. I like that. Like helping walk each other home, right? That's how I
Yeah.
feel. That's how it feels.
When we
Yeah.
die, that's our exit out of this prison. You know, even though it don't have to be a prison. One day, the children that are the future will sleep and mop all the evil up. We just got to teach them. We have to.
That's what I believe, Charles. I believe a lot of them are already doing it. You know, from what I see, honestly, on my end, just from like my end, I see a lot of kids standing more up for their rights than I do the damn adults. I really do, and I'm like, whoa, wow, the
That's what it's
children.
about too.
Yep, I love
Yeah.
it. When I see it, I'm like, damn, what's wrong with these adults over here?
Oh, me too. Me too.
I'm like, what's
You know,
going on? Who's parenting who over
they
here?
be so mad. Like a lot of elders, they be so mad at the youth. It is. It's crazy.
Right? They'll be mad. You know? Do you know how
Or just, you
do
know,
you I have to keep teaching. Well, to keep teaching. I keep trying to remind my mom. I said, you have to start looking at the other end of the spectrum of these kids that are diagnosed with this and that and that and that. A lot of them, I said, you might want to look at the other end of the spectrum because if you look at the other end, I said, you're going to see they're actually more powerful. It's not, they're stupid, they're more powerful. And I said, so while they're over here and coming up with more and more and more mental disorders, I was like, these are the kids that are running loops around, you know, and they got, yes, they got feelings, but they're running loops. They can do 5 and 10 things at a time. They can manifest. They can do all this crap. They even got remote viewing. I know they got remote viewing too. They have all that stuff that like normally I would take me an hour to do. You just tell one of the children to do it and they go, okay. And they go out doing 2 seconds. And you're like,
hmm
they're, and
yeah,
for other people
they
to see him the other way, it's like it's disheartening to me, you know, because they're gonna run laps around. I have a 20-year-old right now that does it. I have an 8-year-old that does it. 8. Listen to
running
this,
laps around them. Yes, right.
right? Listen to this. I just seen a commercial on TV the other day, and it was probably a 3 or 4-year-old little kid. I'm talking a little kid, where the mommy's still holding the hand. already talking about this new medication for ADHD, and I was like, they're getting younger and younger and young. Before commercials, like they were a little older. This kid was young, could almost be in freaking diapers, like pull-ups. And I was like,
Wow, zombies.
I was like,
I was
that is sad. But Charles,
I just real quick piece to smash technology and hold on, I seen someone else. Oh, Mommy Chula for you. Anyone else come in? Marcel. But yeah,
Shout out, man.
they just want people zombied out. That's the best I could put it without saying too much.
yeah,
When
I'd
you
like to
say,
say,
you got it, you got it.
I just wanted to say something in response to Kimba, or adding to what Kimba was saying in terms of like, we all have our gifts, but something's happened. They are doing something that harms people. And that's where, as someone with Asperger's, when they throw the Asperger's onto the autism spectrum, that's their way of saying, 10,000 injuries for one genius is well worth the injuries. It's not the same thing. I am not on like, genius and eccentricity was nice to see you, Benton. I thought you might choose to simulcast Charles and I really appreciate it. Nice to see you. I was going to say so this idea that that genius and I'm not calling myself a genius, but I'm just saying, like, Asperger's typically is associated with a high level of giftedness. And Rain Man did not have Asperger's, he had autism. So what I'm trying to say is that they put it on a spectrum. They Nazify the name Asperger's so that everybody gets called autistic, and suddenly you've got this justification that all of those injuries and all of those children, it doesn't matter, you get one gifted person, and that's bullshit. Like, those children are harmed. Something is wrong.
yeah,
I know some people could look at me and be like, are you sure, Bex? You know what I mean? You're not, I live with me. You know what I mean? Like, so I know I'm not harmed, So I'm just saying that it's unfortunate that again, we have to sift through the information to try and figure out, first of all, why are they pathologizing us and making illnesses out of symptoms? Actually, Benton covers this kind of stuff really well. Where he breaks down the logistics of, a framework that one can associate with, but is it an illness? Right? So I'm just saying that there's, and the sentiment behind it, like you said, Kimba, is like, we don't want our kids being pathologized and medicated,
right. Yeah,
they did something to us or to our mothers or to our grandmothers, or something in this system has that frequency, and those children not being, sorry, go ahead, Charles.
Just saying, be careful when you speak on certain MED stuff.
Oh, yes. But I think that was okay, but I will curb it there. Just some thoughts.
Yeah, that was fire.
and now look at it this way. Sorry, Charles, go on.
Just don't. It's never advice anyway, man. It's all for entertainment purposes anyway. Stuff that we read off the internet.
Yeah, this is not medical. This is not medical advice. This is for entertainment purposes. So, I was gonna say, look, this is what I just thought the other day. If let's say not we, okay, let's say whoever's in charge, whatever, if they acknowledged that we had a bunch of powerful children running around, right? What would that happen? What would that mean? It would mean that those powerful children, people, however old they are, they would accomplish a lot. They would run circles around most people and the leaders too. And then they'd probably make the money and they'd probably be in higher positions. So therefore they don't want it. So it's like I'm sure a lot of people see it this way. So the more stupid they make us look, you know, and I see more and more these mental disorders they're adding on here are crazy. They even got one now that they changed the codependency one. They changed it to something else. They call it something else. So now, you know, during these difficult times of the lockdown or whatever, the difficult times, whatever I'm saying, they even slap people with mental diagnosis of, hey, you just want to reach out and have a conversation because you're lonely and you want someone to be around. There's a mental diagnosis for that. Yes, there is. There's a mental diagnosis for that. So if they have all these kids and we'd be smart and, you know, all that, well, by golly, they take over. So it's like I see it as time goes on. They're like, oh no, they're getting smarter. Oh, they're going, no. We're gonna let's just knock them back down the side. You know that statement? Knock you back down
that's
the
where I was.
side.
Pardon me for interrupting him, but just to build on that, you know, the oppositional defiance disorder. What is that? What that's called? Oppositional. They basically. I read an article in 2020 about a kid who was suing the medical system for hormones that were experimentally being given, you know, by gracious allopaths, you know, under the guise of treating this oppositional defiance disorder. Is that what I got it? Which is interestingly ODD. Yeah. Which is just anti-authoritarian, you know, probably extremely healthy aspect of being a young boy in this world. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Yeah. So, and next thing you know, the kid's been put because they're poor into some experimental study and starts developing, if you know what I'm saying. Like, again, I'm being vague here because of the misinformation that could be construed from it, right? Misconstrued from it. But yeah, and that was one of the things that's actually ended up being a law passed that actually ended up helping people who are against the sort of confusing children with information being distributed in libraries again. You know what I mean? Like it actually, the court case ended up being a win-win for not prescribing, you know, cross, you know, anyways, I just don't want to get into any more words on that subject, you know?
No
I
doubt,
got
no
like,
doubt.
yeah.
I'm back. I had to get some water, but
Okay, welcome back, Mind's Eye.
Yeah.
Did you see? I don't know if Christos asked for the link. I don't know if he still needs it, but were you thinking of dropping it there, Charles? And Kimba? Yeah. Oh, I see. Kimba reiterated that for.
Yeah.
Maybe Charles might have stepped away for a minute.
I can only drop it if I drop out and do it. I was gonna do it, but I'm only on one device.
Oh, I can do it. What am I saying? I can do it. I forgot we were in Charles' room here. The second.
Yep, salute and respect to you, Charles.
Yeah, here I got it. I didn't forget where I was. Oh, we both just put it. I just, you know, some places we don't drop the link unless the host. This one here, I'll drop it.
Much love to everybody in the house. You know what I mean?
Yes, much love.
Well, yeah,
peace,
21
respect.
people here watching and 35 people over at Benton's if they're still watching. That's a, you know, that's a crowd of 56 people. Mm-hmm.
Very, very nice. Mm-hmm. Very nice.
Hey, and look, you know, before we get too far, I want to, you know, keep on pointing at this, you know, because the correlation, I see it, and I don't know if everybody else see it. But yet it's simple as us, you know, like say where they say, and I know we all keen to doing this, and that's thinking outside the box. Say that part right there. That simple is going outside. We going outside to play. Simply thinking outside the box. You know.
Oh, I like that. Going outside to play.
You know, but going outside to play is the life for everything that's so-called outside. Like, say the things that's outside of our home or our environment, like, is it going inside? Excuse me. Is it going inside or is it outside? You know, like where
Say
we
that again.
consider look, like where we consider ourselves to be going outside to play. Like is everything that's outside, can it go in? Or is it outside because you outside? Are you an intruder on any borders that you cross when you go outside, or is it outside to you as if you was a big giant that didn't know the woods or the environment that grows around you? I hope I just said all of that how I seen it. You know, yet where we go outside to play. Like I thought I was tall, y'all. I thought I was tall. When I grew up and I went outside. Go ahead, Kimber.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening to you. I'm just giggling at something you said. I'm listening. Keep going. The tall thing. Keep going with that. Oh,
Damn, somebody. In is out and out is in. Up is down and down is up.
Yep.
Yep.
Forward is up and backward is down. Left to be
Inside.
in, right to be out.
Yeah,
Or
because you're
right.
going out from being in. Everyone's like, what?
That's a warp zone.
So you know what I get from that? You know what I get from that? That going on YouTube's like going outside. Rah rah, stay where you are, friends. You know? Actually, the nice thing about YouTube is you can take it outside with you. You actually can take the phone outside, ground your feet to the ground, and be on YouTube with your friends.
Oh,
These are
we can
portals.
go everywhere. We can go everywhere right now, y'all. Like say, type it in. Somebody done been there for us.
Listen, your mind is like a portal. If you focus on somebody, you'll end up bumping into them, or they'll call you. Mark my
Wow,
words.
bro.
Somebody over and over, and I guarantee you, they'll end up calling you. You'll bump into them when you're outside running around.
Yep. Like a rubber band stretch. And then it snap back.
A
I was
rubber
thinking
band?
about
Okay.
and yesterday I ran into his stepfather, and she told me he passed away. And I've been thinking about him for the last month. I even went to the projects looking for him. And because for some reason I started thinking about him. He had passed away a month ago. So I ended up bumping into his stepfather yesterday, which is weird. They don't even live in the city anymore. What's the chances of that? I ain't bumped into him in 10 years.
Wow.
But anyway, it matters.
That's the telephone right there.
Yeah, all technology is reverse engineered from the body of Mother Earth.
Yep. So what they say about going outside to play, like it's a form of recess.
Oh,
What's
you get recess. Yeah, you get recess.
is it like assess? You're reassessing with a recess? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Just like that. It's just like that, bro.
Reassess. Oh, that was good, Charles. I like that. Okay, I like.
Fresh air. Like say, that's outside.
Yeah.
Sophia said, walking in the sunshine. I'm walking in the rain. It's freaking raining here in Connecticut.
That's it.
Same difference. The sunshine to make you rain. You know, sweating and all of that. If you don't watch it,
Ooh, yeah.
yeah, you will become the cloud, the mass. You know, and you would look like you're cooking if you in that sun without, or you in that sun and you ain't trying to be. Yeah, woo. You gonna look
Right,
like
with
you
the
cooking.
sweat sizzling
Yeah,
off you, right? Yeah.
you gonna
Yeah.
rain on a
Yeah.
sunny day if you don't got what you need, because the sun always rain and fire. Have us sweating bullets.
Yeah.
That's what's fire about the symbolism in this place where you could see it. Like once you know, and people can manipulate us and have us think that we've gone crazy once you tap into this. But
Yeah.
this is what you need in order to manipulate the universe, opposed to it just manipulating you. Can't be scared to get the glue and break something and glue it together yourself.
And look at it this way too. Even if you're not on the same frequency as someone else, they can. Someone else can also look at you, or me, or whoever. Let's say whoever it is. Okay, can also look at it as like you're crazy if you're not even on the same frequency. You
Well,
know.
yeah, and if somebody
Yeah.
starts telling you you're ugly, right, whether it's
Mm-hmm.
on the inside or the outside, and it comes to you as a shock, right, that person would think that of you, I in turn suddenly start saying you're the ugly one. You see what I'm saying? And that's
Yeah.
not my nature, actually. That's not my nature. It's a retaliation, like I'm not
Mm-hmm.
saying I don't walk around saying, oh, check out this about somebody. I'm as imperfect as the next one, or and that's the whole point of being human. So, it's
Yeah.
interesting when the more
Yep.
someone pushes that at you, the more the response is to be like, it's not me, it's you. When in
Tell me,
fact, why would I cultivate that? Why would one want to cultivate that in themselves? I got enough of that shit on my own. You know what I mean?
why
I'm working on, yeah.
do you get that shit from? We're all perfect. The human body's a perfection. Life's a perfection.
Yep.
They train us to tell us we're imperfect. That's bullshit. We're all supreme gods and goddesses.
Yeah, I
Very
guess I'm being
intelligent.
a little bit vague. What I'm saying is when somebody can really, really try and push you down, right? And really exemplify things in a way that the optics are, not pretty, right? So I'm being very
Right.
specific. I'm talking more metaversally, right? Where even in that case where, someone can really try, and I don't want to even say try and push down. Someone's just pointing out what they don't like and exemplifying it, so your reaction is want to try and drag every, to try and respond in your, even just in your person, right? When really that's not, I mean, sure, you can say there's, for every action, there's a equal and greater reaction or whatever, but that doesn't mean they have to be the same, So,
Right.
yeah, so it's just interesting. So I meant that more specifically in the metaverse. I also agree that we're all created in imperfection, like no leaf falls randomly. The universe unfolds perfectly always. And that's hard for us. That's hard for us in this hell realm, in this fucking place where we know they're doing things beyond keeping us poor and getting greedy rich, So
Mhm.
it's but that being said, if the case is, yeah, who are we to judge each other's process,
Exactly.
when especially metaversely, you don't have to watch who you don't want to watch, and you can watch somebody for a while and then they can, I'm just pick some, I don't know, some I was going to say exercise channel. It's the wrong example for me, but you know, people who are really into fitness, they may find they cycle through 7 to 10 channels because
Yeah,
that
they can.
guy's a little off
Yep,
his mark, or this one's a little more motivating this month, you know? And
yep.
that
We
being
get what you're
said, there's going
saying.
to be no reason. There'd be no reason in that scenario where the person, you know, who's watching those channels is like, they're not, you know, it's just a different, different community, different strokes, you know,
Energy.
like,
Yep.
so,
A
you know, the
different
universe
level. Yep.
unfolds in perfection always. I'm no more perfect or less perfect than the next person.
Hey, and look, that's the conundrum or symbolism within the word itself, because I'm perfection is saying, you know, it's like I mean, imperfection is saying I'm perfection, you know, so
It is.
where
Yeah.
where you may have imperfections, that's a reflection of, you know, say
Yeah.
if it's something that you can't mentally make better, you know, then
Yeah.
like you gonna have to just live with it.
Yeah. Somebody's perfect. One person's perfect is somebody else's fucking hot mess. You know what I mean? And, you know,
Hmm.
somebody else's perfect is somebody else's boring, pious, you know, like,
Yeah,
yeah,
the
if the
little
universe is
glitch.
unfolding in perfection, always in perfection, then, you know, nothing that's happened up until this moment could be any different, you know? And
Yep.
so it goes.
Look, glitching sound like bitching, right? So like this is where, you know, like say if this apple got a bruise in it and the other ones don't, then, you know, if you notice that and you want to complain, then there go. You can, ooh, it's a bruise on this one, or that one got a big head, or a lump a lump in his face, or, you know, a bump on her face, bump on their nose. They can point out the blemish. Yet we are all the same still. You know, it don't
Yeah.
matter, because like that right there just gives people who want to point that kind of stuff out, you know, they'll be the glitch in the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, oh, you have a bruise on your face, or, you know?
You know, yeah. Look, you know, like say how the animals, like say if that's body language, right? Then this where you see the monkeys picking off each other back, or they be picking their,
Mhm.
or, you know, straightening each other face, or, you know, just like grooming, like you see going on at the salon or barber shop. But
Animals be grooming each other. Yeah.
yeah, they pick
But
on each other.
but us people can't. Oh, but the people have a hard time grooming each other. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, but where we pick on each other, you done snatched the whole patch out of such and such's hair because she done called you a glitch or a bitch. Or where she was bitching or he was bitching, there go the glitch now. I got a whole patch missing out of my vessel. Stitches. I got a tooth missing from glitching and fighting with this motherfucker who was buffering.
I like that.
Cause we are tied to the computer. This is a computer simulation. So the patches is the batches. And, you know, symbolism is him. It's her. Look, it's fur, and fur is feather. And we all together. From birds to you know, herds, damn it. Yeah, I see the birds flocking with the bears, damn. I see them all together.
All right.
Like Noah's Ark. Like nothing separated until we try to pirate or become pirate. You know, people try to
Pyrate
fight.
as in fire, mind's eye. Pirate as in
Yeah,
fire.
Yeah,
Yep.
like burning a CD. Yeah.
Yep.
Pyromaniac. Oh,
Like look
okay.
like a bootleg. Like the pirate got a copy of a leg. It's a peg stick. Or you know, in these days you can't even tell. It looked like a regular foot. Such and such a be missing the whole bunch. Because sometimes, you know, say the moth gets away from the fire. You learn. The rat sometimes bites itself from the trap. You know, positive or negative, you know, sometimes you survive, you get away. In others' eyes, you might be a god, or in some you might be a devil. You know, but it ain't up to them for your survival, it's up to you. And they can't be mad at you, you know. And a lot of people, yeah, I can't even, that's where I'm not a good judge, you know. I won't be alone judging people, you know what I'm saying? Not saying I need a hate group, but those who are doing what they do, it's gonna speak for itself. So we don't gotta judge them because we might get it wrong just when they getting themselves right.
I like that right there. What you just said at the end. They might be getting themselves right, and I like that. I like that.
Yeah, my stake, you know, like that's where I'm not good with judgment. And I think even if I did get it right, I'd still be wrong. Cause I don't want nobody to do me, you know,
Yeah.
like that. You know, you treat people how you want to be treated. So yeah, when the tables turn, don't even trip. Don't even trip, cause you know what I mean. That's what you was just about to serve them. But if you use, you know, say your calculations, cause that's what we are. That's what it's about, man. It's about that. If you ask me, it ain't about just going off 100 miles per hour. It's like showing balance and coexisting with one another.
And that would go back to like what Bex was saying, it's like, you know, that's why I think it's like a programmed response. Someone does you wrong or does something horrific to you, your family, or whatever is going to upset you or bother you. An initial reaction, like I know for me, is like retaliation, right? And it's like for me, it's like breaking that. You got to break that.
Mm-hmm.
Let it play out. Just let it play. That's hard to
Yeah,
break. It's
that's
especially
hard to break.
if
Yep.
you've been brought up that way, you're in a society that, all that. And then getting back to like that, because like I believe what Rebecca says, I don't believe we ever had hate or anger in us. You go back to a child, I believe it was just all the crap that came into our life and we let it affect us.
See?
We
Ooh.
let it.
Yep.
It's hard because, it's hard for a lot of people. It's hard for me. I'm gonna say a lot of people. For me, it's hard for me to be like, yeah, they did this. Well, karma will play out. They'll,
Ain't this?
either they'll
Ooh,
learn
ain't
one
that
day
something?
that unconditional love. It's hard to go there. It really is. It's a matter of
Yeah.
practice for me. Yeah.
Cause it's just like jumping in the highway, high traffic with somebody and it's over. That's what it's like. Cause it ain't just them that you hurting, it's yourself too. You have to eyewitness that. And who, you know what I mean? Man, nobody wanna, like, don't nobody want to do these. Like, this is not what it do.
I said, I see so frequent because my frequency is so convenient. No.
That's right. Shit.
Charles, keep going, Charles. Keep going. Yeah, keep going.
The convenience store. Damn right. in there getting everything you need.
I thought Chris was coming up. Maybe not.
No, I think he I'm not sure. I don't know if Benton was considering joining us for a moment or not, or if Christos was going to hop to over here after hopping over there. I know we've still got between the two rooms there's between 60 and 70 people watching right now, Charles. It's a beautiful thing.
It is.
Yeah, I appreciate this time. I really do.
Yep.
Yep, me too. Thank you, Charles, everybody.
Like, it's a lot of power lines that's been put up. And at least from my point of view, because I'm gonna continue to
I appreciate y'all.
Yep, I'm gonna continue to say or show that it's something to do out here opposed to nothing. It's tougher to do nothing. So I salute them people too. And I ain't mad at them. But yet we should all be able to, provide for each other on whatever level you trying to receive.
Yeah.
But I ain't here to troll. So let's get it.
Yeah,
well, and I know.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
ahead,
Kimba.
Rebecca.
No, you
No,
please
ahead.
go ahead. No,
go
I've
ahead,
talked
Sarah.
a lot. No, it's not always. It's not always about Beck's monologuing. You go ahead.
Yep.
But you talk so good, though. I could listen to you talk forever. Now, I was just gonna say that you like you said, mine's like everyone's got their own path. Everyone's got their own thing going on. I've been saying this for a while. I wasn't saying this. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't saying this a while ago. 2-3 years ago. But everyone's got different things going on. People are working. Some people have kids. Some people don't have kids. Some people have time to sit back and heal if they want. Some people don't got enough time in the day to heal. Some people may not have money to buy good food. If they want to start eating better, they may not have a house, car, all that. So with all that being said, everyone does serve a purpose. Everyone serves a purpose wherever they are in life. And to me, that is what gets us all where we're going.
The lunge effect, being able to catapult each other.
For anyone to be like, well, that one's on this, that one's doing this, that one's doing that. That makes me think of what Charles loves to say all the time. Every time you pointing that one finger back, I used to say 0.5. Now I'm like 50 million fingers back.
Back at you, yep.
You, because I'm guilty of it. I do it myself. Well, I'm like, blah, blah, blah. And it's time to like, wait a minute, wait. The first thing I'm screaming out and annoys me. Why does that annoy me? Oh, I do it. Oh, I was like, oh, I do it. Oh, it's a little pet peeve. I do it. That's why I'm like, no. Oh, I do it. I do it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why would I care? Why would I care what you do, right? So when I was like, oh. So now when I go to do that, I'm like, stop. Why does it bother you? Oh, probably because you do it.
Yeah, but we're not all supposed to be the same. We're not all supposed to be the same, right? So one finger pointing out and 3 pointing back in doesn't mean doesn't even necessarily mean that you have to change what you're pointing your finger at. It just means you have to look at that little piece of yourself and analyze it, right? So, or else we'd all just be trying to form the same fucking person. How boring is that?
Right.
So I know that I've known ever since I got out here, as I've been finding my voice, evolving, emoting. I'll tell you, on this channel, you guys know better than anyone how much self-control I learned, so that even when I've emotionally blown out on the internet, I'm a fucking human, Other people have been here longer. They learn not to do that. I can trust that whatever they do to alchemize their process is what they do, There's people that love me and people that hate me, and that's going to be the case for all of us. But why would we be trying to make everybody love us? Right? All we're supposed to do is love ourselves. You know?
Mm-hmm. As long as you can back your shit up, bring it.
What did Boy just said? Rebecca is just a softie compared to the badass, the bad. Well, I'm gonna say badassness of Kimba. I love that.
I think we complement each other very well.
Yeah, see, that's like to compare. That's where you will start to flare. That sounds like, you know, in comparison, you know, that's not to even be spoke on. You know,
yeah.
Like Kimba just said, that she compliments me. You know, so
exactly.
So with that, you shouldn't take left, right, doll, or compare left doll to right doll, because they both centered. You know, like say you know, just thinking like say where we deal with like what'll be your intentions for what you say, like long as you can back it up. Long as you can back up the energy you bring forward, if people was to point things out like you pointing things out.
Yeah, if you could point out your own stuff, that's big, you know. That's big, because let's face it.
Well,
sometimes I don't want to point stuff out still, you know. That could still be hard. You know?
Yep, long as you can back that shit up, point it out. That's right.
It's, you know, it is easier having criticism from a close friend or loved one. You know, it can really soften the blow. But if somebody criticizes you that you don't have a close relationship with, you know, or even if you've slighted them in their perspective, it still gives you that opportunity to reflect and understand the variations, especially out here in YouTube, the variety of people that are here. I recently put all my content up, so I could be contradicting myself. You know, like I grow out here so fast. It's unbelievable to me, you know. And it may seem like you're spinning on a dime and flipping here and flipping there, but ultimately, like, until I had a sock account, I didn't understand the nature of this. And even I don't even have a real sock account because it's like still attached to this one. Everyone's going to figure it out, you know, and then they'll block me or whatever. Like, I'm just saying it doesn't matter. But I thought it was going to be passive aggressive. I thought I would be, I thought that's what that tool was. But when everybody's using it in social media, it's actually just wearing another mask. It's like, creating another avatar. And so there was a point where I was like, I had blocked everybody. I'd blocked everybody beyond into channels, you know, and I went off on my channel and it was fantastic. Right. And I sat in a channel for 2 years where the host constantly berated anyone coming new into the room. And we laughed. You know, I've been on channels, you know, around these streets that have an aspect of that where they do that too. Right. So, you know, it's no different when I do it. And then when I realize, holy shit, I've been missing out. I didn't understand. You know, I saw it as duplicitous when it's actually allows us to have all those masks we wear in the world too. And maybe cultivate a side of ourselves that who am I to judge again, right? Like I may be very similar in all my avatars and other people may play being a totally different gender and get totally in character and get in touch with their divine other gender, you know, like, so, you know, that's why I don't give a shit. I wish I had all my other content too, because it would show such an evolution of, it would just show such an evolution of, you know, of myself for myself and of the relationships that have ebbed and flowed out here. And so if you think about the real world and the conversations that happen outside, but that you don't see, that are all blocked, right? Like everything that's happened in here that I can see or imagined when I couldn't see it is happening out there in the real world too. And it didn't fucking faze me. Why should it faze me in here? You know? So I just think this it's a beautiful microcosm of life in here, and I'm really grateful to be a part of this community, period. And I know everyone's like, what do you mean by this community? It actually overflows huge. We have community crossover so big, we don't even know what our community is. But I'm saying the people that I see every day, you know, the people that see me, the people that talk to the people that see me, the people I see that talk to the people, you know, we've been out, I've been out here for 6 months, you know, it's,
Everybody's
yeah.
important here.
Yeah,
Respect.
everybody.
That's real.
Yep. Oh man, it's so nice to be here, you guys. I came in a couple weeks ago, visit Charles' channel. I was like, I'm home, strolled in, boom, you know, and boom, boom, boom from there. But like, it's just been really, this is, you know, being far from home. I really appreciate this, Charles. This is more home than my own channel, always has been. He might have wandered off. May have wandered off.
I'm here.
And then
My bad.
Yeah.
I had to do
No,
a
that's
few
fine.
things.
I figured you did. I didn't mean to imply that you just leave your stream and you know.
Hey,
I just know
you right. Y'all right.
People. Wrenches. Peace to Melanie Moran. I hope it ain't Melanie Moron. No, it's Moran.
she likes it. No, she actually likes it when people call her Ms. Moron.
No, I was gonna laugh and say that's a good one.
At least that's what she said before in chat. I've called her that.
Hey, it does get like, say, that avatar thing you mentioned. I think Kimber mentioned it, like where people, that mask thing. You know, it made me think of that film, The Mask, where a lot of people, like, you know, could just shut down, you know, and reset the avatar as if, say, things didn't happen. But like, it's another thing you mentioned too, Kim. You know, the side effects. You know, things are literally what we saying, and like, say, the side effects is literally dealing with the left and right, which is the sides. You know, so that's kind of that spin, and then the motherfucker put on a new mask, or, you know, yet you do learn from all previous things. Everything that you have, say, intake or received or put out, you know, that stuff it changes your mind. You know, so it's like you moving forward with evolution, and people can't see the change that your mind is going through. So that's what I was kind of getting at with avatars, you know. And everybody like because people will come around and be a whole different person, and we won't know about this confusion, you know. So yeah, it's important to be able to detect these kind of things, because this is what, say, the third eye plus is about, going into different dimensions, or you not even having to mention. Much love to you, Charles. You there, Brody?
Yeah, I'm here. Much love to everyone.
No doubt.
Mind's eye, man. He be having me look at words the way he, even when he used to go to bros and other people's channels, he's one of the few that breaks words down like that. And now, when I look at words, I look at like the etymology or I divide words up. Now I want to start doing what Lucid used to do, and put words and look them up in that the
Latin.
word like Latin and all that. I want to see, because I think a lot of words mean more than what we're told.
Yeah.
They,
Vibration, man.
yeah, they put a lot of words together from different languages and created English.
Yeah, we literally telephone, like we tell the phone. We are the ones, man. We all are. It's just like where you realize your potential, like you will see it, you will catch on to it. Not saying that everybody here has it, to others that may hear this. You will see that little glitch, and it'll allow you to have control, or you will be one with this place instead of wrestling all the time and being confused and stuff. That's how I look at it.
Who's this guy, Void, man?
Boy,
Right?
Yo, who's Seth? Isn't Seth the brother of? Wasn't Seth the one who conquered? He was in a movie. There was a guy named Seth, and he killed the god. Oh, that was in
Wasn't me. It wasn't me, dude. It wasn't me.
it
That was in
I didn't know nothing, dude. I didn't know nothing.
What's the dude with the hammer? I always forget his name, man. Thor. That was in Thor. Or no, that was in some movie, man, about gods. I used to have it on DVD. That's how old it is.
I immediately wanted to join, because of Kimba and because of Rebecca and because of you, Chucky, and because of Mind's Eye, but also because of Latin. I love Latin, and I don't know if Latin is a real language. I think, to be honest, I love Latin because it is such a precise language, and it was how it was conceived of. The conceptualizations of languages themselves are like, there's sometimes languages don't have a translation, into another language.
Yeah, split avenues.
Right? Lost in translation. Like, I can explain this to you, but it would take me like 4 minutes to explain the word to you, to explain the feeling behind the word. And that would totally, dishonor the whole word. And so therefore, I'm not going to explain it to you, lost in translation. And that's, and I don't know if that happens in Latin. Latin is it's almost like German. Latin is almost
very
like
mathematical,
German.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Late, like late, late.
No, it's like any letter that you would use in, or any sound or any letter or definition that you would use in Latin would actually make sense. And even if you would not know Latin and you would hear it, you would be able to make sense of the words and the letters and the constructions of it. Like music. Like when you hear the blues, it's going to make this repetition of sounds, and then it's going to make that repetition of sounds, and then it's going to make that repetition of sounds, which will lead to the new repetition of sounds, right? It's just
resonance.
So there's no confusion. Yeah, there's no confusion.
Yeah, you want to be, when you hear a new language, you are confused, but still, then again, you also hear it also resonates, right? Some people said that you can't lie if you use Latin, right? So Latin, that is something weird. Latin is a weird thing, just like Hebrew language. Some people say, oh no, the Bible was originally written in Hebrew. I don't believe that. Hebrew was created. The Hebrew language was created just as well as Latin was created. I don't believe I don't believe Hebrew to be the original language, nor do I believe Sanskrit to be the original language, nor do I believe Latin to be the original language. I think the three of them, all of them are just super interesting and magical in itself, and interrelated to, it's pure magic. But then again, they're not the original. No, it's not necessarily the original languages. I don't see that.
I agree. I think
What did
the
I miss?
original. Go ahead, Charles.
What were you saying about
Well,
Latin, boy? Sorry, man. I was in the other room. I have to. I'm trying to do a few things at
I
once.
want to hear what Mind's Eye has to say about this, because he wants to react on this.
No says Sanskrit.
Yep, I like that. No.
I say Spanish. One of them. I recently looked up the word pornography, right? And I wanted to look at it in Latin. And in Latin, it gave me, from English to Latin, it gave me the word dolor. And dolor is a Spanish word for pain.
Yeah.
And so when I see a Spanish word being given for an allegedly ancient language, I knew it was intermediary. And then I went looking even further into the language, like you were saying, with translations, right? Like in Spanish, you say, you say, instead of saying I like you, it's more like you please me.
Yeah. Me
right?
gusta.
But actually it is you grace me.
Yeah.
You give me gusto, right? You give me oomph, right? When I say to you,
I can
when I
flavor
ask,
you. It's actually I can flavor you. You flavor me.
yeah, and so when I say to you in Spanish,
that's what it says. Ti me gusta.
You're right. You're right, Goose. I see what you're saying. Yeah, and
that's
so
what it says.
when a child or anyone asks anyone for something in Spanish, it's almost like a very humane language. Like you don't need the God or any of that to actually justify. So when I say to you, "Te gusta hacerme un sandwich?" I'm saying, would it flavor you to make me a sandwich? Does it give you gusto, right? Like, is it good? And it gets translated as, would you like to, or would you it give you pleasure to, when in fact it's not that. And then when I thank you,
about, right?
yeah. So when I say por favor in Spanish, por favor in sorry, go ahead.
That's the part that gets lost in translation.
Exactly. And then when you say por favor, that's a banker's word. You don't actually need to say por favor in Spanish. That's a post banker's edition. That's I don't know. Because if it gives you, if te gusta hacerme un sandwich, and then you make me the sandwich and I say gracias, that's not thank you. That's graces, right? That's like, it's given, that's being gracious, right?
Well,
so
it reminds me, it's a totally different situation. Okay. But, okay. So I go on the street and I go out there and I see this young boy, like maybe like 10 years old, and he's riding his bike, and he wears something in his hand and he loses it. I pick it up from the street so he doesn't have to, turn his bike around and, step off his bike and pick it up and then step on his bike. And I just return it to the guy in his hand, like, here you go. And the guy doesn't say thank you. And at that moment, I was like, why doesn't he say thank you? I was a bit humiliated. Like, what? Why doesn't he say thank you?
Right.
And then, but I just walked on, I just went on with my day. And I thought to myself, well, did I really need a thank you? And I said to myself, no, I didn't need a thank you. I just wanted to help this guy on his way today. And so that problem solved. I didn't need to hear a thank you. I just wanted to help the guy. And I helped him. And I didn't hear a thank you. Well, fuck that. I don't care about the thank you. I just wanted to help him. And I helped him.
Mm-hmm. Hey, and whether he said it or not, he did say it, or she did say it,
I helped him, whether he recognized it or not, right?
Yeah.
Or he
Considering.
acknowledged it. He didn't even acknowledge it. And he might not even have recognized it. It might just have come natural to him that everybody helps him.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
and that leads to what I
Still, I
was.
helped him, you know.
Yeah.
And
Look,
it's not about me.
boy.
It's not about me helping him. It's about him getting along with his day. That's why I helped him, you know.
Exactly.
Not for the thank you.
Look, boy.
And so this was the moment that I learned. I didn't help him for the thank you that I should get from that. I didn't help him because I wanted to get a thank you. I helped him because I want to help him. Right? So that's what I wanted to bring across. And I only learned it that day. Like, wow, I don't want to hear a thank you. I just want to help him. And even if he doesn't say thank you, or, you know, that might even be better. I think it might even be better. Like, it's just a natural thing to do.
This is where things right themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know, body language, you know, and I'm saying this referring to where you was talking about the language Latin, you know, say where you could comprehend or get a picture, you know, all of it speaks for itself, whether a person thanks you or not. It's being able to coexist on the same ground.
Exactly, dude. Yeah.
You know, without malicious intent or malice.
Mm-hmm.
Where you wouldn't have to, you know, like imagine it being with trees, like a tree, like you bet not fall on me.
Yeah.
You know, and they exist inside a forest. They create for the longest of time. Say when one tree fall, oh, you stabbed me in the back. Like, no, it did not. You know. So like I see that, you know. The whole thing where we don't gotta grab each other by, because you know, sometimes we want to do that. Snatch each other up by the collar and, you know, say, hey, like where's your manners at? Like we sometimes want to do that. Yet, like if our intent is truly to help that person, like how could we want to, you know, tear them apart?
Now,
You know.
and so that's what I learned at that moment. It was not so much about me learning. Um, it was not about me teaching him to say thank you. It was about me helping somebody else
Mm-hmm.
and not hearing thank you. That is what that moment was about, right? So
Yeah, letting it be what it was, and you know, yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I
and
don't help. I mean, if you help other people, if you bring other people on their way, you know, or whatever, do you? I don't do it for a thank you. Like, oh, thank you. Oh,
No,
no, I
no,
just do it so, you know, so that the vibe will vibe along. You know.
that's right.
Hmm.
Remember, like, say sometimes, you know, people would take this and that's where they become the troll or whatever. You know, and for we know not what we do sometimes.
Hmm.
You know, it'll be a honest, true friendship where it'll be a lot of, you know, arguments where say that's what a keep they friendship together, keep the friendship together. They bind through that madness and say, oh, we cool, you know.
Yeah, some people are crazy like that.
Yeah, instead of just being without the tug of war, you know, and doing things that inspire reflection that ain't, you know, say on the other side of positive where it be stuff you wouldn't want to observe or be around. Cause people do, like they go off of each other. Like some people inspire others, like you might not even know.
Mm.
So yeah, you truly being you and, you know, hoping for the best. That's what I do. you know, I try my best to be the change that I want to see.
Well, praises to you. I mean, I'm glad to hear that you do that. I mean, hallelujah.
But that's one of the
Respect.
theories that I've had, you know, is that even when I was looking at my own relationship in my family with, it's a big family, right? And my dad really can
You've got
pick and
eight
choose.
siblings?
Yeah, there's eight siblings. My father has 8 children, 4 and 4 with each wife.
Wow.
So, you know, whether I take that relationship or I take some of the other dissonances I've had, you know, that are more where people could track it if you wanted to, you know, say here in the metaverse, it's still this understanding, or even the way that people shun the devil, for instance, right? Like, what if we all had our minds wiped to come here to fine tune those people? Like, I'm just saying, as my father's daughter, I really resisted his egomaniacal ways, you know? I really felt, because I'm so different from the majority of my family, I don't step in line, you know, that he was sort of my enemy, you know? And in the years that we've not been talking, I've realized, like, he was the villain in my story and I'm the villain in his story. Somehow I'm a disappointment, right? But what it really comes down to in the last few weeks, the amount of reactions and changes and the way my brain is I don't know, understanding how much of our emotions are actually performative. Right now, I don't mean like they're demonstrative,
What
like
do you
they're
mean?
not legitimate.
So what do you mean?
What I'm saying,
No,
what
do you
I'm
mean
saying is,
performative? I don't understand
we've
that.
been conditioned
Okay, so
to,
I
I'm not
understand.
saying
Yeah.
performative in terms of like, oh, for
No, but
optics sake on
okay.
YouTube. Yeah, I'm saying it's almost like we've been conditioned to not only to have social expectations of reactions,
Analyze, like
right?
if this emotion is you know, like that, it's, you need to channel it into.
Yeah, it's like if Charles
this.
backstage me right now, I should be offended,
Yep. You
right?
said it, boy.
Like,
That's
and I should get upset about that, you know? But actually, it's not upsetting. It's actually
It
amusing
doesn't.
to go back and watch, you know? So
Yeah.
my point is that as I started to realize, and I'm guilty of it, you know, even within the last week, but we have
you're
these things
guilty.
Say
built.
my name.
Oh, you're
What?
We have
Oh,
these
you're
things built
guilty,
up
Beck.
inside of us. Let me just finish, please, boy. We have these things built up inside of us, right? That have to come out, whether they're for that moment or whether they're fucking 50 years old, you know? And maybe some people are better at, you know, going to the gym or talking to a friend, or, you know, not having, or maybe they're better at repressing. I don't know. My point is that,
please, I don't know anything that you know better, or the other way around. But what is it that that you want? I mean, don't you just want to be here? Will you please stop explaining yourself, Rebecca? I know who you are.
I don't understand. You know what, Voy? I'm not trying to explain myself to you. I'm
No, well,
having a
okay,
conversation
so,
with the group. So,
no, yeah, okay, I get that, but
and
maybe
I don't need you to, if I'm bothering you, I'm sorry, Voy.
I'm
We
not
can redirect,
necessarily.
but you don't need to tell me how to be.
No,
Please don't tell me how to be.
I'm not necessarily attacking you, but
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not feeling attacked. You're telling me I don't have to explain myself.
yeah,
right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I'm not explaining myself. I'm talking about my experience.
Okay.
Yeah, she don't see it that way, Voynick. That's
so
not how
if
she's
you don't
saying it.
understand, yeah.
That's all.
Okay.
You know, so, but I appreciate that. So,
yeah,
it's just that, and I may, anyways.
Because
it's
I
all
appreciate
love.
yourself.
Yeah.
I appreciate yourself, Bex. You know, it's not like I'm. Oh, here's Bex now. I'm gonna attack her. No, not at all.
I'm not feeling attacked. But if you actually were in my shoes and you had as many people telling you what to do, right? You might be a little bit willing to say, hey, buddy, don't tell me what to do. Right now, I understand that you're my friend, you know, and that you have criticism, and that I really respect
what you're saying. I mean, you're from a way larger family, you know, in a totally different district than I'm in, and you know, it's but
and from an extremely fucked up country, right? Like, a place
Yeah.
where really we don't understand as Canadians how we look to the rest of the world. And I really appreciate some of the people in Benton's chat for me understanding, or even some of Benton's criticisms, not criticisms, I would say his explanations of me and my paradigm, for lack of a better way of putting it. I didn't realize it was so obviously Canadian.
It's not even Canadian. It's a Canadian island. It's even weirder than that.
True that.
Yeah,
But I
much love.
appreciate that you thought that I was, getting defensive, and I do appreciate your straightforward nature. I always have.
Yeah. Well,
Hey, and the criticism is like, say, that's the fine line between judgment and,
exactly, dude.
like
Yeah.
joking.
Criticism is not necessarily a pessimistic thing. It might be negative. It might be positive.
Right.
But
That's where that
negative-
constructive criticism comes in, right?
Yeah,
Boy,
the
Nick, that's
fine
fine.
line.
that's
Constructive.
another word, right?
Yeah. Another word.
I will never
right?
bring that. I'm very critical. I'm very strict and critical. But then again, I'm also very how do you say, laconic. I just don't care.
Blunt. Very blunt.
Blunt, yeah. Simply
Yeah,
like,
blunt.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what
And a bit of a diva, boy. Like I'm just
Yeah.
saying, you can have an emotional reaction, and nobody's telling, nobody's like saying, oh well, Bex means well, Voy. But when Voy's doing something to me, someone's saying Voy means well, Bex. It's interesting. It is a construct of the gender dynamics that we are breaking down. But I'll tell you, it's a very imbalanced. It's very imbalanced optics out here in the metaverse in terms of male to female ratios. And I find that's where I stand up and say, I will, people want to criticize me, soothe me over because they think I'm being emotional. Half these men out here get in their feelers all the time, and nobody's ever telling them to be less of a man.
And that's a good, and that's
Fist bump.
right. That's
fist bump.
And I mean, kudos to you, Kimba, for saying, because that's some solid structure. Criticism
hoop rug
that you got there on the whole metaversal thing. Like, all these guys are very emotional. They act like
man.
Dude, it's that's why I don't engage. Like,
Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
Boy.
let's talk about it.
Yeah.
No, it's not. But
We
okay,
can
let's
go
talk
deep
about it.
with that, right? Just all the way down the line, what's been done. I'm not that I'm throwing excuses out, but like mine's I said, go deep. Like, why are men like this? Why are women like this? Why is
But we're
Emo.
humans, right? So Voy doesn't show his emotions here. Voy goes to his own channel and vents and plays some music, and his friends come and he hangs out, and only momentarily. Really, he might go on a 10-minute rant, but I'm just saying, and it's a form of emotions, and it's a form of.
Mind you, I've
you
been
couldn't-
on here for 5 or 6 years.
You couldn't look.
Well, yeah, and so that's where I'm just saying, but no, maybe people do run to Voy's channel and, make little clips and stuff like that, like maybe they do, and it doesn't really matter. But what I'm saying is, when it's out here in this metaverse, as a woman who has been strong, as a woman who has been corrected every time I'm told, oh no, that's a person thing. Oh, that's not a gender thing. And I look at it and I'm like, you're right. But the criticism come down to either, oh, it's a girling, right? But I can't look at a boy and say it's a boying. You know what I mean? It's fucking retarded, to be honest. It's stunting, and it's time that we change it.
On such a controversial topic.
It ain't really controversial like that. Like,
no, it's a good topic. I just don't want people arguing.
Right.
Yeah, we're not arguing. We're not arguing. Are we arguing, friends?
Hold
we're
on,
not
arguing. Peace to my Shuri and Analani. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. My Sherry.
She goes by Shuri. My Shuri Anolani. Shuri.
My Shuri Analani.
Yeah, that's good.
Smash Tricknology, peace. Be what it is, peace. Hold on, I'm just checking to see if anyone came in because I
Cherie
was
says
away.
she never hears once it's a boy thing or a girl thing. That's hilarious.
Yeah, peace to the chat.
I'm always told I'm a girl in my feelers, but none of the boys are ever being called out a boy in their feelers,
Well,
and they're
I
in their
think
feelers. That's my point. So it's a
I
human
think
in their feelers,
So
and the
okay,
boys do
they're
it
putting
just as
shit
much
in
as
the
the
food.
girls.
They're putting shit in the food that's causing men to be.
no.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no.
yeah.
Men have
We're
emotions.
talking.
Men have
No,
Yeah.
I
emotions.
know what you're saying, Chuck.
Hold
And,
on, man. I'm not even done talking. People are
okay,
already
sorry.
knowing me off. And it's
Sorry,
fine to
Charles.
disagree. It's
Mhm.
fine. I know people are going to disagree. Um, they could be putting estrogen or whatever you want to call the chemical in foods. But yeah, I know there's a lot of men out there that didn't grow up in hard times or have a father. I didn't have a father in my life, but I had a lot of friends in the streets that were my father. So it's the same difference. And I don't know. A lot of men are feminine nowadays, and that's a little scary.
Yeah, but
But go
Well,
ahead. Anyone want to
you
speak
know, but
next?
I just want to
Emo.
say that the biology of it is different than the emotions of it. Men, boys were told not to cry.
thank you.
We can't have it blaming, we can't have ourselves evolving back from these gender stereotypes and putting it all on Monsanto in the food, right?
Thank
Men
you.
have feelings, right? Men have feelings. They are sensitive and emotional beings as well. I get
Yes,
that
they
men
alive.
have a hierarchy amongst themselves, that maybe they only show those emotions to a few friends, and I hope that's evolving for you guys. So, but to call emotions feminine, that's part
That's
of
so,
that.
that's so stupid.
That is,
That's
it's
so
just,
stupid.
it's
That's
not the
beyond.
estrogen.
Exactly.
I
Thank
can't
you.
even give that a name. To call
I wasn't
emotions
talking
feminine.
about
To call emotions
feelings. I was
feminine.
talking about men act like a bitch by
Yeah.
putting fingernail
Yeah, no,
polish
But
and
dude, that
I see.
happened.
dressing like
That
a
happened.
woman. That's what I'm talking about.
That
Emo.
happened
There,
after they called emotions feminine.
yeah,
So, oh, if
I
you have
see. So you
emotions,
think it's
if
a
you have
byproduct, boy, of,
feeling,
sorry. Sorry, you
yeah.
finish.
No,
It's
no,
over emotional. That's what
So
it
it's a
is.
byproduct.
exactly.
It's a byproduct of suppressed emotions. The desire to actually feminize, somewhat,
No,
perhaps,
not
is because
necessarily.
Yeah.
no.
No.
If I
You're
cry because my friend died, that's not feminine. But they teach you crying, you're being like a woman. And even though a lot of men don't talk about their problems, they bottle them up, and I do that too. And then that's not healthy because then I flip out when I don't have anyone to talk to. It builds up. Everyone
Yeah.
has emotions. I don't know you guys are reflecting on just emotions, but
See,
well.
go ahead,
hey,
boy.
Here's my take on emotions. Emotions are they are feelings, right? Emotions are feelings, and feelings make you think. You know, when you don't know anything as a baby, let's make this just a little bit black and white, okay? When you don't know anything as a baby, so to say, or as a young child, and you see fire, you're gonna look at the fire, and it warms you, and you're gonna feel comfortable, and like wow, and it entices you. It entices your eyes. It entertains you just looking at the fire, and it feels warm and comforting. You want to touch it, and then once you get too close to the fire, you feel ow, ow, ow. That's an emotion. Ow, ow. I don't. When I stand close to the fire, it warms me. When I touch the fire, it burns me. That's an emotion. And when you stop touching the fire, that's knowledge. So emotion leads to knowledge.
mm-hmm.
We need emotion. We need feeling. The more you feel, the more you know. sensitive people are intelligent. Intelligent people are sensitive, per definition.
I
Exactly.
like that. I like that, boy.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
how it is. That's how it is. It's
And
not.
look,
It's not how much you read that doesn't make you intelligent. How much you
Right.
feel and how much you can translate your feeling into life,
you
into words, into action,
Mm,
into
yeah, how you
know,
transmute it.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
it's all combustible, you know, forward movement. Yeah, that's what you do with knowledge. You can go 100 miles per hour with it. You know, I think like say the fine line between say emotion, it becomes passion, you know, where people talk about being passionate, you know, and that is effective. That's, you know, say it's effective, yet
Well,
men can be, you know, they can be thrown over where it becomes like, you know, how people say emotional things go. It can go into that realm. You got it, boy.
well, there's a difference between affection and effect, right? Affect. There's, I mean, one can feel affection for a flower or another person or whatever, but if you want to
Hmm.
have, if you actually feel the affection, you want to bring attention. You have, if you feel the affection, you feel the attention, and that's a mutual thing. And
Yeah.
you want to have an effect, you need to be attentive, not just have attention, but you need to be attentive, and you need to know what the result of your attention is. Otherwise your attention doesn't matter. And
You
Yeah.
won't
so
have the
and
equal
that's
exchange of energy. Equal
and
exchange of
that's the
energy,
definition
boy.
and that's the
Yeah.
definition of love for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where people will go on mad rants and yeah, waste everybody time. Yep. Go ahead, Kim.
No, I was just gonna say that like Voynich said, like the equal exchange of energy. You want to give the equal exchange of energy. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. You
Yep.
know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't nobody
It
want
need,
to
well,
watch no
I want to
bitches.
say to that, Kimba, need
Yeah.
not be, it need not necessarily be an equal exchange of energy.
Okay.
If I have to throw 4 liters of water onto my plant before it gives me a tiny, tiny flower, I would just pour 4 liters of waters on this plant before it gives me this tiny flower, right? And that might not be equally, that might not be. I mean, I'm giving you 4 liters of water, and all you give me is this tiny flower. It doesn't work like that. If you, it's about seeing what the potential of the other person is, and being able to feed that, being able to nourish that. That is what love is. That is what love is.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about good intentions. It's about good results,
Oh, okay. So the love is okay. Yeah.
right? And that's,
Yeah.
well, I mean, good intentions. Fuck that. I mean,
Yeah, you
the way
right.
to hell is paved with good intentions. Fuck good intentions. Results. Results. That is what love is about. So,
Yep.
results. I
Yep.
mean, results. And how do you make results? With science, with knowledge. If
Hmm.
you really
Communication.
know what is going on, then you can make results.
Yep.
Peace to Cadence. Peace, Cadence.
I yield.
Peace. Yeah, you gotta have the communications, you know,
Mhm.
because people could take that, say your kind intent, they could take that for weakness, and you have to, or you know, y'all have to correct it. You know, so it is about the results where we come out with, say, a coexistence, or if we doing business, you know, we get to our product or our point.
That's a good point, right? You can't do any business with good intentions. You can only do business with results.
Yeah, you got to get it done.
That's a good point. Shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody, yeah, the intent, it'll be a lot of flair between the goal and, you know, where you start with your intention.
Well, what would you call helping somebody out?
Well, I mean, think about the WHO. They have the best intentions, not just good intentions, but the best intentions. Just like the United Nations have the best intentions. Well, I mean, that's. I mean, it says so in the Bible.
Who?
From their perspective, right? From their perspective,
the way to hell is paved with good intentions.
It's a one-way ticket.
And if you choose to help, you got to go all out with that person, because it's about the end results, or what are you helping with? If you don't get to the results of where, you know, y'all meet the goal,
and if you're not keeping track, right? If you're just doing things and somebody tells you, oh, this is the result, that is the result, but you don't see the result, but you just hear the results, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we got to have the results, and that's what's going to allow us to, you know, we're going to put that down and move forward to something else. Yeah.
Good intentions will get you. Good intentions will get you to hell. That intentions mean nothing to me. I know. I mean, I'm not saying that if you have good intentions that you're a devil. I'm not saying that. Okay, but good intentions mean nothing to me. And some people say, "Oh, it's all about intent." No, because the only time that I heard people talking about good intentions is when there was bad results. I mean, it's just a given, okay? It's just data. The only time I hear people talking about good intentions is when we have defined, you know, horrible results. Like, oh, but I meant well because I did it like this and I did it. Right? Yeah. But look how you fucked up. And
the puppy dog eyes.
This is your excuse?
Excuse.
I got something. I got something for that.
I'm going to yield there. Yeah.
I got something for that. Okay, because yes, I'm one of those people.
I just want to say peace to Coco Rio too. Did I miss anyone else? Cadence and
Coco Rio.
Intentions are overrated. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
What's the difference between intent and intentions?
I think it's like driving, you know. You got to be able to maneuver it. Your intentions, like if you mean well from the beginning, you gonna mean well in the end. It's like your intention shouldn't change, like say from positive to where you just fuck it, want to mash, or you know, just drop everything in the middle of, you know, like giving
I'd like
up.
to say, if you have good intentions, you're going to have good results in the end. You're not going to have good intentions at the end. You're going to have, if you have good intentions to start with, you're going to have trouble in between, and you're going to have some bricks in between, but you're going to have good results in the end. So that's what I say good intention would lead to. If you're going to end up with good intentions, you didn't have good intentions to begin with. If your result is good intentions, that's useless.
The result, okay, you just said if the result is good intentions, okay, result. Okay, let me interject. Can I interject real quick?
Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Okay, because I'm one of those people that, like you said, boy, it's all about your intentions. But this is why I say, and maybe intentions isn't the right word. Maybe it's a different word I'm thinking of, okay?
No, but I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking you, Orbit.
No. I know.
When you have good intentions, you have a dimension, you have a goal.
Voynich, I'm talking in general. I know you're not saying to me.
Okay.
I'm just bouncing off of you, okay?
Okay.
So I'm bouncing off of you because I say that. I'm like, it's your intention. But this is why, and this is why I'm thinking maybe it may not be intentions. Maybe I have the wrong word altogether. That's why I want to clarify that, or
No, I
get,
hear what you're saying. You
okay.
want to make
Okay.
you want to make a point for the word intent, and
I want to clear something up for me, you know, so
yeah,
I'm not running around
I
saying
hear you,
it.
Kimba.
Yeah.
I hear
Go
you.
ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kimba.
Okay. So let's say for me, personal experience, let's just say I'm hanging around someone that I may think is there for good reasons. Like I said, good intentions. They're supposed to be my friend. They want to uplift me, right? So if I share some good information with them that might have progressed me in my life and be like, hey, look, do you know I did this? This is where the intentions where it gets a little confusing for me. They could be like, oh, I'm very happy for you, but can be lying like a bitch. You know what I mean? Because they're thinking, oh, no, not screw you. Oh, no. And they're actually jealous, angry, whatever. Okay. Or they could be like, oh, I'm happy for you. And you can pick up or feel that from them. Like they really genuinely mean that, you know, they actually feel that for me. So is that an intention or am I thinking a different word?
Yeah, no, you know, don't attack me on the word between the difference of intention or intent, because I feel your nuance there. I feel what you're saying. So
Because you could be fake and be like, yeah, and it's
yeah,
like,
but that's
no,
what I'm
but
saying.
yeah,
Like, okay, so this
liar.
it's not. I'm not attacking anybody's intentions, but what
No,
I'm
I
saying,
know.
but
I
but
want
this
to
is
clarify it for me though, because I'm the one
yeah,
that
yeah.
I'm a firm believer where I go, I read intentions from people, and if and if you're like, okay, I'm so proud
But
of you,
will
I'm
you?
over here like, no, you're not. You're just saying that, but you
Right.
ain't. So
But I
that's what
mean, this is
You would know.
this is
Yep.
also one of the.
I
I mean, you check me out for the same reasons. Like, oh, this boy, you know, with his big mouth, I'm gonna have to check him out. Like, you must have been on that phase. Like, oh, I don't know if he has good intentions. But what I'm trying to say is like, people when people start talking about good intentions, it's usually things are when good intentions are being discussed, it's usually when there's bad results. Like, oh, why the fuck this? How in the name of God did this get fucked up with? And then the one guy or the one girl that it gets down. Yeah, how did you fuck? Yeah, I wanted to do it like this or do. I had the best intentions. You know. Yeah, that's why it was fucked. And the excuse is always, yeah, I had the best intentions. Yeah, no, you were not thinking about the result. You know, it's always an excuse. Best intentions is always an excuse, and you know, and it's I'm not attacking anybody's intentions.
It's the wordplay. Yeah, it's the
Right?
wordplay, Voynich. It's the word.
You know
It
what
is
I'm
the whole
saying,
word.
Kimba.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Yeah,
totally know what I'm saying.
yeah. I know. It's just the word, the whole wordplay thing, like you brought up before.
Well, and
Yeah.
sometimes language evolves and we might be just getting confused on what's actually root to us. So you think about concentrate, it's a verb. There is a concentrate that is not a verb, it's a noun. But we don't usually use the word concentrate as a noun for something to do with us as a human being, right? That's like a
Especially in
solution
English,
that's been,
you
you know what I
use
mean?
you use the word
So
focus for that.
so I was just going to say that intent and intention as nouns may not actually mean the same thing. Like, and I'd have to go looking for that. I've never thought about what's the difference between an intent and an intention. They have to look at concentrate versus concentration for me, because, or just some other shun word, you know, ending in shun. I just think that the
You don't have
nuance
to look
between
it up.
intent.
You don't have to look it up. I mean, you're pretty how do you say well written, well read. You know what it means. It has a meaning inside of your head already. You don't have to look it up. I mean, you can.
Well, yeah,
look
that's
it
where
up.
I'm just saying. That's where I'm saying. I think we may have actually shortened the word intention, you know, like, and used it as a noun and let that evolve over time to maybe intent does mean intention as a noun, but typically intent is a verb and intention is a noun. That's the way the suffixes work in English, you know. So
think of the word important. If you think of the word important, something that's very essential. The word that we actually mean is essential, but we say important. But important is like something from the outside that you dragged in, right? That's what it says, important. But what you actually mean is essential.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I mean, in English, the word essential is replaced with important. When essence is actually something that belongs to you, right? It's sense, you know? I mean, just look at my essential letter. It's S. Yeah. And important, you know, doesn't have that, not even that letter in it. But it means the same to us when we speak English. When we say that's important, we actually mean that's essential.
Interesting.
But it's I mean, essential. I mean, that's something, the essence. That's what I am. Essere, right? Estare. Essence.
Interesting. It made me think about the idea of basic human rights, right? That were defined as food, clothing, shelter. Doesn't even include the essential necessity of water. That actually need maybe looking at the basic human necessities or the basic, anyways, just got me thinking there about things that are important versus essential. You know, water isn't important, it's essential, you know, to life. And it's not even included in the basic needs defined for humans by the global infrastructure that rules us. We're not surprised. Okay, we're not surprised.
I mean, it's not even provided, but I mean, if you collect water that falls from the sky, there's certain states in America that will fine you for that. You know, or if you give some water that you collected from the sky and you give it to homeless people, you're gonna be fined. In the home of the free, the land of the brave. Yeah, right. Fucking brave.
I still think they come back to some of the stuff we've been talking about, even as much as we're learning about the evolution of, like, you know, us as people, and not so much judging who cares about the language, letting everybody be and do their thing. I still think when you look at the idea of intellectual honesty and building a community together that doesn't need policing, you know, everyone's down here in YouTube, like, being like, we're not a police state. This is the fake world, you know, and that's true. But we want to build a world outside in the real world that doesn't need that level of policing. And I think that being people that act in good faith and really want to leave each other better off with less harm.
Since you word the word policing so often, I mean, what are your thoughts about policing?
Well, I'm just saying we want to build a world out there where we don't need property police. We don't need regulatory bodies telling us what to do. But in here, the only reason people behave to the level they do is because there is no police and there is no regulatory bodies. But we're the very people that want to build a world without police and regulatory bodies. So in order to do that in the real world, we couldn't be behaving the same. We couldn't be behaving the same way we are here. Or
can you just stop
let me just finish, please, Roy. Please, Roy. Yeah, conversations don't work this way. Okay. And, you know, we either have to let each other talk, you know, or not talk over each other. So go ahead, please.
Can't we get along?
Yeah, we can get along, but, you know.
Yeah, we're getting along. We're just, we get passionate about the conversation. You know, we get passionate about the conversations.
I just want.
What if you were getting a short?
sometimes I just want to correct people's speech, you know, and this might be a common thing amongst us. But like, if you don't like them, don't talk about them. You know.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah. I'm not
Well,
gonna
that's why I'm
repeat
saying,
it.
Charles. I mean, that's why I'm saying, boy. We learn
Yeah.
from our experiences. We're having a conversation.
Mhm.
You know, that's all.
Yeah.
So I'm saying
Yeah,
that
I'm
in
not.
seriousness here in this metaverse, I'm not even talking about my personal experiences. If
No,
I'd
but I'm
stayed an observer,
enjoying.
if I'd
I'm.
stayed an observer, I would still be someone who could observe that in this lawless state, if we want to go out into the world and create a world where we are building a world without all those rules, then we're still acting in here in a way that we are rebelling against rules. We're not acting in good faith. That's all I'm saying. We're not necessarily, you know, wanting to leave everybody better off than how we found them. And that's just a statement. So I don't understand what the resistance is.
I totally would, but I get what you're saying. But I would totally want to leave everybody in a better state than I found them. You know, but I hear what you're saying. It's a good point. It's a good point.
Shree's just now telling me that my mic is always way louder and it's cringy. So good to know. If I had that every time, I would know. So, but thank you, Sheree.
Be what it is that at Void is speaking. Hold on, it just disappeared. At Void is speaking to Westerners who only speak English difficult. I'm curious what the opinion is outside the box I'm in.
What the fuck is that even English?
He's saying, does speaking to is speaking to a monoglot harder than speaking to a polyglot? I think that's what he's saying.
What the fuck? I mean, I hear what that means, but who says that? Does that relate to me?
Somebody who knows
I'm
the
just going to disregard this.
Somebody wants to know if having extra languages and communicating with people who are multilingual, is it easier or different than communicating with people who speak one language?
Come on, that's just. And there is such a thing as a stupid question, and that's one of them. There you go. That is a stupid question. That is, per definition, you might have had teachers that told you there's no such thing as a stupid question, but that was a stupid question. If you can actually type and you can actually speak
You
English,
know what they say, boy.
and
Ask
this was
stupid questions with stupid answers.
yeah. I mean,
I don't see it as the reason I would say it's not stupid is
from your perspective, voice.
Walk around and find out.
When I was in Mexico, there were maids that worked for the family that didn't know how to read or write any language. They didn't know how to read or write at all. They spoke Spanish and multiple tribal languages that I'm not aware of. And those people that I sat and talked with had amazing perspectives from people who were illiterate. And I always thought it was because they spoke 3 languages. So, you know, I think maybe that's just the perspective of someone who has such a vast amount of communications in different languages around them. You know, just the thought.
Sometimes I try and understand somebody because I try to find out what language they speak, and I just the only thing I need to do is just to grind down my own language, and then I would have understood them perfectly.
Peace to Random Fan, and peace to B Freeman. Be free, man.
Morgan Freeman.
Be free, man.
Yeah, I'm wandering warrior.
Voynich.
Charles is wandering warrior.
Did we just catch you being judgmental? Oh. Voynich, did we just catch you being judgmental? Did we just catch you being judgmental? Yes, we did.
Am I being judgmental again?
You're,
fuck.
Yes.
I did it again.
Hold on, let me add it to your list. Let me add it to your list.
What is that word? What's that name? Anyone can help me out with that?
No question. Damn. Oh, damsel medic. Damsel medic.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was making sure I had that right in my mind. Damn Semitic peace. Freedom and liberty require honor and responsibility in greater measure than being governed and granted privileges and benefits. Not being governed is harder and not as convenient, but has more peace. Could agree with that.
I would agree with that, and I should agree with that, and I do agree with that. Damsel medic, as she would know. I mean, if you've been taking care for all your life to call yourself damsel medic,
Yeah, I got a sub to a few people.
yeah.
Good to see everybody in chat.
Good to see you too. And
Yeah, there are no stupid questions. So
yeah, give me some more stupid questions because you seem to excel.
I think the answer is that it overcomplicates things. Be what it is. And he has a harder time communicating with people who speak one language, understanding what they're saying.
It's difficult enough as
oh
it
yeah,
is, right?
Right? There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sure is.
But you know, I mean,
Sure.
this is pretty much how it is. If you're in a very small country that's just 14 million people,
Hey, Bex.
you know, that's pretty much you're going to have to speak other languages if you want to get abroad. The people in the USA or in North America, so to say, which includes Canada, will just speak English. But there's a piece of America that speaks solely French, right? What's it called in Canada? Quebec, right? And nobody speaks French, or hardly anybody speaks French or Spanish. Well, some gangsters might speak some Spanish, but you know, that's it. It's crazy. I think it's crazy that Americans don't speak a foreign language, but, you know.
Mm-hmm. Damsel medic says freedom and liberty require honor and responsibility in greater measure than being governed and granted privileges and benefits. Not being governed is harder and not as convenient, but has more peace. In the end, I hope Damsel medic seems like the microcosm of YouTube being a lawless place. I know it's all make-believe, so it's going to extrapolate bigger and bigger, funner and funner sort of like unpoliced reactions. But I would say in general, the path, I hope that it has more peace in the end. I don't know that it actually does while it's being formed. But it's really nice to see all these people over here, Charles, in your chat.
Good to see you again.
Sorry, I was trying to sub to a lot of people in the chat. You know, I show love back and watch people's videos and
Yes. A lot of good people. Cool.
let's see. Can you drop voice? Okay. Boy. Okay. All right. I got it.
Yeah, dude, it's my fourth channel. Yeah, what? You fucking think that's funny? I don't think that's funny, Kimba. Jesus fucking Christ.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling. That's
You know the feeling, right? I mean, it's...
Yes, I do.
It's
I have 4
despicable.
channels.
Can you write something in the chat, boy?
Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm sub to your channel.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I made 4 channels honestly as soon as I hit YouTube because I already knew that I would be talking and saying things that were frowned upon. So I was like, let me just make 4 or 5 accounts.
Yeah, I did that too, but here I am. I mean, that was my first
Oh, that
3
mindful
channels were like that,
exposure.
but here I am, 4th channel.
Fine. But all I do is use them for other things.
Somebody say something. Something.
Boy, Nick, are you gonna type
Oh my
a
gosh.
comment? Type a comment in the chat. So yeah, Charles asked that.
Chat, bro.
Charles said, please put a comment in the chat so you can
I said that like 50 times.
what? Yeah, and I can too. I know,
Yeah, I want to
right?
make sure I'm
Oh.
sub the voice 7th channel.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Hello.
And plus someone else wants to sub to it too. I'm gonna drop your link.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
I did.
Okay.
I didn't. I got the memo, but I just didn't read it. Thank you for reminding me.
Yes, I was in subs, yeah. And you like the reassurance?
Of absolute? Yeah. I like absolute.
Joke. I love the joke, you know that.
Yeah, clearly.
It breaks the mood, right? I mean, let's face it. Look at the world we live in. Always good to laugh.
It's beyond a joke. I mean, I like jokes, but this is not funny anymore. It's just not funny anymore.
Well, yeah. I get a kind of, yeah. You have the moments where it's not funny, To me, it's about how you pull out of it, though, Can you pull out of it quicker? You're going to sit in it. Because I sat in it too long, I could still sit in it. But why am I going to sit in it? And if I sit in it, don't sit in it that long. You know what I mean? Don't sit in it that long.
Oh, well, it's just for an hour or 2.
Yeah. Don't. They go back. They come back to it. Yeah, like.
Well, Bex came back.
Yeah.
Bex came back. She left and then she came back. What happened, Bex?
I don't know. It's probably phone stuff. I'm going to plug it in. I've got 20%. But...
Plug me in.
Hey, B. Freeman. You ever watch that channel, James Freeman or James Freeman?
It rings a bell. It does ring a bell.
He does videos on tyrants, and he breaks down what laws they broke, and I like that guy's channel. James Freeman and Lackluster have taught me so much on law and how to put a yoke up these tyrants, put them to sleep.
So why are we still in a world of tyrants? If you saw
Why?
Yeah,
I'm not a one-man army, and
okay.
2,
That's a good
not
explanation.
everyone's got their head out of the sand yet.
Okay, that's cool. Bex,
One day,
Bex,
hopefully in
Yep,
my
I'm here.
existence, it'll
I'm here.
happen.
Cool. So that's a 3-man army now.
Well, I'm a one-man army in certain situations, but going up against the entire GOV by myself would be going to a plane bombing with a stick. It would be stupid.
Yeah. I do appreciate the dedication there, though. I mean, it's a good idea. It won't work. But I do appreciate the dedication of the idea. What do you think, Bex? What are your ideas? I mean, how are we gonna take this shit over?
Take which shit over?
Yeah, this bullshit.
Working together,
I think that really,
walking, creating our
yeah, and
own
I think,
system. Sorry.
yeah. No, go ahead, please, Charles. Please, Charles.
No. I was asking you, like, how we're gonna take this bullshit over. What do you think?
I think definitely understanding our
Turn
own
rigid?
free agent, definitely understanding our own free agency, right? Like, I know it seems counterintuitive, but I think that it really does come down to empowering ourselves and the feedback loop that could happen from that. I do believe, like, that's one of the reasons why I was over here with Charles. You know, being made in the image of something that doesn't have a fucking face is retarded. Okay, like, if that
I think it's a
creative
good start. I
spirit,
think it's a good start.
yeah, that
though.
creative spirit is not, has no face, then it's our spirit that is made in the image of that creative spirit. And so we are the gods, and we've been diminished to apes. And
Would you like the initial power to have a face though?
Say that again, Bex. We are gods diminished to apes. I like that.
yeah, we are diminished to any animal instinct. The animal kingdom is there for us to witness and see our relation to it, right? Like, especially for the now, to question the now, because they made it so simple and all the animals were the same and they all had binary relationships and sexuality. Now we got hermaphroditic frogs. They probably always been out there. So, you know, to be made in the image of something that literally had no face for the first 4,000 years, right? It didn't have a face. It had prophets, it had people, and then suddenly allegedly appeared here in human form. You know, before that point, that was an entity that everyone understood was a spirit. And so our spirit is created in that, and our spirit's in this flesh. And if we integrate our spirits into our avatars, stop acting like we're trapped in a meat suit, even though we feel trapped here right now, because fuck, we don't have the control. We weren't even told we have powers. You know, the trap is our own minds not resonating, you know, not coming to terms with the fact that, yeah, we're gods.
This woman has a way with words. You
Yep,
bet.
she just said it. Not
You
gonna
better
confirm.
you better give this woman some cul-de-sac before she talks to us.
I want to say something when you're done.
She's gonna talk us into it.
Yeah.
I love her. I mean, I still love Bex. I mean, she has a way with words.
I love you, Voy.
Yeah, I like people that have a way with words, but sometimes I just
And
don't.
given the last
I get lost
explosion
on
we
the
had,
ways. I get lost in all
I
the
would
ways
love,
of your
yeah.
words.
Thank you. I love the ways of your words too. You know, I really do. And given the last conversation we had, or not really conversation, but the last dissonance we had, I would love to sit and chat about where it took me and how far I went down the same, a similar rant you did. And, you know, I think we could have a great conversation.
Yeah. We'll do that.
Yeah, we will.
Nice.
You should have me over in your stomping grounds one day. I've been there once. We've been here
Stomping
before.
grounds? What?
Yeah, your stomping grounds over on your channel. You know? He's like, no, stay away from my friends.
I think I feel that, not necessarily though, but there's a part of me that
That's
feels
funny,
that.
Rebecca. You're funny. I like Mike.
Oh. Oh, you're gonna destroy everything, Dex. Don't destroy my harem. Don't destroy my international harem. You know,
I know. I'm like, boy needs to get a 7th, or sorry, he's on his 8th channel next week after having Bex over.
You're gonna destroy Voy. Yeah, why not? Yeah. Did Chuck just leave us? He just left us. Chucky, come back. We'll float down here. Come on, Chucky. No,
Don't scare away the voyeurs. Is that what they
Right?
call them? The voyeurs? Are you the people, the voyeurs? I love that.
All my fans, I call them my voyeurs. Yeah. No, I don't. But I might, I might call them my voyeurs. I think this is one of the best definitions of an artist. An artist is someone that likes to watch. So therefore, every artist is a voyeur. Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. I like those names that people come up with. Music Holds the Secret calls Benton's crew the Bentonites. Now we got the voyeurs. I love it.
It might be taken wrong by some people. You never know. Right, voyeurs. Oh no.
Well, it's better than what's it called? What's the other side called? Godverdorie, exposers. Not the voyeur, but the exposure. What's it called?
I get what you're saying.
The Pentacoasters. Not the Pinta. No, what's it called again? Perverted people that want to show their penis. What did they
Oh, those are the voyeurs.
Yeah, no. Those are the opposite.
You've got flashers. There's flashers. There's a deeper word for it. I know. Exhibitionists.
Yeah, exhibitionists. You exhibitionists. Yeah. So there's the exhibitionists and there's the voyeurs, right? And so if the other people are the voyeurs, I would be the exhibitionist that they would view, right? Yeah.
Oh, the voyeurs view the exhibitionists. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I had
that's
it
the black. Okay. That's a black and white picture that I'm trying to sketch here. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Someone's. I had it backwards. I was thinking the voyeurs. Those were the the exhibitionists. The
no, the exhibitionists are the penises, and the voyeurs are the eyes. The eyes.
Well, they're still perverts. They're still sitting there watching.
Yes, yeah, they're still perverts. Yeah.
Right. Guilty by
well, even if you're a voyeur, you're still pervert. No way around it. Kimba called it. You're still pervert. Especially a pervert if you're a voyeur. Worst kind of pervert. Bex, I haven't heard you talking for a while now.
I know. I learned from OTW, not everything's a monologue. And then I also know that you and I were getting really excited and people thought we were arguing. So I thought I'd just chill it back a little, chill it back.
How much Jewish blood do you have in your...
None that I know of. None that I know of, but I should have a Jewish name.
I mean, some that I acknowledge. I mean, there must be some. There must be like 40% Jewish of you, at least. I mean, you have a yada factor of that's like insane. So you must.
Are you calling me a cyan?
No, not at all. I mean, that would be no. I mean, I'm actually acknowledging, I think you must be really deep down into this this cult. You must be all cult up.
You know,
Are you? You're all cult.
I'm not going to lie. No, I'm not going to lie. I'm not. I'm Rebecca 0.0. Cult member number 0. I'm occulted with myself. That's it.
Oh wow! You started this new guru thing, right? Oh, you're gonna be
I'm a guru.
Oh wow! You totally called it up now. Like wow, you're gonna be your own guru and for other people. Wow, you're so selfless. You're so selfless.
Oh no, I ain't no guru. I ain't no guru. I'll be my own guru. I'll guru myself. Although you guys are really actually helping with that, I was like much worse off on my own. So, and I mean you guys as in the entire metaverse that I know, and maybe even the ones that I don't. So.
Oh, Kimba.
Right. Yes.
Hello, Kimba.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
So I'm not going to say anything anymore. No, I'm just afraid to use any words, syllables.
You know, if you're asking me about how Jewish I am, one finger points out, 3 points in. Are you 3 times as Jewish as I am then?
What the fuck?
I know, I'm just being silly.
Oh, yeah.
There's no 3 times factor with the finger rule.
What? What? Oh, she is just the worst out there. And Charles just left me all on my own.
I guess that's
Like,
Charles's
oh boy, you'll survive this. It's just Kimba. You know, it's just, you know, it's
just
oh,
Kimba Bex, don't worry.
Boy can handle
We
it.
got you in our grip.
Not like he wants to handle it, but he should handle it. You know.
I have something.
No, I don't want this situation. I don't want this situation.
Abort mission. One of my favorite conversations ever was you and me here, Voy. You and me here on this channel, being left on our own. It's one of my favorite metaversal memories.
Really,
Our first meeting.
Me. Really?
Was it? Oh no.
Oh, basically, Roy was essentially he really liked my voice, and he was a little bit maybe entranced with it, and he was sort of flirting with me, and being over the top because it's the metaverse, right? Like, and so as soon as he made this idea, like maybe we could, and I was like, oh, just wait 15 minutes, you'll change your mind, and then he continued to chat, and I was like, oh, I'm blushing, and he's like, I meant for you to. And then very quickly we learned some stuff about each other. He's like, we could really make some beautiful food together. You're a chef, right? We could get fat together. And I was like, oh boy, I already am fat. And then he's like, let's keep it to the metaverse then. And I was like, boom. But it was so natural. Like it was just so intellectually flirtatious, and just the optics were high, man, higher than any optics I've been in ever since, to be honest. But it was fun. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Good love and
Wow.
fun. I call it good love and fun, just innocent fun. That's what I call that,
That's why it's so funny when the biggest drag anyone could call me, other than like, oh, it's a girl, the girling, is like, oh, look at her fat face. Look at her fat face. I'm like, that's hilarious. I told Boy I was fat.
Let's just keep this.
I told Boy. I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying it's no. The arguments. It's a beautiful thing to have been 97 pounds at 20 years old. I was 97 pounds, anorexic, bulimic subtype. So for me to be comfortable in a 200-pound body is a win-win. It's a fucking win. It might be a lazy win. I could be somewhere in between those two. You see what I'm saying? But it's a fucking win to be able to laugh that stuff off, because I really do.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah.
I got my tea here. Cheers.
Cheers. Coffee. Like it. Coffee.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah.
And it's a fact. It's a fact. I am fat. It sure makes belly laughing feel really good.
I mean, come on, guys, girls. I've been with a skinny
I accept
woman.
my body.
I've been with I don't like skinny women. Okay. but I like personalities. I like voices.
Mm-hmm.
But this skinny woman had a personality and a voice, right?
Yeah.
But still, she was this skinny woman. I mean, it's something different, okay? It's like that. It's just, nah. Still.
Was it like lack of knowledge, lack of passion?
No, it's just
lack
lack
of
of
intelligence.
fat. Just lack of fat. Just lack of fat. You know, I mean, you can be all the woman that you are, and you can have all the intelligence. If there's no fat distribution at any point, it's like, I don't know. You know, I don't know how. You know, I don't even know how to explain.
Is this a meat packing company?
No, yeah. That's actually what I'm trying to explain. It's a meat packing plant.
That's cute. Okay.
I've tried to reason with women that don't have any titties or any back section, and it's like, yeah, why the fuck do I even try to reason with these people? I mean, it's just no. It's just no. Just no. I don't get it. I tried. It's not like I didn't try. I tried. It just doesn't work.
Welcome back, Charles. I know you're probably like, oh.
I just killed the stream. But welcome back. Welcome back.
What do you mean kill?
Thank you. Thank God you're back. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow. What happened now?
Yeah, I just got.
Ask boy. Ask boy.
Yeah.
No.
I hope I don't gotta erase it now. I'm be pissed.
No, it's not that
we're
loud.
We're joking. We're just joking.
Don't joke.
That's all. He was joking about.
We were fighting like crazy while you were gone.
Whether they're skinny or large. Yeah, I don't know.
Dude, I want to know with you. I want to know what's up with you there, Chucky. Cadence. No, Cadence. There she is.
Hello. Here I am. Hi there.
Hello.
Hello.
Peace, Kaden. How are you?
Yeah, peace. I'm good. How about you?
I'm alive. No, I'm doing good.
Same here. I want to make sure my volume isn't crazy. I can hear you guys louder than I could on YouTube, so I'm not sure.
Your volume is crazy.
Just
No, it's not. No, that's totally fine.
Stop it. Don't
totally
get me going already.
Just put it on automatically adjust, and it won't be staticky or anything. That's what I always leave it on, and it works for me.
Yeah, it doesn't sound staticky, so I think as long as I'm not overwhelming you guys. But anyway, I just kind of came to chill and listen because I'm new at this, so yeah.
Right, I've seen you in chat. I've seen the name Cadence, which is a very interesting screen name to choose. And yeah, so welcome. I'd like to say welcome. I've seen you in chat so often.
Thank you. I've seen you guys in chat too, so it's like often I want to come up, but I guess it's just getting used to being up on panel if you're not used to being up here talking, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Getting comfortable, yeah. Well, good. Like,
what made you choose that name, Cadence? It's very interesting.
Good question. Thank you, Charles. Yeah, I want to ask that too.
Because it's related to music. It has some. I know it's like a beautiful. If you look up the definition, it plays into the whole music realm. And I'm a huge music fan. So yeah.
It's related very much to rhythm and melody, right? It's
right.
between rhythm and melody. So,
correct. That's it. Yeah, you got it.
Cool.
You seem like you're a smart dude. So yeah, that's it though. It popped right in my head when you said that. I'm like, yep.
Yeah. Yes, but it's a word that's hardly ever used, so therefore, but everybody knows it. I mean, musicians know it, the word cadence, right? And
right.
Yeah.
Someone the other day said to me, that something about it being a stripper name. I'm like, you people online are insane, dude. No matter what you fucking say, people are like, blah, blah, blah. It's just a bunch of nut jobs.
Everything seems to be sexual nowadays.
Yeah.
Stripper name, cadence. Now, when I've been in the studio, people have said to me, I need a better cadence or delivery.
Oh, you produce music, or what do you do?
Well, I'm not a producer, but I write music.
Or interesting, cool, very cool.
I think that your cadence and your rhythm is just, you don't need to change anything about that. What you need to change, and I'm not a musician, what you need to change, I'm a pilot. You need to change your altitude and your attitude. The rest is just okay. You're just an okay pilot. Just your altitude and your attitude. That's all you need to change as a rapper, as a producer.
I'm an MC. A rapper is just someone who raps, about other people. An MC is somebody who writes and speaks about life, their life. There's a difference between a rapper and an MC.
I like that. Yeah,
I want to.
Right? You know that differentiation. I like that.
I just wanted to say hi, Cadence. It's really nice to meet you. Sorry, I was just doing something behind the scenes for a second. I had a message coming in from family, and it's so nice to meet you.
You too. It's really nice to talk to you. I've heard you all around here, and you have such a good voice, and you're a character. I love it in a good way.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I know you said that you don't notice my audio being a lot louder. I know I trust my Cherie Anilani. She's very, very good at observing these things. I just was wondering, I'm going to try turning it down. Okay, yeah, I'm going to try turning it down.
I think you should be loud. I think you should be loud.
Be loud and proud.
Don't change a thing. It's okay like this. It's very natural.
Right.
I appreciate it. I turned it down a little bit. We'll see how the gang feels. I know.
We need more backs. We need more backs than this. This is too low. This is too low. I don't like backs this low. No.
But I relate to Bex because I don't want my volume up loud either. So I can relate to what you're saying there, Bex. I'd be like, I often think that when I get on here, I'm like, I don't want to be too loud.
Well, yeah. I appreciate that. One thing I would say in some of the battles I've been in, it definitely is louder because my voice will dominate. It will pick it up. So I think I've learned in some of the antagonistic scenarios that I actually, have started projecting my voice a little too much when I get excited. That's all. So I know people. I know voice like this far.
Yeah, people get on me all the time for it. Well, not all the time because I'm not on here that much, but the few times it seems like. Before I turned my mic way down, people were like, "Oh my God, she's so loud." But a lot of people, it was either bot. You never know. It could be bots. It could be God knows what in the chat. Flipping out. It's weird. This place is weird. So.
Well, we all do have different hearing, a little bit different. You know, people's voices will resonate with each other differently. But I just know I trust Sherry. She's really good at. She's a good mod. Like I'm just saying. That's why she's pointing those things out. So
Yeah, I don't know why it's
Right.
crackling like that. I
Okay, you heard
adjusted
that too?
the volume. Yeah,
I
it's crackling.
changed something on my knobs, and then I found out the knobs weren't even attached, but still it changed the crackling.
mm,
Fuck this. Fuck
Your
this.
knobs weren't
I was gonna say
attached.
too.
What do you
Random fan.
What?
Random fan is in the crowd, and I am Random Fan's biggest fan. Not in any weird way. People should check out his channel. He's got the
Yeah,
cutest videos,
he's
man. Some of his videos are
he's
just
the
like
random
Oh,
fan.
really?
he's a
I'm
random
gonna
If
check
you're
it
not,
fan.
out because
Yeah.
I see him.
I mean, if you're a man and you want to watch Random Fan, you shouldn't, because you're gonna become gay. You're gonna, this man is such a lovable man. You're gonna become gay. You're gonna be like, what, Sean? Dude, you're such a kind guy. He's
I'm
just
getting the link. I'm getting the link.
He's just the
I'm
kindest
dropping.
guy that you ever want to meet.
I'm gonna have
He's
to
got
check
the
it out.
sweetest videos.
And
Okay.
he's not,
I'm dropping.
the best thing about
I'm
Sean
dropping. Yeah,
is
I'm dropping it.
he's not gay. You can just
He's
put
not
in.
gay.
Hey, he's not gay. He's not gay. But he
Not
could be
no.
gay, but he's not. He's not.
Not
He's just
no said careful playing with your knob, boy.
Hmm? No, I was talking about Sean. No, he's so cool. He's so cool. He's got the best
I'm
style.
definitely. Unfortunately, I can't get the link because I don't have YouTube up, but I will hopefully be able to find his channel later.
I put the. Oh, I see. Let me see. Which channel do you use? Cadence. Usually Cadence or Quantum Epic, or does it take you to the same place?
They're two different ones. I mean, it's the same, obviously, same person, but two different places.
Yeah. And so if I were to leave you a comment on which page where I could leave the link for you, which one would be easier to use?
Oh, great. Cadence would be good.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to go find your comments in here and go do that for you.
Cadence is crazy already. I mean, I only met
Yeah,
her
you're not the only one. I got other people saying that, but at least some people aren't saying really dumb things. There's some guys out here that are complete jokers, and it's in a really weird way where you can't tell if they're being mean or they're just joking. And that's the one I'm like, not a big fan, but boy seems pretty, you can tell he's kidding. So,
right?
yeah.
Thank you, because I didn't even ask the question, but you answered me. Thank you very much.
There you go. Yeah, I'm a wild one. I'll admit, I'm a wild one. So.
Yeah, well.
But I
welcome
bet
back.
you that you might know who I'm talking about, boy. If you watch a lot of different shows, you might know the dude I'm talking about.
No, not necessarily, but
But yeah, but likely we could probably, find a slew of characters, each like each other slightly, but also just as unique.
Exactly. Yeah.
True. I don't want to. Yeah, it's never good to mention any names. So yeah, I'm learning more and more as I am on here. I've learned a lot this past year. I'd say less than a year.
Yeah.
So.
And isn't this one of the conclusions that we made, or this was one of my topics that I used to discuss? Like, I'm not so much a people watcher, or like, I like to sit on a terrace and watch the people go by and describe them like an intellectual being away from everybody in society, just watching from. But then again, I mean, being here on YouTube gives you a distance, gives me a distance to watch at all the personalities and study them, as well as they can study.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
It's not like I'm here and I'm out there and nobody can watch me. People can watch me too. You know, I join the game too, and therefore it gives me even more opportunity to interact with all these personalities, and it's a way better venue to study personalities and psychology as a thing than in real life. I must say.
You can learn a lot. You really can learn a lot from, like I said, just observing on here. It's a great tool for that. So.
Exactly. Yeah.
To learn human behavior. Oh yeah. Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so therefore I love it. Therefore I love it so much, and therefore we meet. I mean, that's why we meet here, because we all hang out here and we all last this long on YouTube. Not everybody lasts this long on YouTube.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I think that some of you guys have been on here maybe longer than me, but I mean, I was like in the background, kind of just watching stuff since 2016. But just this past year, like I said, actually, like I say 6 months ago, I started getting up on panels. So, yeah.
Nice. So
interesting. We go to different places. Our circles didn't overlap till now, Cadence. You know, which is kind of neat because I've been out here about 6 months as well, and I promise you, I haven't been avoiding you. You know.
Right.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, there she is, the girl I've never met.
Right.
Never.
No, I haven't been hiding either. Right, I hear you for sure.
In fact, I just saw you, for the first time in the last few weeks. Even though probably you'd been on similar panels prior, I just hadn't seen them then, you know. So it's neat to nice to meet you, Quantum Epic.
I know, it's very nice to meet you.
I know everyone's like, what's her name this week? I won't say any name. What's her name? Sorry, I'm just laughing at myself.
No, it's all good. I forgot what I was going to say.
Next week, I'm going to scream even louder and tell everyone to call me Becky.
Hey, well, do what you want.
Where should we stage it? Where should we stage it, and who wants the job?
Well,
I'm just kidding.
You should actually do this in real life, maybe.
Where?
Oh, you know what? In my real life, I've been introducing myself as 3 different names for the last few years, because actually, Becky became Rebecca at 25, and at 42 in comedy, I went back to Becky, and then I realized like Rebecca had really compartmentalized Becky out of her life. I know that sounds third person, but whatever. So as I became Becky again, I went around the world and be like, hey, my name's Rebecca. Oh, hey, I'm Becky. Hey, I'm Rebecca. Hey, I'm Becky. And sometimes I'll say, hey, I'm Becca. But I get some people that are like, make up your mind. So now I say, my name's Rebecca, but my friends call me Bex. And I say it like don't you dare try and even say that name unless you meet me on YouTube, right? Like, so it's kind of fun.
So how many names do you have, Cadence?
Oh,
wow. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a lot of names.
No. I am just, you could, you know, it's either Cadence or Quantum Epic. I'm going with those 2.
Oh, okay.
That's all I'm willing to share.
I'll take that.
Boy, your volume's declining a tiny bit. According to feedback in the chat, you're getting very, very quiet. Very, very quiet.
How about when I do? Fuck that! I'm not gonna do anything.
It's okay. I'll practice. I'm gonna practice speaking really quiet for a bit, and I'm gonna show you guys for the rest of this show. I'm gonna talk like this. Okay.
Oh, it feels like you're really. I feel so sensual now. Like you're sensing where I am now.
Suddenly we have to start
Dad.
asking. We'll start asking everyone where their hands are. Where are your hands, everybody?
No, I'm being
In the
accused
chat.
of being thirsty way too much. I am not thirsty, so I don't want anyone to trigger me into any responses. Because possibly, I don't know what the heck is happening. So you know.
It's Bex. We can just blame it on Rebecca. You know.
Yeah, but just blame everything
There
on
you
me.
go.
Just blame all the metaversal problems on me.
Yeah, she's
You
used
know.
to it. You know, in real life, in the metaverse. So
Yeah, I'm a huge victim.
Take it well.
It's hashtag Bex2 movement now.
Let's
Well,
just
you
do
take
it.
it very
I mean,
well.
everybody
You
does
take
it,
it there.
Cadence. Everybody does it, Cadence. Come on, let's do it. I mean, just blame
Boy's a comedian,
My name-
isn't he? So we got two comedians up here. I love it.
Well, that's the funny part. People are like, some people don't find me funny, and it's interesting when you do amateur stand-up comedy. I just said I'm an amateur comedian, right? That's all I said. You know, which means you go sign up.
Funny. I never called myself funny. I just called myself funny. Funny. You know,
I just happened to put I just happened to use my comedy pictures, right? So it just goes with the whole thing. And I did get paid $40 once for a pro show, actually twice for a pro show. So that is once you've been paid that kind of money for 10 minutes, you kind of are pro, but you're really not.
Okay, so I cannot really call myself a poet because I never won. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. I'm not a poet.
Sorry. Sorry, friends. I forgot I was quiet talking. We're going to try it for 10 minutes. I'm putting it to 11:26 to 12:26.
So because
just gentle, quiet talking.
Because I never won.
What?
How do you call this? A poet. What the fuck is this called again? Poetry slam. A poetry slam. Because I never won a poetry slam, but I mean I always got the audience with me. I'm not a poet. Okay. Fuck. Fuck me. I'm not a poet. I'm not a poet. Fuck.
I'm not a poet either, so it's okay.
Oh, cool. At least I got some cadence with me. Yeah.
I love it.
You okay?
How's
with
Charles doing?
Yeah, Charles. Charles in charge. Where's Charles in charge?
There's Kimba.
Charles.
Hi, Kimba.
Kimba.
Hey.
Revive Charles, please. I mean,
Charles, off what? Where?
Yeah, where'd he go?
he just left.
Just about the most I could do, right?
He'll be back.
I'm always grateful for the panel, the people that start the panels up, because how much does StreamYard cost a month? I mean, I'm kind of grateful.
Nothing. It will cost you nothing. Nothing.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, you're limited to 20 hours.
Since you said no, that's the same as nothing. You know, so it's actually confirming what I said. And it's actually... Yeah, it is nothing if you will not pass 22 hours.
Okay, see I just learned something new from you guys. I did not know
and
that.
technically you could do 19. You could do 19 and a half hours and start your last stream and go 12 hours. Your last stream will allow you to go to its extent. Now that being said, I bought the StreamYard package on my first, to allow more people to come onto my panel, and then I paneled like nonstop. I got like 3,000 hours in like a month or whatever. So for me, I put down I just went with free StreamYard for a month just to teach myself some moderation. Because I just love that thing. I love to talk.
Yeah.
So
you teach yourself.
So we'll see.
You taught yourself some moderation. No, I didn't. I don't think that worked. I don't think that worked.
I'm going to interrupt. I'm just going to start doing it. No, how many people can you have up on your panel for free for the 22 hours? Is it just what? Is it just
6.
you? Or
No, 6. You can have up to 6 on the panel.
6.
Yep.
okay, good.
Yeah.
Great.
6.
Okay, I'm done.
Yes.
Sorry for
Yeah, just-
interrupting.
Yeah.
No,
It's really easy.
good,
Yeah.
Cadence. Oh, I mean, you don't even have to try. I mean, just click StreamYard, into your browser, and you will have. Yeah, just do it,
You guys are
and you
gonna,
will already.
we're gonna
I
get
mean,
some
you
wild
just have to.
times going.
Yeah,
Cadence, we're party
do
at
it.
Cadences. Oh, sorry, I'm talking softly. Party at Cadences. Woo woo. Woo woo woo.
Oh my God!
woo.
They're just gonna
Cadence,
love it
it's-
back. The people are just gonna love it.
Yeah. I'm already loving it, and it's not even there. I mean,
Yeah, boy.
already.
Watch out!
Yeah, I'm
Y'all
watching
are
out
thirsty.
for it. I am. I'm on the watch out for it.
I love it. All right.
Do it. Cadence. I
We're
mean,
gonna
that's
do
how
this.
easy it is. Just
When,
be.
when Charles is away, the children will play. Charles, where are you?
Isn't that
Right,
just
right.
the truth?
He's
I
got to
had
get
to
in
say
here and
that.
rein us in, dude. Where's he
Charles
at?
is away, the children will play. I think he might have walked away and did something. He had to for this. Yeah, for him
Yeah.
not to come
I
in
get
this.
it. I get it. I mean, if there was 3 of these powerful women around me, I would have walked away too. But since it's online, I can handle it.
Yeah, boy, you seem to be able to handle women just fine. You seem fine.
Well, wait,
That coming from the channel that can, one of the few channels that draws 3 to 5 women at a time.
Or more.
right?
Or more.
Right, I'm glad
Or
I got
more.
your channel link because I'll be watching out for your live streams too. So
Oh,
you'll have my loyal over there.
now I feel a little bit of pressure now, man.
Don't feel pressure. I wish that Freedom Grower would also start doing panels. I've been listening to some of his old ones lately.
He used to. He used to.
Yeah,
He has
I mean,
such great perspectives.
He does, and I used to love to go on his channel, and be on his panel. It only happened once or twice, but then he got all into this new thing at the end of 2022. I got a bit lost with
this
Freedom
new
Grower.
thing. What do you mean new thing?
Yeah,
Enlighten
this.
me.
What happened. I felt a little bit infiltrated.
Yeah,
And,
I have a lot to say probably on something along with that as well, but of course I'm not gonna say too much. So I
this
do
is
love
what you're
Freedom
gonna.
Grower.
This is topics that you're gonna deal with on your own channel, right?
Right. That's why it's like I've debated, I'm like, do I really want to jump in like that? That's why I'm not even up on panels a lot because I'm just not sure if I want to be. Once you start doing panels, people, it just seems like you're in a way, Bex knows what I'm saying. Bex.
You get to
I
be a
know.
character, and you get to be the character that. Once you get on panels, you get to be a character, and you get to be the character
I know
that
too. Believe
everybody-
me, I know too.
right? That's pretty much. Or is that what you're saying, or are you saying something else?
Kind of, in a way. It would be nice if everyone just kind of that's what I do. I love to just have fun on here as much as possible, and be a character. But a lot of people want to, it seems like, attack in a way, and you have a lot of different, like I said, guys, a lot of stock accounts, a lot of bots, and I really am a sensitive person, so I just don't know if.
No, you do know. You do know.
No,
That's why you click this link, and that's why you're in this panel. Because here you don't feel attacked. Here you feel free.
You're exactly right. The energy and the vibes, I could tell, were very laid back here, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get up there. But
I love you for
a
that.
lot of times you see panels where it's just like it's too intense. I'll just be nice and say that. It's like something's just not right with the energy. It's not.
It's
Not
aggressive.
my thing. You know, everyone's different, but you know.
Yeah, I love you for that.
Okay,
Once
Charles,
again.
Yeah. I think I'm
Yeah,
being
we're
real
ourselves.
in saying that. Yeah.
We're ourselves over here for the, you know. I speak for me.
Yeah, just speak for yourself, Charles. There. Yeah, come on.
I will.
Yeah. But I feel
I didn't hear
myself
what you
too.
said.
You know?
Repeat that, Charles, because you haven't talked at all. I want to hear what you said.
No, sorry, I had to go do a few things. I had to do some dishes, but I'm always myself here, and it is laid back. There's rarely
Right, and
any arguments here and there, but rarely. And it's not, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not aggressive, and you could speak freely, think freely. And if people like, if I don't agree with somebody, I'm not gonna quiet them or kick them out. It's truly open minded, and
right.
I praise
that's how
you,
I
dude.
like it.
I praise you for that because I think I think of myself as open-minded, but I think I'm more close-minded than you are. Yeah, gonna be honest with that.
Well, and then you have it's just so much. Like, Charles, I love what you just said there. It's just a lot of places, not all, you just have to, you know, kind of, if you look around, there's different chill panels, but some, it's like, I learn from them and I'm grateful for their content, but I just am not down with being up in the mix. Some places there's a lot of like character assassinations and just different stuff. Like, it's no big deal. We're going to sit here and totally rip on each other, and this is just normal. Well, I guess it's normal for them, you know?
That is what I mean, Cadence. Thank you for pointing it out in that way, because that is what I was trying to address when I said the infiltration that happened about a year ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I hear you, definitely. Like I said, I like to learn things from different people, and I even find they can be really funny. So you will see me in a lot of chats. Someone called me earlier. Oh, you're just being very, I don't know what words he used, but it's like, why can't I go around and listen and be in chat? That shouldn't be any, you know, measure of, oh, she's in this chat. That means she, you know, agrees
Apparently
with everything.
it is. Apparently it is. Oh, sorry,
well,
you're
apparently you're right, and that's really sad. It's really sad because it shouldn't be like that. And that's why I'm glad I'm saying right here. I'm saying, whoever wants to judge that. Well, fuck them, because you'll see me in a lot of places, and it doesn't mean, you know, really anything. I'm just there for entertainment, really. So.
No, but it does. That's how we meet. That's why
you can meet and you see
but this
where
is
people.
This is why we are here. I mean, I don't. But this is why we are here, because we want to entertain. We don't. We want to how do you say, engage. We want to engage. That's why we're here. That's why we are in chat. That's why we watch. I mean, it's different levels of engagement.
Different levels, exactly.
Right? We watch, or we go in chat, or we click the panel link, right? Or
you got it, yeah.
Right, and so this is what we do, and it's a new thing. Well, it's not new. It's not totally new, but it's
kind of new, you know. Yeah.
It's kind of new, you know. To most people, it's new.
Yeah, like in the last few years, it's really started kicking off ever since the lovely thing back, you know, blah blah blah. But yeah, it's going to become more and more you know, not more and more. Yeah, people are going to do this. So.
I mean, I find myself having to recreate my character online. Like who do I want to be online, right? Like who do I want to be?
Same with Bex. Bex does that too.
Not necessarily so, but you find yourself like, oh, I'm you know, I'm being regarded as this or as that. You even give yourself a new name. I mean, this is not my real name, you know. But then again, you know, it's a whole new thing, and we got into this whole new thing more or less unaware. You know, some of us more aware than others. Right. And
super unaware at almost every turn myself.
Unaware.
If it ain't obvious.
Yeah.
But it also really has taught me a lot. So continues to do so.
Me too.
So what can you do?
Yeah.
What can you do?
I learn all the time. Yep, I'm learning all the time on here every day.
And this is where we are, right? Like, what can you do? And you're learning all the time. And we've been doing this forever. You know, it's the first time, but then again, we've been doing this forever. And this is like YouTube channels are like how do you say? There's very much alchemy going on.
Right.
Well, and there's things too to learn when you have your own panel. Like anyone right now can be grabbing the link and downloading anything you're doing. Anyone can be viewing you on YouTube on their own channel. Anyone, if you have your link down there and you have it open to guests, anyone can simulcast with you.
Yeah, but I'm totally down with
that.
Yeah. I'm totally down with that. You know, that's
100%. 100%. Yeah, it's just those things that some of those things that Benton came in and
stream worldwide. Yeah.
So many like-minded people.
Yeah.
There's Kaden. There she
There's
is.
Kaden. She looks bad.
You look great, Kaden.
She does.
Oh,
what?
And now she looks like her avatar.
Thank you, Beck.
I don't know. I think Cadence has better hair than Cynthia.
How long did it take you to grow your hair?
Well, it's really not. I guess it seems long, but it's not as long as you think. I don't think it's.
Yeah, my hair looks that good when I unbind it too. Yeah.
Unbind it, take it out of those cornrows. No. That's funny. Oh,
I'm so jealous of thick hair. I have such fine thin hair. I love it. And you know, people get their hair thinned, and that's like all my hair that they would thin out of your hair. That's all the hair I've ever had. Yeah.
What's that, Kimbo? I seen a raccoon.
It is what
this
it
morning.
is.
Caden's got some good hair there going on.
I love raccoon.
I do like my hair. I have to thank you, but yeah,
I do
I'm
too.
grateful.
Yeah, and to reiterate, I would say we should do a poll. You should do a poll sometime when you and if you and Cynthia are ever on a panel together, you should do a poll who's got better hair.
Right.
You know, just to do the whole divide. You'll get 70 and 30 somewhere.
Of course,
You'll get 50. I bet you guys would get 50-50. You guys would get 50-50 though, because I think
you will want to be the referee. You will want to be the arbiter.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I just, you know, we can put, if people were to put who has the best hair between Bex, Cynthia, and Cadence, I would expect people to put, I would be fine with 0 votes in my department. Okay. It's just a fact, you know, it's not.
No,
it's seriously though. Like, I love the color of my hair.
The thing about your hair is not that it's a fact, it's fat. You know, it's greasy. You should just wash it more often. I mean, I know it.
I do wash my hair regularly. Yeah.
Right now.
I do have the same condition. You know, that's just.
Yeah, some people just have more, like oily something, but my hair is like oily right now.
Oil's good. Your hair don't get oily for nothing. It protects the hair, and
See,
Right.
Charles knows. Charles knows.
Yeah, that shampoo
Yeah.
kills your hair. You know, they trick you
Yeah.
into thinking it's good for you. Not only has it got chemicals in it, all them don't make me pull out Rockefeller's Masonic Creed. They'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, I believe it.
All them chemicals.
I
You're
don't
right,
use a
dude.
bunch
I
of
mean,
shampoo, so.
I mean, I do use shampoo though, but the bottle of shampoo that I've been using for 5 years, 6 years.
Oh wow.
Right. Yeah, I hardly ever use it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
the
problem
same
I've been
way.
dealing
I
with
don't-
actually. I used to wash my hair once a
go
week
ahead,
and it was always fine. Yeah, it was always fine. And it never had, but it's
That's
just,
same
it's a
here.
hormone and aging thing. So I'm not worried. I don't really give a shit if my hair looks greasy because I bathe every fucking day, friends. So, you know,
Right? I
My
hear you.
boy said
yeah.
that like
Thank
that.
God
I
I'm
think
only
he was
20.
man. I was just say man. Men sometimes, I'm telling you, they just don't use that brain very well. I'm just saying.
Well, actually, Voy has always been my hairdresser from the Netherlands. One time, on like
Oh,
second or
really?
third time we met, he was like, brush your hair. Now he's like, wash your
Oh my
hair.
God.
I never
And
said that. I never said that. But you know,
Hey,
if
Doc,
I'm
you did
you got
tell
a
me to brush my
microphone?
hair once.
if I'm gonna go down in history saying that, it's okay with me.
Oh, so funny.
You got a microphone?
Who?
No, but
Bex.
Cadence, what were you saying?
Bex.
Do I have a microphone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do? A microphone, or are you speaking
I
into
don't
the
have.
phone? No.
I'm speaking into the phone. Is
Maybe
it
it's just
screwy?
me, but I hear it crackling when you talk. Maybe I was gonna say maybe you're speaking too close to the mic, or
How
because
about
if you don't
should
have
I
a
hop out and come
microphone,
back?
then I don't know. Maybe it's me. I'm gonna hop
Yeah, I
out and
didn't
come
hear
No,
back.
she's
crackling.
just a loud personality, dude. She's just a loud
I didn't-
personality.
I can
hear
it's
crackling myself, so I don't know. But go ahead.
how about anyone in the chat? Are any of us crackling, specifically Bex?
Yeah, you
Now
are.
it
Not
is.
because I'm the most important.
Yeah,
comes
you
in and
are.
out.
You are crackling on the outside. You are crackling on the outside. But then again, I'm so grateful for being on these like low grade panel channels.
Low grade, baby.
Low grade panel channels that everybody has such bad audio that I'm just getting used to it. So you know, it
It's
doesn't
all
really
good.
bother me. Oh fuck!
Well,
Hey,
I wasn't
hey,
doing it
hey,
earlier.
Yeah, I just said
busted
that.
in.
Okay,
Fuck
Charles.
yeah.
Yeah, Charles. Try.
What?
I'm busting in.
What, Kimba?
Hey,
I don't.
I'm getting ready to.
I was gonna say here now. Oh, Bex, talk again. Talk again, Bex. I think she's fine. Just on my
Hello,
end.
hello, testing,
That's
testing,
my observation.
testing.
There
No,
you are.
there
hear
goes
you.
again. There goes again.
Yeah, it's like a crackling. I don't
hear-
know. Whatever.
It's on the
hear
high
I
end.
hear crackling too. I'm
Yeah.
gonna leave and come back.
The crackle is on the high end. You know, it's not.
Screw on a water filter. Be what it is. It's crazy.
Okay, guys, it was nice chatting. I'm gonna.
Yes, at the end. Exactly.
I'm just gonna.
Thanks for being here.
You guys have a good rest.
Yeah.
Okay, have a good.
Yeah, it was nice.
Thank you,
chatting with
Cadence, for
guys.
coming up.
Yeah.
I love
Come
you,
back
Cadence.
again.
Doing the
It was great to meet you.
I
Thank you
will.
very much.
It was great to meet you too,
Have
boy.
a great-
I'll talk to you guys again.
All right.
Great day.
One love,
Bye.
peace, and have a great day.
Peace. Later.
That was messy. It was a messy goodbye.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna end this in like 20 minutes.
Okay. I felt the time coming.
Another 7-hour day.
I'm wore out. Yep. I'm pretty tired myself, man. Void
Oh,
done
yeah,
talked me to sleep.
the water too ruins the hair. People say the grease is nasty, but your body don't produce it for no reason. It's not always dirt and freaking. I forgot when I started to learn that shampoo and stuff damages your hair, dries it out. It does all. You ever use soap and it like dries your skin out, and it's like I can't explain it. The worst water I ever showered in was in prison, man. That stuff smelled like bleach and ammonia and all types of stuff, and it would dry you out so bad. Never again.
You know what I've been, yeah, it's funny you say that, Charles, because you know what I've been doing lately? I noticed the regular shampoo, and especially since you learn about it, how it don't even clean your hair. Like when you're done, when you get out, I'm like, oh, it don't even fit. Like in the day, back in the day, it did for some reason. Probably because
I'm gonna teach you guys
I believe
something new.
Now when I do it, it's like, ew. So you know what I do once in a while? I'm sure you are. I'm sure you're just dying to talk. I know that. What I do once in a while is I take the Dawn soap, you know, like from the commercials where they get the grease off the duckies, and I take Dawn soap and I clean my hair with that once in a while, and it feels nice and clean. I was doing it more often, but I noticed when I did it more often, it was taking the natural oils out of my hair, and in turn was making my skin very, very dry. So I only use Dawn once in a while, but like I won't use regular shampoo.
Okay, so there is, I mean, I hear what you're
I'm proud
saying.
of you. You never interrupted me. Kudos. Okay, go on.
Sorry. Sorry that I didn't interrupt you. I'm very sorry that I didn't interrupt you.
I love you.
Still, I want to interrupt you because there is good days. There's good days to wash your hair, and there's bad days. So,
mindful exposure. He said, it's the whole balance concept. It often takes away a lot of the good oils, which is why the hair gets oil to protect itself, right? Yeah. And thanks for coming up, Kaden.
Yeah,
I wish I could have talked more, but next time.
We should talk about this more next time, Cadence. I mean, yeah, we should.
She has long, beautiful hair.
Does she?
Yeah.
Yeah, we let it down.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe.
I missed that. I missed that part. She had all that and beautiful long hair. What?
Yeah.
I missed that.
She sure looks like her. I mean, she obviously, but she sure looks like her avatar picture when she let her hair down.
Oh, wow!
Yeah. Next time, Charles, do not walk away and do the dishes. Yes.
Why?
Well, because you missed most of the time she was here. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Boy and Bex were conversating, so I couldn't get a word in anyway. No, I'm joking. Well, I wanted to just get them done and get them out the way.
Yeah, Bex and me, that's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like doing dishes as it is, but they have to get done.
Yeah, good for you. Bless you for doing that. Yeah.
I didn't sneeze.
No, you didn't even sneeze. Imagine that.
You said, bless you.
Be what it is. You know, there he is. You know.
Be what it is. What it is, Be.
Charles, Boy, Kimba, Bex, how's it going?
It's going well. Nice to see you.
Very, very good.
Good to see you too.
Yes.
I'm going to try the 10 minutes quiet time again. I'm only getting about 2 minutes and then I forget. So I'm going to try to keep the voice down.
Hey, Be what it is. What do you think about water filters? Excuse me. And what's the best kind to get? And what can I get? What can I use to test the water? Like to tell me what's in it? Is there any good testers out there besides sending it to a laboratory, or I want to test it myself to see what's in my pipes, and then the drinking water.
So the tester would be a TDS meter, total dissolved solids, TDS.
Hold on, let me
Super
write this
basic.
down. Hold on. All right, hold on. TDS meter.
Yeah. But it only measures parts per million, parts per billion. So it could be particles of dirt or particles of mercury. It just tells you a number per million or number per billion. That's the basic meter. You can send in again. You can send in the thing to a lab. You should call your water company, and they would be able to do that service for you as well. But just on a little $5 personal note, you could get a TDS meter from Amazon. Water filtration. The best thing to do is get a full household water filter. That's going to run you like $1,000 to $2,000 though. The next step from that is under the sink reverse osmosis system.
Hold on. Whoa. Water filters, 1,000 to 2,000. What are they called again? The water filters?
That's a complete house system.
Oh man.
So every faucet in the house, all the water taps. It's a bit excessive, but it does filter 100% of your water. So for apartments, the best thing to do is the screw-on filters for your shower and for your sink. And then the pitcher water filters for the fridge also work as well, but it's going to limit you just to your drinking water. I advise filter your shower water, your drinking water, and any type of vegetable garden water as well.
Okay. What's the TDS? What does that mean? The TDS part for the. I forgot
Total
you said it.
dissolved solids.
Oh yeah, okay. So. I want to test it myself. And to be honest, I don't trust the water company. I don't trust anything attached to the GOV. From the school system to the police to any alphabet boys. People get the picture. I don't care if you're a parking meter cop.
So I hopped on here. I wanted to ask you, hey, how can I send you some pictures?
Oh, you could do it through email, or I could write my number and text it. I could put it in a private chat. Unless you don't want to give your number out, the only way is email. Whatever you want to do.
I'm trying to get you some pictures of this thing right here.
I mean, however you think's easier. Text it or email. Which one would you want to do?
I'll text it to you if you want.
All right. I'll put my number in the back chat.
Cool. See, I found this book. And it breaks down a lot of these ancient civilizations and their architecture. From all over the world.
All right. It's in the back.
Hey, Charles, how are you?
Good. How are you, Benson?
I'm doing well. I can't stay long, but I wanted to compliment you on the excellent stream. And we've been restreaming. I'm about an hour behind, man. It's been great. So I just wanted to compliment you and introduce myself real quick. And yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah, if
Nice to see you, Benton.
you as well, Bex, and shout out to Voy and Kimba. I'm seeing for the first time. I'm not sure I'm familiar with the other gentleman. Like I said, we're like an hour behind on the restream. We keep pausing, but yeah, if the restream helps, I'm happy to do that. And other folks have done that for me in the past, so I always like to pay it forward. But I didn't really have anything to add. I mainly just wanted to.
I'm
touch base
gonna
and check
have
in.
to remind you that there's a copyright on the
Oh
S
yes, thank you, Voy.
as that's been portrayed in the pink circle, on my behalf as well.
Indeed, you will be receiving your cut of the super chat.
You better be careful.
Yeah, thank you, Benton, for the positive feedback. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And apologies if I interrupted. I
thank you,
saw
Ben.
somebody dropped off there, so yeah.
No, that's
hopefully
no
that person
problem.
will come back. Cool, man.
Oh, that would be what it is.
All right, good deal. Well, I'm gonna get out of here and let y'all get back to it. It's good to see everybody, and I'll definitely be popping in again in the future.
Excellent, excellent, and we'll see you. If not here, we'll see you at another your place or my place or wherever.
Yeah, sounds good. Oh yeah, Kimba. Yeah.
I'm moving to Land. Yes. yeah.
Hey, thanks again, Charles.
To Land. Yes. That's what I call
Anytime.
it. To Land.
Yep. Y'all have a good
Thank
day.
you. And I'll be checking your channel out too.
Hey, please do. Awesome. All right. Take care, y'all.
Okay.
Peace.
Bye.
And he's the puzzle breaking Jimmy Shively, sorry. Hope I have that right.
Shively.
Shively, sorry.
I mean,
Thank God someone's here to correct me,
I
man.
mean, what's better?
Jimmy
What sounds better?
Shively, puzzle breaking. Who else came in? Coco Rio. And oh, okay.
Rebecca, what sounds better, chivalry or sharply? What does that sound?
I was just thinking that. Thinking that, I've only heard other people say his name, right? I don't know if, and I'm assuming Jimmy's met people up on panel before. I've heard that he's been on panel before, so I think that's how he said his name. But really, if we think about it, I like chivalry. It's almost like chivalry. It's Jimmy chivalry here over here.
I don't like either one. I'm just still confused. Like, which should I use? Which is better?
Well, I know that I've heard him referred to on other channels as Jimmy Shively. But I like. Can we change it, Jimmy? Can we call you Jimmy Chivalry? Jimmy Chivalry, Chivalry.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Just go Jimmy Chivalry. Why not? Just do it.
I do the same thing to people. I give them little nicknames. That's how I show my love.
Shiver me.
I give them little nicknames.
Shiver me. Shiver me, Jimmy, or something like. I'm just being silly now. Shimmy.
Benton. Don't let it happen again, Benton. All good fun. Oops. Charles, don't leave us so soon. It is your stream.
Uh-oh. He's alone again. He's cornered.
Like London man says.
Beck's getting an itch. No, I was kidding. Beck's or Kim getting an itch.
Oh, we're all alone here. It's just you and us. It's just you and us. It's just you and us.
I think boys gonna be in a lot of trouble because you have.
It actually is funny.
Women.
Everybody's gonna go. Everybody's gonna go on cam, and everybody's gonna go naked, and we're gonna all end up. Wow! Yeah, let's do that.
You're on your own, buddy. Go ahead. Okay.
No. Yeah, no. Okay, I'll start. Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Is your hair washed today?
Yeah. Oh, there's Charles.
Is your hair looks a little greasy today, my friend? What was-
Nothing happened, Charles. Nothing happened.
Avoid took his pants off, Charles.
We were not planning to get naked and end up in a naked pile together all of a sudden. No such thing ever happened.
Boy.
I didn't instigate it. No, it wasn't me.
Boy looks like Fabio's little brother, man.
No, dude. No. Whatever you think of, it's not me. I'm just not. It wasn't me.
All right, everybody, do the clap check.
Boy, I was gonna say, boy, do me a favor.
I was gonna say, I think it's funny the sayings people get known for. You know,
You're a little choppy, Kimbo.
See, I'm known for.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. No, it wasn't me.
That's funny.
I can't wait to get the laptop going. I got so many good pictures to show. I found a lot of great old architecture from the 1850s to 1880s.
Or so they say.
True.
How far back have you gone and looked, Charles? Like, how far back? Is there anything from like way back,
15th
like
century.
1500s,
That'd be the
1400s?
15th
I
century.
mean, I will go back, back to Hitler, but beyond
Who?
Hitler, not so much.
Call him Shitler. No, you could say his name. That's if you're monetized. They bing you in the head for using his name. Isn't that crazy, man? That fires me up. I can't even just speak freely and be myself. When it comes to speaking, because of I call it their tube. It ain't YouTube. It ain't yours. That's for sure.
I mean, that's how it started out. That's how they sell it.
Benton's channel, bro. There it is.
Shout out to Benton.
I
mean, he's the guy that looks like a cop, but he isn't.
Did you ever see he's restreamed it a few times himself, but he had a situation. He did a walk and talks in the evening, like really late at night, or early in the morning, however you see it. And because he's in a state where you carry openly, he had a situation where he was approached by some pretty sketchy fellers or peeps, and managed it very well. So as a Canadian in a place where people don't have that opportunity, it's an impressive scene of one of the reasons why people can carry weapons, it's impressive.
I saw this other video of Canadian. I don't know. I think it was Canadian cops shooting at people with plastic bullets. Maybe I'm mistaken.
I remember during lockdown, during one of the uprisings. Yeah, they also went around with people saying, "Get in your house." I saw it as an American city.
Yeah,
but they were in rubber bullets.
Yeah, and so a similar.
Oh yeah, I was in Chicago.
Yeah, and so yesterday or the day before yesterday, I saw a video of a similar situation as you described, and the guy was protecting himself and the other lot that they was being with, like 2 or 3 other guys, and he started shooting back at the van because it wasn't marked as a police van or vehicle, and just shot back at them. And once they classified themselves as being officers, he laid down on the ground, and he actually got a good court case because it was filmed from all sides. This guy actually won the court case. He shot at cops, and he actually won the court case. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive.
Right.
I'm not even kidding you. I mean, this actually happened. This is just like never happened before. The cops shot at him. He shot back, and he got he won like 1.5 million. You know, that's nothing. That's nothing. So yeah, that also.
Yeah, you never hear that, right? Won a case for shooting at the cops. That's what you want to say. Hooray!
Just to keep the dream alive.
Oops, I'm sorry. Did I say that?
It's just to keep the dream alive, Kimba.
Yeah, old habits are hard to break. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Rubber bullets. I wonder how those would feel. I wonder how you could dodge them. How many could you dodge at a time? Would they really? How bad do they take you down? I've never experienced a rubber bullet.
Depends on your own. I know you're pretty tough, but it depends on how tough you really are. You know, that's pretty much like.
Is it worse than a BB gun? If you can get up and still walk after somebody nails you a few times with a BB gun,
it's just
how does that compare?
4 times. It's 4 times as deep as a BB gun. 4 times as broad as a BB gun.
Oh, no, thank you. Okay.
Yeah. So that's pretty much like a rubber bullet. Yeah.
Yep. No, that's good enough.
That's what all the ladies say, right?
Yeah. Well, when you actually done it, you know, when you grew up around men, and you know, they like to, you know, shoot BB guns at you like you're some.
We like to be tough. We like to play those games. Yeah, we like to play those.
You get up and you're trying to run for your life.
Yo, can you still crawl? I mean, we know he hit you, but can you still crawl? Right? Yeah. You can still crawl, motherfucker. And shoot you in the face, you bitch. Yeah. That's the kind of guys. That's the kind of games that we guys like to play. You know. These fuckers.
So do Canadian cops? Do they have regular guns they carry? I don't know.
I don't know.
Since the people can't have guns there, right? Do they have regular guns they carry? Do they use them on people? I mean, I don't know anything about that. Now that you mentioned rubber bullets.
I thought the Canadian cops use horses on people. You know, these are the videos that I've seen. They just use horses.
Really? No, come on. You're joking, right?
No. We've all seen these videos.
Okay, so but Canadians can get guns. What if you get certain people have guns? You know, we got criminals. What do the cops do if they encounter a Canadian, you know, and they got a gun? What do?
Become Canadian.
What does the cop do?
They go Canadian.
They go. Boy, Nick.
Yeah.
Really?
I'm not even trying to be funny. But this is just what happens. This is just what happens.
Okay, no, but you see what I'm saying. If the Canadians don't have guns, and you've got the Canadians and they get guns, like if people get guns, we get guns without permission or any of that. What do the cops do? That's what I'm saying. Do they have guns? I know nothing about them. Nothing about Canadian cops. Do they have guns in case the people get guns?
They don't. They only have horses. They don't have guns. You shouldn't worry. Everything is going to be all right.
You don't bring a horse to a gunfight. Should I say that? You don't bring a horse to a gunfight.
Well,
but people get a hold of guns. So how does that work?
If you bring a horse or a knife or a gun to a laser fight, you know, where the fuck are you think that you are being fought at? I mean, are we gonna bring I think we're on the level of bringing a knife to a laser fight. I think we're on that level. I think, oh, you want to defend yourself? Oh, you want to prep? Oh, you better get this ready. You better get this ready. Yeah, well, you know, you're trying to fight a demon with a needle. You know, that's pretty much where we are at. And I'm not going to fight a demon with a needle. I'm not even going to try. I don't even want to survive in a world that's ruled by demons that cannot be held back by needles.
They cannot be held back by what?
By needles. I will only allow demons in my life that can be held back by needles. You know.
Oh, neat. I see. Like by jibbity jabs. Is that what you're saying?
No. By sewing, by suing. You know.
Basuda.
Whatever. You know, I'm just talking. Lex, you know, don't try to make any sense of me. Come on. I'm not trying to make any sense of
in Spanish means
it's okay, boy. It's okay.
That's where I go wrong.
It's okay, boy.
You know?
You're making me look good. You're making me look good.
You know what basura means, right? In Spanish, it means trash.
Yeah, basura.
Anyway, I'm gonna close this out at 7 hours. If anyone would like to donate their food stamps, no, I'm joking. Remember, I was thinking of food stamps when they used to be in paper. I knew I should have kept the book of food stamps, man. One day they're worth good money on the internet selling, man. And I knew it when I was younger. I remember when they were transitioning from paper food stamps to the cards. I should have saved at least the dollar bill ones. You remember, Kimbo, when you could take food stamps to the store and if you bought something, they'll give you cash back. They don't do, you know? Some people said,
it's crazy.
Yeah, I used to take sneak a $5 one out of my mom's book and she would send me to the store. I hated going to the store with the damn things. And I would purposely or get a couple ones and buy something for $0.25 and get 75 cents and go play video games. So I'd get like 4 ones and just get 4 bags of chips and pay them separate so I could get quarters.
Dude, I always considered you guys in the USA so lucky because you only had to pay quarters. Because you only had to pay quarters. We had to pay like a ducat. Okay, so we had to pay $1 to play a video game. Huh? Right? It's like, what the fuck did you have to pay $1 to play? Yeah, we didn't have to pay.
But what about?
No, dude, that was not even a thing. Never was a thing in my country whatsoever. We always had to pay 1 ducat to play the fucking pinball machine or to play Pac-Man or to play whatever.
Pac-Man. That was my shit.
Always 1 fucking ducat. And you guys always had to play just, you only had, and just 25 cents, dude, or 10 cents. Dude, I can only dream of that. 1 fucking ducat, dude. That's way too much.
10 cents, bro. They were $0.25. Never 10 cents. It was $0.25, 50 cents,
in my country, it was
and some were $1.
Dude, in my country, it was just 1 ducat. Just $1. Only $1.
A ducat. Bucket. 2 tears in the bucket.
In a bucket, yeah. But William, how was the pay there? Like, did people make money? You know, did you guys make more money there? You guys make more money there? Was that the case or anything like that?
Called them a bucket.
I mean, after the second,
you just don't like it because we get to pay less. Is that what you're saying? You don't
No, I mean,
like it because we had to pay less?
After the Second World War, the Dutch people discovered this this natural gas bubble, and yeah, right. Yeah, that's pretty much the gas.
Toilet paper.
Yeah. And they didn't go bankrupt on it. It's like you just paid them a lot of money. You know, it's like
You need some toilet paper.
yeah, that's what do. You know, pay a lot of money.
Dominic says us Canadians all have printing press in our dishwashers.
You know, as a Canadian, I read that and I thought he said us Canadians all have peer pressure in our dishwashers. Which is just
Peace,
silly.
RT. Wow, I haven't seen RT here in a while. Peace, RT.
Oh, I'm so sorry for all
Well,
these
friends,
Canadians that have. All
I
this
know.
peer
I'm
pressure.
sorry.
And
I'm sorry for all the Canadians.
concentrated. It should be all over your living room instead of.
I'm
concentrated
sorry.
in your
I'm sorry.
dishwasher.
I'm sorry,
I'm an
world. I'm
African.
sorry.
But it's okay.
Okay, Charles, I'm going to sign out first and say thank you
Yeah.
so much for having me
Thank
back
you.
and starting the stream out just you and me.
You
I
never
really
left.
look forward to more builds together. I know I never left. I've just been busy out there. Of course, I never left. Thank you for that reminder. I look forward to seeing you guys all here and out there in them streets. I love you all, and I'll catch you next time. Bye, chat.
Bye.
Bye, Charles. Bye, Kimba.
Peace,
Bye,
Bex.
boy.
Thank you.
But lovely.
Peace, Bex. Thank you.
Oh, such a character. Wow. I thought you were one, and I thought that Kimba was one, and I thought that I was one, but then comes along Rebecca. Right? What the fuck? What is that all about?
Who is that, Charles? Who's on that card?
My father.
What is
Your
he showing
father?
us? What? Wow.
That's not your father. Luke?
Yeah, it is.
That's not
Told
your
you I
father.
was
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, I see now. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see him in you. I can see you in him. I'm sorry.
What are you trying to say there? What are you trying to say there?
You know me just joking. Those are nice cards.
These American people and their baseball cards. That's something. Right? Baseball cards, personal.
Those are wax packs that no longer are made. Yeah, look at my cards. This is just some of the collection.
Dude, I know. I've been talking. I know the first time I met you or the second time I met you, we've been talking about these baseball cards for hours.
Yeah. My mom started for me in 1985. And, yeah. I didn't know the value of them when I had Darryl Strawberry's rookie, Ricky Henry, all these 86, 85, all these good rookies that would have been worth bank now. My dumb ass didn't know the value of them. She used to keep them in a cigar box. I'll never forget it. And, yeah, they were dinged up to. But anyway. I had Kobe Bryant. I got so many rookies. Wade Boggs, Clemens, Kirby Puckett, Ricky Henderson, like 7 Ken Griffey Jr., different ones. All the greats, man. Manny Ramirez, David Ortiz. I had the Steve Young rookie. Who can tell me what Steve Young's rookie team was?
Well, I can't. I have no clue.
It's not the 49ers. Who's Brett Favre's rookie team? Because it ain't the Packers. But anyway, I appreciate everybody. It was a really good build today. A lot of people came through. And there's going to be really good builds in the future. Hey. Wow, Kimba even disappeared.
And even Becca disappeared. They probably started their own streams. You know, that's how these women are.
No. Brett Favre's rookie team was Atlanta Falcons. I couldn't believe it myself. And Steve Young's rookie team was the Tampa Bay Bucks. Both were mind-blowing to me because they played for like 10 seconds on each team. Anyway, not
Chuck,
that matters in life because it's all rigged and they're overpaid.
Hey, and so Chuck, thank you for having me on. And we had a great time, didn't we? With the ladies.
Yes.
Yeah, it was big fun. I had a lot of fun, dude.
Well, when you go live, I'll go over your channel. I sub to it, so.
Awesome.
I didn't know your other channel was gone.
Yeah, it was. So I'm glad to have you back on my channel too. So yeah. I just want to thank you for being here and to have this great conversation with these ladies and with you in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up, man. You're welcome here anytime, as well as anyone else, and I appreciate everyone. There's so many names. I appreciate all the new individuals who came. Cadence, thank you for coming up and sharing, and hopefully I'll see you back here again. And peace to Bex, Kimba, Voy, Be What It Is, Mindful Exposures. Let's see if I can name everyone. Jay Dreaming, Yolanda, Not Know, Dominic, RT, Mind's Eye. Thank you for coming up, Mind's Eye, man. I appreciate it. It's a what's the word I'm looking for, man? It's great when you come up and break down that the black belt of wordsmithing, man, is Mind's Eye. He is the black belt wordsmithing master. Okay, let's see. Benton. I said Jack streaming. Jimmy Shively. Oh man, I'm tearing that name up again. Puzzle Breaking. Coco Rio. Random Fan. The Michigander. The Michelin Man. That's all I always think of when I say your name, Michigander. The Michelin Man. Man, won't let me go back no further. That ain't right. Anyone seen Soama? And Osanyemi? Anyway, peace to everyone, man. I appreciate you all. One love. Have a great day, night, morning, afternoon, wherever you are. I'll check out next time. Peace to the gods and goddesses. I'm out of here.